nobody's going to transition over yet.
They're not still selling. They're not still selling. They're not producing hardware right now to sell. They're producing a minimum amount of hardware to sell right now.
We
right? And again, I've argued the point that they want to transition to next gen. Like, I think that this is a wind down, and I think this plays into the whole reason why they're pushing this, develop one game and publish it everywhere, right? So that you don't have to have different versions. I think that's legit what they're trying to do here. But that does mean the end of Game Pass Ultimate eventually. That does mean that they're going to wind all that shit down. Now, whether or not
I don't see why they would want that. That makes no sense.
Why?
From the Microsoft standpoint, that makes no sense.
They want to transition it's cheaper, and they want to transition everybody over to their new hardware.
But if anything, what it would end up doing at that point, if they're going to become more PC like this is, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Where you can see we're already roaring, ready to go, and I'll introduce everything in a minute. But let me just finish honing in on this point real quick. If anything, because they are becoming more PC-like, all people are going to end up doing is getting, and again, giving a lot of benefit of the doubt, but what, if anything, Game Pass may become somewhat quote unquote cheaper because of you moving to that PC route, because of you saving money on the back end on how you are developing games, because you can go to these different studios and say, hey, we only need you to make one version of our game. We get that PlayStation needs a version, this person needs a version, whoever needs a version. All we need is this one version. You're already creating it on PC. We got this AI, we got this, we got that. So that it'll just work on our box, on our PC, whatever the device may be, therefore giving them a runway that they can literally run away with the idea for the consumer to see how they consume their entertainment. And they're already hammering down on that point as is. The PC market is growing as far as Game Pass go. Honestly, the PC market is growing in totality.
Correct.
Right? PlayStation hasn't released many games this year, right? This is PlayStation's 2022 moment in comparison. And they don't even have a Game Pass service, and that's comparable as far as Xbox goes. And they're still selling hardware. Okay, if they're only doing it off of popularity, Xbox is hammering down with the games, and they see that's the other thing too when people make this generalization and compare this generation to any previous generation. You can't do that because what we're moving into is unfathomable space. It's unprecedented. Nobody knows how things are going to move forward. What we do know is that people are consuming more digital media than they ever have before. What we do know is that the generation behind me does not want a console. They want a PC or a PC-like device. Sure. That is becoming blatantly obvious.
I don't know, bro. Is it?
Yes, it is. Because why would you buy?
The younger generations are still buying PlayStation.
Because they're buying it. Depends, because you're talking about the younger generation who has their parents still buying their devices for them, and the parents are going to be biased. It's because they're my generation, others who have already made their choice, and they're going to make whatever choice that they feel is convenient for their pockets. If I'm already invested, for an example, if I'm already invested in the PlayStation ecosystem, why would I move over for my kids unless I'm given a bigger reason to move over? And when I have my kids saying, oh, I want to play Fortnite, I want to play Minecraft, I want to play this game, they want to play games that are third-party, cross-platform games. When the kids say, I want to be able to play with my friends, and that is what's means more to them than anything else. Paul, like one of the most critical conversations that we had back in the day when you were chopping it up with you and your homies, because I mean, this is after being able to go to other people's houses and try out their devices. When online gaming became a thing, one of the most heartbreaking conversations that you can have with a buddy is say, yo, we should hop online and get into some games. And they say, oh, I don't have the same system as you, so we can't play together. Those barriers are closing down, and the generation behind me is demonstrating they don't give a fuck about that shit. I already was coming up with the mentality again. I don't see platforms the same way that, or at least the box, the same way that y'all even see it. I understand it because I grew up with some of it. And I've had conversations throughout the year.
Your PC is a box, whether you want to say that it does everything.
But then that's
else,
everything then.
But right. But that's what I'm saying. We're not to the point. Listen, music and movies, right? We got to the point where streaming is fine. Video games are going to take a lot longer. I think we all understand this, right? Just from a technological standpoint, it's going to take a whole lot longer. There's
a lot more that goes into it. You want ownership and being able to access and back catalog.
So the box is still important, right? And I think that as the younger generation grows up, right, unless we have some type of transformational type tech leap where things do speed up,
which we have in two generations, probably almost.
Those kids get older. Those kids get older, and their likes and interests change too, Steele, as they get older too. So just because they're not interested, just because they like playing on their tablet now, or they just like playing Roblox or Minecraft right now, doesn't mean that sticks forever either. Right? Or just Fortnite forever.
Well, they're not going to go reverse, though. They're not going to want to be like, oh, I wanted to hammer myself down into one ecosystem versus the other ecosystem. They're going to want to have access to a wider range of things.
Games they would, though. And again, I think that's why Nintendo, again, as we talked about, sure, they're in their own pool, but that's why Nintendo sticking to their guns has worked, because there is still a portion of people. Now, again, the argument is, does that mean you never really grow, though? And that's always been Phil and Xbox's argument, is that the console business is at a basically
it has been for 20 years.
It's leveled off, right? So that's the argument. But again, that's still a pretty good big piece of the pie. And I agree with you that PC is growing, but those kids are going to branch out. Those kids are going to look at things. And if there is a game that's exclusive to ecosystem, or if there's two games that are exclusive to ecosystem, when they start working and they start have buying power, they can make those choices. A lot of them will, right? A lot of them will decide that they want to play on their TV versus a tablet or versus a.
But going against that, though, but even the developers are stating that's not the direction that they want to go with this stuff anymore, because the gaming industry is such a volatile market, because the consumer drives the market. If you want more people to access your games, keeping it exclusive to certain platforms only works for a company like Nintendo that has established that they are the outlier as far as the industry goes. Because again, Pong, to your point, if it was true on every asset that you were saying, where are PlayStation games? What's selling the hardware? Other than popularity, what's selling the hardware for PlayStation?
Right now? It's just it's mostly the popularity
for the last 3 years. What has sold people on a PlayStation?
Right, it's the promise of lineup and some of the third-party
lineup. They haven't even mentioned the lineup.
No. The promise of the lineup of what they've given, because
you got to make a promise first.
There are again. I've talked about this, right? They are the popular kids. Along with Nintendo, they are the two cool kids in the house, right? They are the two cool kids in school. No matter what, they are forgiven for a lot and continue to people support them no matter what, just because their friends support them. There's a lot of that comes with Nintendo and PlayStation both, right? That's fine. That's not even an argument, Steele. Mm-hmm. But the point of fact is they did last generation have good cadence with their games, and they did have a lot of great games that won people over last generation, right? That is a fact, right?
Gears 5 came out last generation as well, and just sticking on that point, Gears 5 is a phenomenal game, top to bottom, no matter how people look at it. You might not like the story, but you can say that, but it was a phenomenal game, top to bottom. And Gears has always been a niche game. There is no game that is like Gears on that platform, point blank, period, on any platform.
No, you're right about that. Oh, of course. There's still no game like Gears. No, I'm going to give you that, but 5? No, they did the whole, we're going to make it for a bigger audience. And it doesn't work.
Well, but that wasn't the issue that they had with Gears. They did,
bro.
And that's not what it was.
The semi-open world, they did that.
People were already falling off of Gears because of what happened with Gears 4 and how that transitioned from Epic to the Coalition. What happened during that? Gears 4 released in not a good state. It lacked content, because what drove that game is the multiplayer base. It wasn't the single player people who were driving Gears. It was the multiplayer base. That's not what. Maybe in Gears 1 through 3, that's what got
the original trilogy. People bought it for the story, bro. The original trilogy, people bought it for the story, bro.
Maybe within the first week, sure. I'm telling you, as somebody who was invested in that world, dog. Like I'm telling you, that's not why people were playing Gears. It was a monster. It was a single player and multiplayer beast. There was nothing else like it. And guess what?
Right.
It still was niche. It was only available on one platform, and it was still niche. It did not attract the amount of people that it should and could have, because it was on an Xbox platform. No matter how people felt about the 360. Because PlayStation 3 obviously turned that around for people, and they say, "Oh, Last of Us is the greatest thing that I've ever experienced." Not recognizing that you've already have something that gives you a tease of what's possible in that perspective. A third person over the shoulder. They even released Uncharted, who had multiplayer as well on their base, and it never got traction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Black John, the beginning of the PlayStation 4 era, of course, but we know what happened in the second half, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about the whole generation. I'm just talking about when they really took off. The second half, right? Because Xbox One actually sold really well for the first, first year.
It had the better games. It had the better games, at the time.
It had the better games. It had the better lineup, right? And then they did the hopes and dreams thing, and then that second half,
and then all the other TV and Kinect,
right? But that went back to the end of the PlayStation 3 generation, which Steele was just talking about. The end of the PlayStation 3 generation, right?
Well, they went fucking bananas.
Shit out of them. But they went bananas. Uncharted, Last of Us, etc. all hit. They had Infamous. Infamous was hitting. Like, they had so much going for them, and then they had that lull at the beginning of PlayStation 4, right, where they focused on the indies and they did that whole thing. I was there, right? I was there day one on PlayStation 4. So yeah, I know. But then the second half is when they kicked it in and really took over that generation, because that end of the PlayStation 3 generation, when they had those games that really blew up, kind of solidified them, and people were waiting on new stuff. And of course, then they throw in a Spider-Man, right? And it's over with, right? You throw in a Spider-Man that Insomniac absolutely crushes, and all of a sudden now you throw in, we've got all these other titles, and that's when the third person over the shoulder cinematic experience became the bread and butter that we all know it is for PlayStation. And unfortunately, they won everybody's hearts and minds with that stuff.
But what's crazy about that is that there was multiple Gears games that were already coming out that people didn't give that same ode. Just as an example, because Xbox was putting out those same type of styled games earlier on and had done something akin to that, but they never got that same moniker until PlayStation did it. And then, but it was also, PlayStation also had the more story-driven side of it, and let's be frank, and that's what that audience wanted. They wanted things that were movie-like. They were more that reminded them of, that's what elevates this experience. And again, even Expedition 33 has some of that ilk, right? It has that movie-like feel to it. It has there's a animation, not an animation, but there's just this feel to everything that you're doing in here that is somewhat movie-like, quote unquote, right? So you see, it trails off into other things, and even Xbox mentioned that that's something that they wanted to kind of pull from PlayStation as well, and start involving in their games. And again, that's how you see that kind of go back and forth. But I don't know. We'll get into it more.
By the way, our picture. Do you have our pictures up now?
I think it's up now. I had to refresh.
We are. No, and we will get into it. For everybody who doesn't know, welcome everybody to Living Split Screen. We just did our. We haven't even done our intros yet. Still get to that in here in a second. We're just behind the scenes.
Yeah, we're just
trying to start the show. Because we wind up discussing things in the background sometimes, and it's good conversations. You know how we love to bring you in here as well, and so thank you all for joining us here too. You probably think that I was arguing nonstop. Dark, by the way, you're
appreciate you, Dark.
First of all, great to see you, brother. But Hive Busters was ridiculously good because it went back away from what they did with 4 and 5 and reminded people of what Gears could be and brought that old school atmosphere. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Hive Busters is freaking amazing. I loved Hive Busters. Anyways, so we were just talking about the kind of behind the scenes, and obviously you guys know how I feel about this stuff, right? When it comes to Xbox and that kind of stuff, as far as what they're doing and where they're going. Like, again, they're going to do what they're going to do. And that's the approach that I've taken when I've come to discussing it. When I see all these great games coming out, and this week we got Doom, The Dark Ages getting great reviews, probably going to be in the Game of the Year conversation at the end of the year for a lot of different awards as well. And they've been on such a streak lately, Xbox, that I can't help but there's that part of me that I've talked about a billion times that wishes it was the old school days, that wishes Peter Moore was in charge of Xbox and was doing what he used to do and going toe to toe against Sony 1-for-1. Because I think right now, had you given this time, had a lot of shit not happen, had a lot of enough stuff falling apart, I think we could be seeing a shift right now. Now, how big a shift would it be enough? I don't know. Like, I'm not going to, again, that's all speculation town as well. But I do think there would be a shift had they held everything exclusive. If they really got down and dirty and nasty with it, like Sony does, I think there could have been a shift at this point with the amount of content that they're now starting to put up. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Like I said, I was wrong about people transitioning to Game Pass and how many people would do so. But I think that's part of our conversation, because I just sigh sometimes. And again, I don't care, and I'm going to ride it till the wheels fall off. And it's fine. This is what they've decided to do. From a business standpoint, it makes all the sense in the world when it's Microsoft's money, that they're going to make a lot of money being third party. But it makes me sigh as that old school gamer in me, the guy who grew up through all these generations with competition, direct competition. It does sting a little bit to watch what they could have done and to see what it could have happened if we were in a different dimension. So that's how we started our conversation in the background too.
We'll get into it deeper with Gears.
Yeah, no,
we'll get into Gears and everything.
There's just a lot. There's a lot going on. And Nixie, I saw you earlier too. Shout out to Nixie. We'll shout out the chat here in a little bit.
I heard fucking somebody, was it this week? It was either this week or last week. Somebody saw Nixie come in and they completely, they banished Nixie to the Shadow Realm on their podcast.
What?
That was funny. Oh, yeah, I heard it. They called it out live. I guess Nixie
really on a different show.
Yeah,
on a different show. Oh,
I thought that was,
Nixie riles up other hilarious. People. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
shout out to Nixie. Nixie, that was also a part of a conversation too about where this is going.
Yeah.
And there's been some interesting conversations because of Dring's comments that were taken obviously out of context. He corrected. I'm not the biggest Dring fan, but whatever. He was taken out of context, and there was articles written about, whether or not third-party publishers are starting to shy away from even making games for Xbox. Obviously, it was taken out of context. He corrected it last night. But that conversation brought up about where Xbox is truly going. And Nixie, I saw you in the chat, and that's what Steele and I were talking about in the background too. I think that there is... If I'm pulling myself completely back, which I try to do, I do see this is Microsoft's ball now. This is not Xbox, the cute little video game, the cute little video game maker within Microsoft. This is now Microsoft Gaming. It has been for a little bit here. But I do see the potential that they are trying to phase things out and that they are going to try to. Now, I'm not in agreement. I think that they will. Sure. I think that they will carry forward with the next gen. I think that they will. I've seen some people saying they're going to dip out. Is there a chip in a chair that they completely dip out, even though they promised and quadrupled down on everything? Yes, there still is. This is Microsoft. They bought Nokia, and a year and a half later, they completely exited the cell phone business. Okay, so this is Microsoft. So is there a potential that they could reverse course completely on hardware and say, we're not making hardware next gen, so we are going full third party, especially with the success they're seeing? Yes.
We'll see.
But if I'm still in the belief that they're going to make hardware, that it is going to be PC-like, that they are trying to push this, make one version of the game so that the things that were being talked about this week as far as the developers not seeing much potential in Xbox or questioning why they would ever make a version for Xbox goes away because they only have to make one version. And Xbox will have a system that will play that version.
And
it won't matter.
I'm leaning into because of everything that has happened thus far, the rising costs, what developers are talking about, them wanting, again, Square Enix saying that they don't want to release console exclusive games anymore, that they want to deliver content to more people more than ever. You're seeing other developers also say that they don't want to do that. Again, Pearl Abyss was another one that obviously Sony tried to cut a deal with them, and they were like, nah, we want to release Crimson Desert everywhere. Like, we don't want to limit our base or how many people we can get into it. And I think that does play into people seeing how consumers are engaging with the content. There are more games than ever before. That's the other difference from back then to now, is that there are more games than ever before. You are truly fighting for time. Either people are going to play your game right now, or they're going to play it a decade from now. And a decade from now does not benefit you right now if you're trying to turn around a game within the next 5 years or make your second iteration or whatever the case may be. There's just a lot of unprecedented things that have not happened before. So when people dig in that bag of, or when they make the comparison to Sega, look, Xbox is not Sega. It's just not. It's completely different leagues. Now, Sega's issue was money. You know what I'm saying? Sega's issue was going into also,
it was internal bickering.
I mean, it was that as well.
West versus East. No, it was also
it was also the people burning games, and like it was so easy to do all that stuff during that time, like that transition. There was a lot of things that they could not have predicted to happen the way that they did. There was just like, along with the infighting, along with not having the money, along with, you know, people finding ways to burn games and play it on your Dreamcast natively. There was just a lot of ongoing things where that's not what's happening right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just a vast difference. And again, there still may be some infighting happening, again, like we've talked about before. And I want to bring, because Doc Dark brings up something that, again, you had mentioned earlier. There may be a lot of infighting, like you had mentioned. Hey, once this ABK deal went through, and I do think it was more so because of how long it ended up taking, more than anything, that there are other people in that conversation now where Phil is probably more involved than he has ever been before. He's having deeper conversations than he has ever needed to have before, because Microsoft sees where gaming is going, or where gaming is, and how important of an entertainment or important of a media form that it is becoming. Again, I mean, you're seeing movies transition over, right? Expedition 33 being a huge example, you know, Death Stranding be another good example. Kojima's getting in this, like, you're seeing a lot of these crossovers happen more than ever before in being treated with a lot of care. But I wanted to, because Doc Dart brought this up earlier, he says, I'm going to make a video about this, but I wanted to get your opinion. Now that we see how dominant Xbox is as a publisher, can they do it without Game Pass? Do they need it anymore?
That was something that of my statement. That was the second half of where I'm going.
If you want to touch on it first.
Yeah. No, that's where I was going to, because Nixie had said that earlier as well. That's what I was talking about. Not just potentially the hardware being phased out, but Game Pass being phased out. And I think that's a real possibility. Now, again, as I've always said, I'm just going to ride it until the wheels fall off, and then if shit goes away, then going to have to make different decisions about how I play games and how I buy games, right? I love Game Pass. But I do believe that there has to be a contingent within Microsoft's top leadership. And I'm not saying I'm not saying that people on the Xbox side per se, but the Microsoft side for sure see Game Pass as a losing situation if they can't hit these big goals that they had originally set. Those big goals were set for the money people, right? Those big goals were set to prove that it was viable enough for the shareholders and for the CFO and for Satya to continue to invest in Game Pass. So do I think they could? Absolutely. Of course they could. They could become your regular standard third-party publisher and publish on everything and be fine. That's why I said I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I don't want it to happen. It's not what I'm looking for. Again, I'm on the train that if they're going to come up with this hybrid system that's more PC-like, I'm in. Even if it's more expensive, even if it's $800, I'm in. I will buy it to go along with my PC. I still love the convenience of a console. I still, to this day, I'm still over 50% playing on my Series X. So, but I do think that Game Pass could be running its course at this point. Now, the only thing, Steele, that I did say while we were talking in the background, and I'll let you hop in with your opinion too, since Doc brought this up, is that PC Game Pass is growing. And if they do come up with a system where developers only have to produce one version of a game, and it'll play on Xbox, it'll play on PC, it'll play on everywhere, and they're integrating all of these changes to, you know, the Xbox app, to the UI, and they're making this going to be one big ecosystem like we talked about. And you're still seeing that type of growth, right? I think that they would keep PC Game Pass around, because I do think it's profitable enough that they could convince everybody that they could do that and then phase the console people out. Now, would that be ugly? Of course it would be. Does Microsoft care? No. They've done a lot of ugly things that their fan base doesn't like lately. So do I think that's a possibility? I do. And I think they would try to transition everybody over to that side of things. And I think that for the people saying, well, if you do that and you make your system just a PC or PC-like, then what's the point? If you're going to have Steam available on it, then nobody's going to buy from your store. And developers aren't going to make games for your store. Listen, correct. That would be a part of it.
Ubi does it, you know.
The other piece of the pie here is that they have one more play that Satya talked about years ago that they have not implemented yet because they have not gotten their mobile store up and running, and because obviously they're working on the PC side of things. Satya said point blank that they want to cut their fees for developers to extremely low amounts. We just saw Epic make another cut to theirs, right?
Yeah.
Satya talked about this play, that they will offer the most competitive percentages for their stores. So I think once they get everything set, and if they're going to continue down this road, I think they make that cut. And I think the money's too good for developers to ignore their storefronts, whether it's mobile or whether it's PC. I think they will continue to get people to make games by offering them a bigger piece of the pie. And I think that's will be their competitive. Not that they're going to overtake Steam. I'm not stupid. Come on, man. Yeah, nobody's going to do that. Everybody's tried. But they will, I think, to have a chance of finding their spot within the storefronts if they do that. And I think that's why it would keep it alive. And I think PC Game Pass at that point might be viable for them if it keeps growing. And so I think that's where I see them eventually phasing out Game Pass, like Xbox Ultimate and Core, and just having PC Game Pass. And if you've got the new system, great. If you got a PC, great. If you got the old consoles, okay, sorry. But we're kind of done with we're done with supporting Game Pass at this point. Or maybe they have a core where all the first party stuff is available, right? Maybe they have a core at some price point for the console base that all their first party stuff's available. I just could see it happening. Again, I'm thinking way outside the box. I'm pulling myself way back, just looking at Microsoft as a corporation and the things that they've done in the past that most of us would scratch our heads and go, that makes no fucking sense. Why'd you guys do that? I see it possibly that this is the phase out period as things go. Now, again, I'm not saying they're not investing, because they're obviously investing still. We're getting more games in Game Pass than ever before. Is this the last hurrah?
I don't think so.
I guess we're going to find out.
I think,
and that's fine. It's
because if they're close to 40 million now, just as an example, you know what I mean?
Right.
There'd be no reason. And if that number could
30% growth on PC. So,
and if that number is only going to grow higher and higher with the amount of money that you're currently making on PC, because I mean, well, just across the board. To answer Doc's question, I don't think they're ever going to get rid of Game Pass. Why? Because it's an avenue structure for them that is makes it easier for people to jump into. Mainly, what I'll use as a supporting statement for that is we see the way that the price of games are going. You'd be crazy to think that people aren't going to continue to look for a different way to access newer games, right? If you want the number to grow beyond the 4%, 10%, the less than 10%, I should say, that buy games on a month-to-month basis, buy multiple games a year, you have to give people a different avenue to be able to dive in, right? So having the avenue, because again, I get when people like to diminish Xbox and just say, oh, well, Game Pass, I should say more so, and just say, oh, it's a rental service. Sure. But what other rental services are out there that you're aware of that you also have that access to buy that right then and there as well? Or years down the line later, you get not only your Game Pass discount, but you also get the half price of the game, or the game 75% off. So now you're getting even more of a benefit of that game being part of your library. Right? If that's what you wanted to do. If Xbox isn't stopping people from buying games, right? they're actually just giving you another avenue to access their games. And Fahim, I mean, if you want to just consider it a rental service, and great, dog, I see it as more than that, because my idea of a rental service is how it's traditionally always been, is I rent a game and then it's pulled away from me, right? Now, there are some games that are like that enter Game Pass, right? Mostly it's second and third party games, right? Not first party. So the first party games are always going to be in Game Pass Ultimate, and you're always going to have a way to access those games, and they're always going to be a part of your library as long as you have Game Pass Ultimate. The only other step that you can go further than that is them working on a way for you to have true ownership, because then you would be enticed. People like Palm, people like, the older folks would be more, excited about that potential, because, hey, you're giving me my ownership back, right? And even for somebody like myself, I want to be able to have, download a game 10 years from now, be able to play it effortlessly and knowing that is my game. Now, is that where we're at right now? No. Are we going to continue to go in that way right now? No. Nixie said Netflix, Paramount Plus, Hulu, Crunchyroll. I can go on. Rental services. What are we doing here? As far as what? Because with video games, it is vastly different, right? Because of how you consume the media, right? Just like your perspective on it, what you're allowed to do with it, and because none of those services allow you to buy those shows or anything that you watch on there. You have to access it through there. Whereas you could be subscribed to Game Pass 1 month, buy that game or buy whatever game that is in there, unsubscribe, and still be able to play that game. Now, of course, because we have to pay for online still, which again, that's something that still has to be waters that are treaded and things that are crossed. But outside of that, there is that there. But as far as Xbox ever getting rid of Game Pass, in the trajectory that they're going right now, I just don't see that as a viable option for them because of the success that they're seeing from it. Right? They are getting more people in their ecosystem because of Game Pass, right? They are getting more people looking at Xbox or looking at Microsoft at least, and having some form of an interest in what they may be bringing to the table. Now, is that going to be the answer forever? I don't know. But I do know that people don't want to pay $80 to $100 for games. At least the vast majority doesn't. That's a good one. That's a good call out. He says you can still buy games through GameFly, can't you? I think so. I'm not completely familiar with GameFly. I don't know how GameFly works. I thought you could only rent from GameFly, and then you had to
sell their used copies, right? They sell their used copies from time to time, so they do.
So is that how that ends up working?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I don't know if you can buy anything new from GameFly.
Yeah, because I thought that's kind of how they do. That's how they do it. They newer games, they send it to you, and you have to send it back. I know they give you time to use it, right, or whatever the case. But GameFly also doesn't have the audience like that, as in comparison to even PlayStation or Nintendo or anybody else, right? So that's also something that is somewhat of an outlier. But yeah, I mean that is, I can see what you're saying there. I can kind of make a concession there with that. I think that's dope. I just think there's too much value that Xbox is bringing to the table, especially with them now bringing games to other platforms. And I think it's deliberately demonstrating that these people were not going to buy Xbox games regardless, unless it was on their platform of choice. And I don't mind standing on that just because of what I've experienced being part of the Xbox ecosystem, right? I've never been as invested as in PlayStation as I am in Xbox or Nintendo or any of these other platforms, right? I get benefits from Xbox by having a PC as an example, because I can access my content on there. I'm going back and playing Gears of War Ultimate Edition, and I'm choosing to play the console version because the audience is more alive there. But guess what? In 3 months, less than 90 days, that game is going to be cross-platform and everywhere for more people to access than ever before. And now I see people who are excited about it, who were not going to buy an Xbox when they saw Gears of War Reloaded pop up on the screen. They're going to buy it because it's coming to their platform, because that's the ecosystem that they're invested in. And if you want to reach that wider audience, you have to make your things available to more people. Again, that is the route that I see it, because of, again, this route being undetermined. You cannot base anything in the future from this point moving forward based off of what has happened in the past. Because we are moving into a digital era where there is nothing that has been like it, at least from what I have observed. He says, the more we understand the perspective from a CFO's POV and not the gamer, it will all start to make sense, and potentially. But we also, as the gamer, as the consumer, still drive this market more than any other form of entertainment, or just really any other market, right? If we all bucked the system and said, no, we're not going to buy $80 games, guess what would happen? The price of games would go down. Or the industry would have to self-correct, and we'll get less games, right? If these companies are going to ask people to spend more money, sure, we might be willing to spend the additional ducats or whatever the case might be. There are some of us who pay $100 for the ultimate edition of games that we like, right? There are going to be us that can make that excuse. And there's only so few games that go outside of that medium, like a GTA as an example, who can push that boundary, but not every game is that. And I don't think GTA is going to release day one and be the most optimized game that we've ever seen. You know what I mean? So even that might still play into the thing that I've mentioned. Hey, you want to charge me more for games, but you're still not releasing it in a competent standard. And I have listened, I've been tuning in more in this week, the last couple of weeks, I should say, into, trying to listen to developers, because I forgot who it was. I had his name, but I can't think of it right now. Either way. But there was developers talking about like, hey, we get that gamers don't like the day one patch, but the day one patch is a godsend for us as developers. Because there are so many things that we get put on the table. And again, I mean, to Paul's point, that could just be internal shit that is happening. Obviously, things aren't together. Obviously, there isn't a great standard there. Because again, when you see a team like Expedition 33 or Sandfall with 33 people, and I get that they're junior level, they found this person here, found this person there. This could have been the luck of the draw. But if you're able to complete something like this with 33 people in 5 years, I think that does demonstrate that maybe there is a process that needs to be looked at. So that's why I don't think Game Pass is going anywhere. We see developers appreciative of the fact of Game Pass. I am pretty sure that Sandfall may be appreciative of Game Pass as well, because it has allowed people like myself to jump into a game, and I'm the avid game. I'm the person that is of the upper echelon. I'm of that 4%, that 10% of people who are invested in the gaming industry. And I wouldn't have bought Expedition 33 because that's not typically my style of game. But then boom, you offer it to me in a service that I'm already invested into. I get my time I get to try out something that I say I'm not really into, and boom, before you know it, I'm like, damn, this one is just kind of high on my list now, as far as games that I have enjoyed over the last few decades. You know what I mean? It's those opportunities. I think that's more so what they're going to continue to pitch more into. And you see that with the newer games that are coming to it, that continuously drop into the service. And maybe that this does draw back at some point. But with the flood that they're going right now, I just don't see that being a possibility. Doc Dark says, brother, I just bought South of Midnight on Steam after beating it on Game Pass. Yes, I beat it and then bought it. And you're going to have your people who do that because they appreciated what that game did for them, right? You played it part of this service. You see that you can access it in a different place. And if you want to initially, because they already got their bag from Xbox for their game and creating that game. So everything else on the back end of that is just them. It's just you giving them additional support. So it's not like, yo, you should really support the developers by buying it here or here or there. It's like these people are getting paid already. They're looking for the back end. Kind of like how movies is in that way. Those people are being paid already. Whatever, if they spend $100 million making a movie, that's what they spent. Now, if the movie doesn't hit the numbers that it needs to hit, then there's a question to be asked. There's, you know, they just take that hit if it doesn't sell the way that it needs to. So that's why I don't think that Game Pass is going anywhere. There's just so many more benefits, and there's not anybody else. And I think that that's to Microsoft's benefit, to Xbox's benefit. I think Game Pass is the outlier and a way for them to do things differently. We tried to play the game the way that the game was getting played before. The game, we obviously didn't play our cards right. The gamers are obviously choosing to be invested in whatever ecosystem that they're in right now. So what can we do to be a standout? What can we do differently? And them leaning more into the software side of things, them doing the third party thing. And again, I'm going to get into it more with Gears because I think that's a perfect example of what I mean. And I hear a bunch of single player gamers talking about Gears of War when Gears of War, what's going to drive that game and constantly and drive that success is the standard that Xbox set for their games. Xbox is the ones that will drop a single player game and also have multiplayer connected to it. That's why Halo's looked at the way that it is. That's why Forza's looked at the way that it is. That's why Gears is looked at the way that it is. If it does not have both, it is a problem. But when other people do it, i.e. PlayStation, i.e. Last of Us as an example, and they pull out certain parts of their game, people make all the excuses in the world and say, oh, well, that just means we're going to get a better game. And that's not seemingly the case. What I'm saying. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. But we'll talk about it a little bit more for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, we coming in hot and bothered. And seeing y'all get in here, man, it's always a beautiful thing. Chopping it up, live raw uncut, as I like to say. Energy was roaring. You guys are adding to the conversation. And again, I'm not here to say that I'm the definition of right as far as my outlook on the industry. This is just my personal insight or my personal belief in how I'm seeing things and the direction that it's going. And I think everybody should have a similar outlook to not like myself, but have your own outlook on how you see things for the future going forward. Because I do think that this is the most interesting generation because nobody can really call how it went before. The Xbox One generation, you could have kind of called it. 360 generation, you could have kind of called it. You know, the OG Xbox and PlayStation 2 gen, you could have kind of looked back and said, oh, you know, because of how things were back then, this is how you can base things from what has happened in the past and use that for future. Now it's unprecedented. We don't know what's going to happen. So it just becomes greater and greater. So I needless to say, because I was thinking about this last night, because I know people like to align themselves with people who are like-minded folks, right? And it's a human thing, nothing wrong with that in a lot of ways. But I also think that if you don't have your own feelings or insight or opinions on the direction that things are going, then it doesn't make these conversations interesting, right? Because in a lot of ways, I mean, that's something that people tried to clown me, Pong, the Fun Spec fam for a long time because we all are in agreement on a lot of things, but they aren't listening to the things that we're not quite in agreement about. Right? The generational differences, how we outlook at games, the future differences, what our expectations are, right? Everybody just think oh, you're just dick riding everybody. Everybody, oh, you all just handshake each other. And it's like, it's deeper than that. Can't help that we see similarities, but we also have these differences that I think do peel out, right? Lisa says, still you mean echo chamber? Yeah. And there are people who are going to be echo chambers, right? I mean, again, people are going to find their people, but what makes these conversations interesting is when people do come in, you know, when a Nixie drops in, when a BT comes in, when Decado drops in, and you know, Dan the Man, JB 1520, when you guys come in and you're like, oh, well, I'm seeing it like this, and this is what I think what we can kind of expect, or why you don't believe why things are going to be the way that we maybe see it. I'm not expecting for everybody to agree with me, but let's have a conversation about it, right? That's what makes this so fun. And I think that's the like, kind of like the premise of what Living Split Screen is all about, man. And again, this is the place where we take that RTS approach. We pull ourselves back. We look at the darker crevices. We put all the information in front of us and try to build up our foundation on what is possible. Because again, me and Paul don't work in the industry. We just use ECP, the educated consumer perspective, to provide how we may see things. Hey, we're gamers. We got some professional experience in real life with our own jobs, in our professional lives or whatever, and we try to tie some things in because we never know what the truth and what truth is and what's not in this secretive industry in comparison to any other industry. So Yobi says they pick and choose what to be mad about with y'all still, and they never sit and listen to the whole convo. I mean, that happens, bro. And that's okay. And like, again, I'm not expecting for everybody to be on board. And I 100% would acknowledge that. And that's cool, man. You know, I listen to people all the time, and it's not like the people I was listening to coming into the community and the people I'm listening to now, it is vastly different, right? You form, you know, your own way of doing things and what your expectations are and your outlook for the future. And, you know, sometimes you outgrow and other times maybe you grow in. So I think that's always dope. But if you're not familiar, this is Living Split Screen. You can see it on the hat right there. A non-console centric platform. As I mentioned, this is the home of that RTS view chat. Drop those emotes in the chat if you can. Real-time strategy. Again, pulling ourselves out of that world, looking at those darker crevices, as I mentioned. Also, ECP, educated consumer perspective. Because again, me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're just two dudes. We're gamers, got a lot of professional knowledge behind us as well as far as business goes. And we just bring that to the table and try to have a conversation with everybody who jumps in the chat, man. As you can see on the thumbnail, there is going to be probably a large conversation driven by Gears as an example, but also a whole slew of other things that we'll get into as well. But if you don't know who I am Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. If you want to check me out, X, otherwise known as Twitter, is one place, and YouTube, man, right here on Living Split Screen or on my personal channel, which nothing's on there really yet, but sometime at some point I'll end up building that up as well, getting more things rocking and rolling over there. But I gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman, the man with the plan, the X-Man that is not Cyclops, and he is the guy that I can always have these conversations with, for better or for worse, and always come out on the opposite end, as a brother, cause this shit ain't like that, man. Like, there ain't no hate over gaming conversation, or really coming to find out more and more me and Pong get into conversation about stuff. It's just we're level-headed people, man. You know. And that's such a beautiful thing right here on Living Split Screen. But he is my brother from another, my confidant, the one and only Pong. So what's going on, brother, man? How you feeling? And interesting conversation so far. As we do.
Good, brother. Yeah, feeling good. Almost an hour long, just behind the scenes conversation. Because we just roll. That's what we do here on Living Split Screen every Saturday. You never know how the show is going to start out, man. Sometimes it could just be a classic intro with what we've been playing, and then other times you get this really deep, more deep than we thought it was going to be game talk just from the behind the scenes, and sometimes you get some crazy talk where we just are off the rails and doing topics that aren't video game related. So welcome Saturday morning on Living Split Screen. As usual, everybody, thanks for dropping in here. We're going to get some chat shout outs. We got a lot of great people dropping in here. Mav, shout out to you, brother. I see you dropping in here. Miss you, man.
Shout out to Mav. Much love to you. Missed out, man. Ain't got my content to tune in throughout the week.
So we are going to get into it here, but yeah, a lot of good stuff happening. Hey, man, as far as gaming goes,
real quick. Decado came in with the 20.
20 bomb.
Yeah, go ahead.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the Splitters Hype Train. That's right. Welcome aboard, everybody, on a Saturday morning. We haven't done this in a little bit here, but we had a special flyover from the one and only Decado. That's right, the one and only Decado coming through with that 20 bomb, adding 4 cars to the Splitters Hype Train this morning and getting us from a nice easy Mach 2.0 to let's go with a steady Mach 5.0 for that 20 bomb. We got plenty of coal firing up that furnace. Me and Steel are shoveling coal in. We got burning hot this morning. That's right. So everybody, I want to make sure that you all pay attention to the attendants as they walk around and show you how to buckle those 4-point harnesses. We don't want anybody flying off the hype train at a Mach 5.0. So thank you, Decado, for the one and only. Getting on the court with the nice and easy 20 dunk. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Welcome aboard, everybody. It's been a minute. Decado, thank you, brother. Appreciate you as always, man. Yeah, man, gaming-wise, just in a nice rhythm here, Steel. Got a nice selection of games. Some more games dropped in Game Pass this week. Like if we didn't have enough games keep dropping to Game Pass. And again, it's the Grazer here. As the Grazer, I just don't have time, bro. Like I'm like, oh my God. So like I fired up Dredge, right? I've been waiting. I had picked up Dredge on PC, but I hadn't fired it up yet.
Dredge.
Oh yeah, Dredge is the indie game with the fishing, but it's dark.
Okay, gotcha.
It's got very dark tones to it, and I guess as you play more, it gets darker, and it's kind of a survival game too. You got certain time limits. You got to fish within. You got to upgrade your gear. It's a dope game. It was up for Game of the Year a couple years back for indies. It was getting a lot of praise. So I finally popped into that just for a little bit. Really dope. I don't have time, but I was like, okay, well, I got to fire it up and see what it's about. So I fired into it for like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, got the whole kind of intro to it, just try to see what it was about. Yeah, I can see why people love that game. Okay, all right. So I tried that out. I have not tried the new Savage Planet yet. I heard it's 30 frames on console.
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna okay.
Apparently.
So yeah, I heard that. And I was like, because I love the first
game
one.
Too. It's a shorter game too.
For you guys who don't know, I love the first one. I've promoted the first one before. They actually updated the first one, Journey is it Journey to the Savage Planet? I think it's Journey to the Savage Planet. Underrated game, I think, in my personal opinion. Super colorful, super fun exploration, just a really dope game. Survival aspects, all of it. It is just a really cool game. I actually own the first one and got the upgraded edition for the series consoles. So I was looking forward to this one. Now, it looks like this one is more of the same. They just wanted to add co-op to it, which is cool. Again, I don't have any play with, so it's not that big a deal to me, but I do want to jump into it. But I'm not going to jump into it at 30 frames. The dev responded to this week and said that they're going to look into trying to bring it up to date. They heard the community talking. Again, I'm done, devs. We're in 2025. If you don't know by now that most people want a 60 frames mode, I can't help you. And I think you're kind of BSing us. Whether it was time, whether it was resources, whatever the case may be, that's cool. Just come out and say it. But I don't believe you when you say you had to listen to the community to think that there was a need for or a want for a 60 frames mode. I don't believe you.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Again, you're a smaller team. So I cut you slack. I'm not going to be upset about it. I just think it's kind of odd because you guys did do the patch for the first one, and made it 60 frames. So you do know that that's something that people do enjoy. But anyways, so I haven't jumped into that one yet, because my rotation is filled. And
that was Revenge of the Savage Planet, right?
Revenge of the Savage Planet. That's the new one, right?
It says on here that it targets 60 FPS at 4K in performance mode. And then quality mode prioritizes visual prior to
but there is a performance mode for console.
That's what it says here.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, again, I heard it offhanded. I'm super busy now in real life with work and stuff, so I haven't been paying attention as much as I have, so I'm getting secondhand shit. I will have to look into it then, because if that's the case, I don't mind that because I got VRR on my OLED, so we're good. So I will play that performance mode if that's the case. So I'm going to look into that. But yeah, I added this week. So obviously I'm still rocking Oblivion. Oblivion is phenomenal.
Okay.
Again, I can't. It's my game of the year.
Have a good time with it.
I'm back. I told you. It's an old love come back. Sure. It's an old love come back, bro. It's just it's an amazing fucking game. And it's Bethesda, peak Bethesda. It's just, again, everything about that game is just beautiful, and now that it looks the way it does, it's an incredible experience. I will not stop playing Oblivion now. It's just one of those things. Still plugging away at Expedition 33 a little bit. I believe I am going to bump it down to story mode at this point, or easy mode, whatever you want to call it. I really don't care. You guys know how I feel about that shit. I don't like to do that, and I won't do. If I have to do that in a game, normally I'll just drop the game.
Someone on Expedition,
but I
can add on to that for you too.
Yeah,
I actually don't want you to now feel after what I have experienced with the game, and I don't think it's necessarily extremely negative, and I do think it does lean into, because this isn't typically my style of game. There are some things that I've run into too that I do think are just a general thing for me. As someone who is playing on expert, I should say, all the way up to Act 3, entering Act 3, right? I've had enough. So, I mean, I still want to completely finish the story and everything, but even for me, I can tell, like I mentioned to you in the DMs, because even on story, they're not to be you still, like, the question, because I know we talked about it a little bit last week, this game can't be played like a traditional JRPG. It can't. You're going to run into enemies where you have to parry. You're going to have to. It's not a choice. And you're not, the other thing too, the reason I say that is because, upon to add on, you're going to run into enemies who are going to one-shot you regardless. And I've been even hearing from people who have been playing the game as you traditionally should, because again, like I told y'all last week, I didn't invest in defense, I didn't invest in health. I've heard from other people who have invested in those things. Even when they got into the third act, they were still getting one-tapped by bosses if they didn't parry certain mechanics. So and I just want to tell you that straight up. You cannot play this game like a traditional JRPG. You have to use the system. And if that is going to be a bother, that's going to be a bother, I just want to put that on the table, because I thought it was just me, but I've heard, this is consensus that I've heard from everybody who's played the game and who has like now completed the game and is talking about it on a higher level even, right? So again, there's fun to be had there, and I enjoy the challenge, but for me, just to add on, because I'll get into it more when I talk about what I played, even for me, and again, I know it's because this isn't the type of game that I just would traditionally play. I would rather struggle in a Souls game than I would in this one, right? That's me. And if I'm telling you, like, yo, it's kind of a lot, it might be saying something. But I enjoyed it a lot all the way until I got to the beginning of Act 3. But that's why I'll get into it. I'm not going to give any spoilers or anything. I'll get a little bit more into it. But I just kind of wanted to add on to it because I know you were kind of thinking about that, not really wanting to. But I even for me to finish the game, I'm turning it down to story. I've played with expert all the way up to this point, parrying literally everything, no dodging involved. When I entered Act 3, I'm not doing that. I started dodging. I turned that shit down to story. I'm good. I am so good. But it could just be me, right? Because it's just not traditionally what I typically play. But I've enjoyed it. I love the story. I love everything about the game. I think it's hard to predict what's going to end up happening. I love how they present it. I love what they've done with it. There's a lot of attention to detail here. There's a lot. It's dope. It's dope. But I just kind of wanted to give you that as kind of give you a forthright kind of thing. I saw you shaking your head while I was saying it too. So
yeah, no, I think it's a good perspective to have coming from you for sure, because of how you like to play your games and because you're so damn good at them that it does give me perspective. Because like I said, I normally will just let a game go. If I have to turn it down, I don't like playing on easy mode. It's not my thing.
I'm the same.
Call it ego, whatever. I just don't. Again, I'll play on normal all damn day. I really that's fine for me. But dropping to easy, I'm just like, well, nah. this is not for me. But in this game, because I want to see
it's worth it
this
for the
game,
story.
and I do want to complete. You know, I do want to try to complete this one actually, which is also rare because of the story. So I think I am going to drop it down to story mode, and I'm plugging away at it. I didn't get very far this week. Because I was playing Oblivion, and because I was trying some of this other stuff that did come out. And by the way, Savage Planet does not have a performance mode. That site that you looked at still was the first thing that popped up for me. They are completely lying. So the devs
that was just the first thing that I typed into Google. I saw it.
Yeah, I know, and it popped up right away. I saw the same thing that you did. But yep, 9 meters. Yep, okay. Nope, that's a completely lie, bullshit. Whatever. Somebody used AI probably to write that. But I confirmed it's a lock 30. So anyway.
Paul corrected me. So next tell him sorry again.
So I was trying to. I was just trying out a bunch of stuff this week in Oblivion, and so I didn't get very far in any further. I didn't get a whole lot further in Expedition 33, but I'm still loving the game. Again, the music just captures me every single time. The atmosphere from each
immaculate.
New area is just so unbelievably unique, and really just grabs a hold of you. Like when I walked into the underwater area,
it's amazing. That was really good looking.
I'm like, yo, the vision overly on these bright, people. Then of course,
but in some areas, but
the lighting does have its moments where
I get it though, because it's kind of like that underwater kind of effect, kind of thing.
Yeah. And I sometimes I think I have my brightness turned down too much sometimes because it looks dark, but then I'm like, well, no, actually, if a person was standing in shadows, that's how it would look. Yeah, it kind of how it looks. So I've been kind of messing with it, but I'm like, because obviously I've taken a lot of pictures too and screenshots. So for me, it's like, I wish I could see a little bit more detail, but yeah. So anyways, but Expedition 33, and now finding out the stuff that we did this week, that there's actually only 3 of the people from Ubisoft. The rest are junior developers with very little to no experience whatsoever, that they pulled the writer. This is her first writing experience ever. She was actually going to try out for a voice acting, right? The fact that they found the music guy off of SoundCloud in the indie game section, and he writes one of the best scores in video games over the past decade. Over the past decade. Again, listening to Oblivion soundtrack again is yo, Skyrim's was freaking fantastic. Oblivion's on another level. Anyways, hearing all this stuff this week about Sandfall Studios and some of the new information coming out, the AAA, we talked about it last week. The AAA devs and publishers should be on notice. Okay, you guys are broken. You guys have broken systems. I don't care if you want to call this a fluke. I don't care if you want to call this just right time, right place, whatever. I don't care anymore. After playing Expedition 33 and some of the other indie titles that we've gotten over the past couple of years, AAA should be on notice. You guys are burning cash for no reason whatsoever. And you guys have lost or taken away or destroyed all your creativeness within these studios underneath you. And that this is a problem that you all are going to have to look in the mirror and face. Okay. As we go further and further along in this generation, as we get into the next generation, as more and more small studios start to show up and show you guys up each and every time, I don't know what to tell you anymore, but playing this game and hearing these backstories about how the studio formed and what they kind of did here in a matter of 5 years, really puts into perspective just how effed a lot of AAA space is. And again, I can't stop praising Expedition 33. I hope it takes the Game Awards. I hope it's a landslide. I hope it wipes it, even though Oblivion's obviously my game of the year.
I wish I would have bookmarked it, but there was somebody. It was somebody who came out and said that if Expedition 33 would have been under a bigger publisher, the game would have took like 20 years to make or some shit. I know they were over-exaggerated, but it was something like that. I wish I would have bookmarked that because I thought that was an interesting point.
Yeah, if it ever even got through to get greenlit, I think was the synopsis as well. That's a problem. And again, this is why I talked about Steel. This is what's changed from the 360 generation to now.
Yeah.
The 360 generation, I believe this game would have been made by a bigger publisher. Go back and look at the games that were being made during the 360 generation. Chances were always taken. Weird, crazy, wild titles came out of the PS3 360 generation. That was a staple from that generation back, right? going back to PS2, PS1.
Yep.
We got crazy wild games. Go back and look at the JRPGs that people are now promoting still. I don't know if you've seen this phenomenon since Expedition 33 has come out and since we've been on this kind of roll with JRPGs lately. Go back and look at the crazy underrated JRPGs. That's why when we do this day in gaming, and Steele's reading off stuff, and I'll see some of those titles, and Steele's like, I never heard that one. I'm like, bro, underrated JRPG. More people should have played it or whatever. Bro, go back and look at the stuff that people are pulling out. I saw people pulling out Shadow Hearts this week. Those games were being made, and not just once. They got 2, 3, 4, 5 iterations sometimes in a generation of that type of game that in this day and age would never be made, would never be greenlit. Nobody would agree to it. But they were back then. Why? Because they wanted to take risks, because the costs weren't huge, because you weren't talking about 1,000 devs. Yeah. You were able to do that. That's what the AAA space has lost. They've lost their way. They got into this mindset as the industry grew, as they became the number one entertainment industry in the world, that bigger is always better, that we are going to go after masses of people by making our games much more popular for the modern audience, and we're going to do all this stuff that we think and looks good on paper. Mm-hmm. And yet when you guys execute it, you have a completely broken dev pipeline. You have creatively bankrupt people in charge. Nobody can make a decision, and you have a bunch of specialized siloed devs who no longer know how to work on a complete game. They only know how to make one part of a game. And it's completely broke you all down. And you see a studio like Sandfall come together. And again, there's been plenty of other examples. I'm just using Sandfall because it's the latest one to pop up to go, hi, we're here. And you won't believe how we formed. And it shows that process, when people are given freedom and they all have a singular vision and they all work passionately. And I bet you there was some crunch done in that studio to get it out in 5 years. Magical things can still fucking happen in this industry. This industry is not out of ideas. This industry has not lost its way completely when you look at the AA space and the indie scene and the AAA space. Not everybody. There's still some people doing some really good work.
Yeah, mostly indies, but yeah.
But the AAA space needs to take a look in the mirror. Anyways, shout out to Expedition for continuing to be great. Other than that, I won't bore you guys with the other stuff that I'm playing, right? But obviously Warriors Abyss, I'm going to continue to shout this again. Warriors Abyss is freaking fantastic. I got to make another post because I found my new favorite girl in the whole plethora. I've got all the characters opened up now. It's like 100 and some characters. All the characters are opened up. I've got that all completed. I'm actually going to wind up 1,000 out of 1,000 achievements on this one still.
On Warriors Abyss?
Yeah, that's
you're walking away at that shit. God,
ultra rare achievement for this guy right here. Damn, but no, I got to give a shout out to Koei Tecmo, and I got to give a shout out to the devs for setting up. This is like I'm not an achievement hunter, right? I like them when they pop. They're dopamine hit. I love the sound. I love it all. I'm not a chaser. You guys know this, right? I have 100. I think I'm at 180 some thousand now. I'm not a chaser, right? But the point of fact is when you create a game, this is the perfect example. This game right here, Steel, is the perfect game of how you set up achievements to pop as people are playing through. And yes, some of the achievements do require time, right? Like I got to beat the final achievement is I got to beat the end boss with 20 different characters. Right?
Oh, okay.
So that means I'm putting time in, right? I'm 9 or 10 right now because there's I started at 9. I got
beaten it multiple times. You got some good.
Oh yeah. I'm on a roll now. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So, but this is how you set up achievements. Appropriate, in my opinion, is I'm not a chaser, and yet I'm going to wind up with 1,000 just by playing the game through.
Yeah, that's dope.
Right?
I like
and
that.
Yes,
I love that.
And playing it more because I love the game. So yes, of course that's there. I'm going to play it more than the average person will. But that's besides the point. It's all achievable. Just like I don't have to go back and do I don't have to go back and do some special shit. I don't have to go back and do New Game Plus. I don't have to do
Yeah, that's dope.
Just stuff like that. I like how this is set up. So yeah, this will be one of the ultra rare 1,000 out of 1,000 achievements games as well. But I love Warriors Abyss. I absolutely love it. It's just such a chill, turn off the brain now at this point, and just load up. And because I know what I'm doing now, I've got enough powers because I got all the characters open, so all my powers are up. And now I'm just looking at how I want to craft my powers as I select the characters as you put your group together, your A team together, as you go through. Now I'm just kind of picking and choosing how I want to make that character play, and see what their special powers are. But yeah, shout out to Warriors Abyss. Shout out to Koei Tecmo and the Dynasty Warriors team for creating this game, because it's one of my favorite games of the year. Unbelievably so. As a little $20-$25 game, it's one of my favorite games, man. I just love that game. So anyways, yeah, Steel, so go ahead, brother, what you been playing this week?
Real quick, if you want to give a shout out to Yobi, because he came in behind Decado and dropped another 20 bomb.
The Legendary getting us up to box 7.0 early on a Saturday morning. The one and only Legendary getting on the court and said, Decado, I see your little 20 dunk. Let me get my own windmill, and I'm going to put a 20 dunk on you as well, sir. Dropped off a couple bags of coal and then got us 4 new cars of splitters. Welcome aboard. All you new splitters keeping us ad-free in 2025. Hashtag no beans around here. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Thank you, Yobi. Appreciate you, man, so much.
Much love to you, Yobi. Greatly appreciate that. Definitely hit those Mach 10s in the chat if you can. But yeah, haven't been into much this week. It's been real light for me. I guess I'll start with Expedition 33. Kind of what I was leaning into. As I mentioned last week, Expedition 33 is definitely a phenomenal game, especially for a turn-based game, right? A game that I traditionally wouldn't have played, or a style of game, I should say, of a game that I wouldn't have normally played. I've seen Cog mention this, it is definitely a French game, and that's another thing that I really love about it too. Just the amount of respect to the culture, and just a lot of the tie-ins that they do, and making you interested more about what's happening here in this part of the world or whatever. The one thing that I'll also add on to, because I don't want to give anybody any spoilers or anything for anybody that's playing, is it's definitely one of the games in a while as well that I couldn't necessarily predict. I had an idea, maybe, but even that I feel like wouldn't be accurate for how the story was going to go, right? And how the story ended up unraveling, and the things that they end up introducing you to, and the things that they make you care about. And this is definitely like the first group of characters that I was like, damn, I actually really like these people. Like, I want to know more, like what's happening. Like, I want to have those, except for some. I definitely picked some over others, right? But like Lune, she's probably my all-star for the entire game. Really like Mael as well. I think she's super dope as a character. Other things as well. There's a lot of layers to the game that I find super dope. But I've been playing on expert the entire time. Again, as I mentioned, no points in health, no points in defense, and was parrying everything all the way through Act 2. The end of Act 2 broke me, to be quite frank. It got to a point to where I had to really sit with myself and decide whether I wanted to struggle going through this experience, especially since there's not like a quick retry. Sure, you can set yourself up to be closer to the boss and everything else, and that's cool. But once you see that cutscene but so many times, it's like, bro, just put me back in the fucking fight. Just restart the fucking fight, please, so I can just start from here. Now, mind you, the fight that's at the end of Act 2 is a phenomenal. It is a very eye-catching fight as well, right? I'll give you a little bit of a sneak peek. Have you ever seen a character rip open a dimension in the world that you're playing in, just casually, to throw a move at you? I haven't seen that in a while, and that's what happened. That's what happened towards the end of here. Super dope. A lot of over the top stuff that happens as you ramp up, and also a lot more that gets unveiled to you after that time. But after Act 2, I turned the game down to story mode. Story still isn't a pushover. You still have to engage with the mechanics, but I was finding little nitpicks, at least for myself, and I'm playing on PC. I was on through PC Game Pass. I was finding little nitpicks. I don't know if it was, and again, I have been playing this entire time, parrying everything. I started noticing more issues, at least with me parrying, and it could have been timing, it could have been fatigue, it could have been a few different things. But I felt like there was inconsistencies that I was starting to run into that were really starting to bother me, especially when it came to parrying. One of the number one takeaways that I will say that is a negative for the game does tend to get you to focus on the characters a lot, especially in your engagement, right? So like when you're trying to parry and all those things, it makes it really difficult. So for an example, there's enemies that you'll end up fighting later on that do multiple moves back to back, and your character's animation will throw you off. Because let's say somebody does an attack where you have to jump, right? Before you land from your jump, they might do another attack where you have to jump again. And if you only look at your characters, you're going to get hit every time because the timing is off. They don't jump down fast. They don't come down from their jump fast enough. So you have to look at the attack. And the thing about the attack as well, though, is that you also have to see where it's going to connect. And sometimes I was finding myself getting lost in between that sauce, more so towards the end, because there's a lot more that some of these enemies end up doing, especially the boss. There's a lot more that they end up doing. First time that I noticed this was one of the lantern boss enemies, where they do one move or where you do a parry and then they instantly do another attack and you haven't come down from your parry yet, but you need to parry again. So it gives you this weird feeling animation when you're looking at your characters that makes it feel inconsistent, but it's not if you can just force yourself to pay attention to certain things, right? Also the sound cues. Those die off later on. If you try to rely on just sound cues, you're going to get your ass clapped too. It's like
there's no such thing as sound cues.
And Pong still can't hear. And I will say, like, there are certain enemies where if you do listen to certain sound cues, and again, it's all part of the sound design that they've done, unless you like blatantly know what you're kind of looking for, you may end up missing it. And like Black John says, a lot of enemies have sound cues as opposed to their animation. And yeah, and again, that's something that I was noticing. But it does throw you off a little bit when you're looking at the different things that you're trying to pay attention to, especially as it starts to become more chaotic, right? More things are happening. Hey, I need to parry this. I need to dodge this. Or in my case, I wasn't dodging at all. So it was like, oh, I need to parry this. Oh, I need to parry again. And I need to jump now. And the thing that was killing me the most was when I jump and then you hit me with another attack where I need to parry and I'm not down for my jump yet. So I'm like, I'm just supposed to do it in the middle of my animation. I didn't know that. And I wasn't expecting, well, not to say I didn't know that, but it's just one of those things that you don't typically experience in games, where it feels or comes across jarring. But nonetheless, I have enjoyed everything that I had gotten from the game up to that point. I still think it is a phenomenal game. And I do also think that, because I know the devs came out and said they're making some changes to one of the moves or whatever, and that was a conversation people were having this week again. And again, I'm more always going to be on the side, especially for single player games. If the dev feels like they want to make a decision because something was unbalanced or wasn't the way they intended it to be, then hey, make whatever changes you feel necessary so people can, build out whatever they need to, so they don't end up leaning a certain way or whatever the case. Again, with it being this early on, I don't think it's that big of an issue, but neither here nor there. I can see both sides of the conversation if people want to have that. I'm always going to lean kind of like how Pong is like a purist. I always believe in like, hey, if they feel like they want to make that change, make that change. Now, if it has a negative impact on your player base, then that's what you're just going to have to deal with. But overall, I do think Expedition 33 deserves all the marks that it has gotten as far as appreciation, what it's doing differently in a genre that, again, someone like myself typically wouldn't jump into things that play into it. I can also see how it can be a turnoff for some people for sure. But just on a story standpoint, at least from what I've experienced in going into Act 3, because I've just started Act 3 more so, on a story perspective, it is exactly what me and Paul talk about all the time of that grown-up story, them not having to hold your hand, it being a very, I've heard some people say they don't like the dire nature of the story all the time. Everything feels so dire all the time. Where's the happy part? And to be real with you, at least where I'm at right now, who knows? Maybe that was the point. Maybe it wasn't. There's a lot of feelings that you may end up having from the experience, and I think that's dope as well. Again, from this type of team to make a story that has been as impactful, at least to me, as it has been. And ladies and gentlemen, like, just to give you perspective of how like over the top that I could be about it, typically if I'm forced to turn the difficulty down, I've just stopped playing the game. And I thought about it. I was like, I'm just not gonna finish Act 3. I made a post. I was like, hey, if the Patriots is the end, I'm not gonna continue playing this fucking game. I'm good. I'll call it what it is. But after that, you get to handling whatever business you got to handle. And I said, you know what? Because of this scene, because of what I've experienced in these scenes as part of the story, I want to, what else is this going to end up giving me? So, I want to experience the rest of the game, finish getting through it. So I put it down from story to story from expert. Again, played all the way through up through Act 2 and into Act 3 on expert, parrying everything, still have no health, points in health or defense, and still having a good time. I mean, story still ain't nothing to shake a tail at. So, but it's been a super enjoyable experience. The other thing that I had jumped into, and it was really light, was Gears of War Ultimate Edition.
Here we go.
And hold on, I see God Emperor saying something. What were you speaking to? He said, or is it Expedition 33? What you speaking to, God Emperor? Let me know. Anyway, but I jumped back into Gears Ultimate, right? With the hype behind Gears of War Reloaded coming out. And yes, where I was talking about Expedition 33, God Emperor. Just then. I'm getting to Gears of War.
He thought you were on another factions rant. People don't know when they come in here. You might be on a factions rant.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Expedition 33 Ghost. But I've jumped into Gears of I've also jumped into back into Gears of War Ultimate Edition, right? On Xbox, right? Because apparently I haven't tried it on PC yet, but apparently it's more jumping on console than it is on PC. So that's where I was planning on jumping in at. Needless to say, fuck, man, I'm not where I used to be with Gears right now, and that's okay. Definitely got frustrated with it. I ended up uninstalling it, but I'm gonna jump back in. I'm gonna jump back into it because, again, Reloaded is coming out, right? And that's what the core experience is going to be. And I got to get back in the trainer room, man. I have kind of stepped away. I haven't probably taken Gears super seriously since Gears of War 3, right? I enjoyed 4 for what it was, but again, I dropped off of it because there's fucking the lack of content in the beginning, right? It dropped my interest, and I started playing, like, expanding out and playing other games as well. Same thing with Gears 5. It started off weak, and then over time they added more, and I do think that 4 ended up by the end of it being a very immaculate game because it had a lot of content in it, right? Which is why it was jarring. Like, you from 3 to 4, you lacked content, and then you end up fixing the problem by the end, and then you jump into 5 and you're lacking content again, but then you gradually get it to a decent place, but they also drop support after a couple years. But nonetheless, jumping back into Gears of War Ultimate, man, it's all those old memories of, catching bodies back in the day just kind of flood in. And for me, I get more frustrated because I have an expectation that's of myself that's like here, especially when it comes to Gears, because of the level that I was at, right? I was one of the top. I was one of those dudes who was like, I'm fighting against the top 100 players all the time and giving them the work. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just what we were doing, custom lobbies and everything. And that was the other thing that kind of turned me off too, because I forgot in Ultimate Edition, and I hope that they bring it back and reload it. I don't know if they will, but I forgot in Gears of War Ultimate Edition when they remastered it or when they released it, that they removed custom lobby browser from there. Custom lobbies were in the original Gears, which was the other thing that really made that game impactful, because you didn't have to depend on ranked or joining a lot or join other people. You can just see that, oh, kind of like Battlefield, right? When you see that there's X amount of players in the lobby, like if there's 60 out of 64 players in the lobby or whatever, if there's 30 out of 32 players in the lobby, you're probably going to join that game because you know it's full, right? And so and then you also get familiar with, like in Gears back in the day, you got familiar with certain names in that custom browser. So you're like, hey, I'm trying to join a such and such match. And then you end up being in there for hours and hours on end. And then, oh, this other person might end up hosting. And then, oh, maybe you swap over hosting. You got host now and people joining you. And that was also back in the day with host advantage and everything as well, which a lot of people probably forgot about. Who go to a host advantage where the shots came out a little bit faster and seemed like they hit a little bit harder for the host of the match, which they kind of leveled that out too. But it's dope jumping back into the experience and just having that what would I want to call that, hunger to get good in something that I was once top echelon at, right? Being slowed back down, right? Not being able to wall cancel. Gears of War 1 was all about commitment. Everything, like you had to predict your movements and other people's movements if you were going to be decent at the game, which that's what kind of fell off a cliff with 4 and 5. People didn't like that, especially the vets. Like there was less commitment in the game, which kind of that's where you got all that crackhead animations at people bouncing between walls and you're not really going anywhere. You're just in the middle of walls and like which was stupid as fuck. Cause I'm just going to shoot in the middle and you're going to get hit. You're stupid. But then that's also what implemented bot walking and everything else. And people found out other ways to get around certain things. But with Reloaded on the horizon, 3 months away, I'm definitely going to be getting back in the gym. My brother and the homies are already starting to line it up. They're like, oh, we jumping back into Gears? Let's get it. Let's do it. We jumping back in then. And you can see it, man. This hype seems to be reinvigorating themselves. People from the outside, I even see Gears veterans, they're jumping back in the lab right now. And I think that that's even extremely impressive for a game. Like they're not going to 4 and 5. They're saying, oh, Reload is coming, we're going to go back to UE then and start practicing and getting ready. People are already running scrims. Like, bruh, Reloaded ain't even out yet, and y'all already doing MLG Triple Pro Plus shit. You know what I'm saying? Like YouTube videos right now, you could like, oh, we do scrim versus da. I'm like, oh, okay, already. So you see how this is going to be dope. The thing that gets me the most excited this time and why I think that Gears coming to PlayStation is just, and Steam, because it's the first time that it's going to be available in more places. And it's even now playing, jumping into it a little bit, knowing that player pool is going to be expanded to the umpteenth level. It's such an exciting thing for me because that has been always Gears' biggest downfall. Because we went generation from generation, there was gameplay changes, there was all these things because it was only available on one platform, because the game was so different. Once you play the story in Gears, the game is an extremely niche game. It's not an easy game to play. It has a huge learning curve, right? This isn't something that you can just go, oh, I'm gonna watch a couple videos, because you can watch videos all day. But actually executing certain shit, and you can say that about a lot of multiplayer games, but this one is, but Gears has always been on the more difficult side of things because it asks so much of you all the time, right? Oh, I gotta swap my shotgun. I gotta swap my pistol. Oh, now I gotta throw a nade. Oh, now I gotta pick up this weapon. Oh, he could do that. Oh, now I gotta worry about the sniper. Or, oh man, I'm trying to slide, but I end up rolling. Or, oh, I gotta know my distance. I gotta know this. How do these things work? You know what I mean? Jumping back into UE, bringing the active back where you get those stronger shots and everything. There's so many additional layers that get put onto it. And Decado, like he says, if you can't wall bounce, you'll suffer. But I think that's what's also changed over time too, is that the way that you defeat wall bouncing is bot walking. And bot walking is literally what it says, you moving like a bot. Because bots are like unpredictable. Like all of a sudden they're moving this way and all of a sudden they turn around, boom, they pop you, right? That became a popular thing as well because it involved more strafing, right? So, and then Shane G says, I agree, Steel. Gears multiplayer is up there with Rocket League as hardest to actually get good at. Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. Remake Station says, Steel, did you finish Lords of the Fallen? Nah, not yet. Me and my bro are still in the middle of it. Which we'll see if we end up getting back to because we're going to be playing Gears Ultimate now. But I'm super excited to finally get the one thing that I've always asked for, that I've always wanted from Gears, is for it to be made available to more people. I thought when UE dropped, it not being, sure, it was in, you could download it through the Xbox PC app or whatever, but even today, it doesn't have cross-play between Xbox and PC, even through the Xbox PC app. You know what I mean? So it's like, the player pool is still limited down. And then you have people across the seas who aren't, they aren't playing on good servers. They can't get matches like that. So now when you're getting full crossplay, you're opening up more to more people than ever before. I think this is going to be the best time for Gears to truly bring itself back into the light. Right. Not only getting back to that gritty nature that Paul loves so much, I love so much, right? Although I didn't mind, because on a story standpoint, when you look at Gears on a story standpoint and how it pulls you in, that's why I appreciate 4 and 5 the way that it did, because it makes sense why the story, where they went with the story. Now, is it the best? No. I still think in 5, they should have made a decision, right? Like without giving any leaks or anything. I do believe that there should have been more definitive choices made. I don't think, because I know some people were saying, well, Gears is the Coalition's baby. No, it's not. It's they are literally the stepfather of Gears. They were given something and were told to make it shake, and still had to turn around another game in 2 to 3 years behind each other. This is the first time Gears of War is truly going to have time to bake going into E-Day. And the reason why, because again, we had those conversations about the collection, and that is what we were expecting. 1, 2, and 3, that Marcus Phoenix collection. And I heard a lot of people saying, having a conversation this week where they feel like it's pointless, or was dumb for them to re-release just one, right? Or they felt like it was lazy. I don't necessarily see it that way. I understand why they're doing it this way. If they end up piecemealing Gears 2 out and they do a Gears 2 reloaded, Gears 3 reloaded, sure, they may do that. But I think we're about 4 years away from that. Just to be completely frank, unless they release 2 and 3 without multiplayer. That'd be the only way that I can see these other games reloaded, being released. And I say that because Gears E-Day is around the corner, right? It's one thing to go into Gears 1 and introduce people to the game, right? The first iteration of it before you go back to a prequel. It's one thing to do that. It's something else because after this, the next game is going to be E-Day. And once E-Day drops, that is going to be the definitive Gears of War multiplayer experience. And if it ends up being good, which I would expect it for it to be, because the Coalition shows promise that was the direction that they can handle it, but they just needed time more so than anything, which is probably why they stopped, really that real support of Gears 5 after about 2 years. And you see that their attention completely changed. But if E-Day, because E-Day will have story and multiplayer, there would be no reason to have Gears of War 2 with multiplayer. There would be no reason to have Gears of War 3 with multiplayer at that point, because you're releasing a new iteration of the game that is going to need all that attention and can be your esports setting standard moving forward, as an example, because Gears has that potential. Gears is another one of those multiplayer games where you can see a casual can watch a Gears match and have an understanding of what's happening. They may not know what the wall bouncing means and certain call outs mean, but you can visibly see when somebody's doing some crazy shit, or if a team is down and they make a comeback, you can feel that tension through the screen, right? So I think that's going to play into a lot for them. I don't anticipate Gears 2 and 3 Reloaded happening for quite some time. And I do think that may be where they end up doing a Marcus Phoenix collection or whatever the case may be at that point. But for me, with the direction that I see things going, Gears of War Reloaded is going to set the stage for Gears E-Day to give people a taste, so they can maybe play into a little bit of what Pong mentioned. Hey, maybe that's a reason for you to jump into Xbox. But I still don't think that I don't think E-Day is going to be limited to just Xbox. The reason I say that is because if you're going to build out this base, I would rather with Reloaded, I would rather you just keep it open to everybody moving forward, because Gears of War needs that multiplayer base. There is no other game that is out there that is like it. It is the strongest of its kind. It just needed to be introduced to a wider audience that can get access to it with full-on crossplay. Yobi says, rumor is Gears 1 Reloaded, then Gears E-Day, then 2 and 3 Reloaded. And maybe that will happen. I don't think it will, though. I don't think that's what's going to end up happening. The reason I say that is because I think they're going to go from E-Day to E-Day 2 or another version before they get into.
But Coalition doesn't have to work on it. So they can do whatever they want.
They can put people can fly on it. They can put somebody else on it.
No, people can fly are probably already on it. That's the $50 million deal they got with Xbox. I can almost guarantee that at this point, because they already said they already confirmed that they helped with Reloaded. Well, that's helping with Reloaded is not $50 million worth of work. Okay. I can guarantee you that. This sounds like that they're working on 2 and 3 as well. And again, to Yobi's point, I think that makes sense. No, Coalition's going to move on to the next E-Day or go back and finish the trilogy, one of the two. But the point of fact is they're going to have somebody else making 2 and 3, and I think they're going to release 2 and 3 right away. I think 2 and 3 are going to come out. No multiplayer, like you said, Steel, for sure. Yeah, but I think once they have introduced Gears and they get E-Day out, they are going to give the PlayStation community and the PC community a chance to finish off that trilogy. Like that would be the natural progression to have everybody finish off that trilogy now that they've been introduced to it with Reloaded, and then get a bunch of the prequel with E-Day. So I think Yobi's probably right there that's going to be, and I think they'll be ready. I think it's going to come out. I don't think they're going to sit on it, because again, we've got Gears movies coming, supposedly an anime and supposedly a live action. Now we'll see if both of those are still on or not. We haven't heard updates in quite a while, but they have a lot of Gears planned, so it makes sense to have all those games ready to rock and roll, and I think they'll pump them out.
Well, we'll see. I definitely do think, because I know God Emperor says E-Day is just a prequel, though. But that's the thing. Yeah. The thing about E-Day is it also happens, I think, is 100 years plus before the first game. Well, not 100 years, excuse me. 50 years. Is it 50? Oh. Anyway, I can't remember off the hand. Mine's all over the place. E-Day happened sometime before the first game. And there's a large time period, even going into Gears Judgment, right, where you can fill in a lot of gap. 14 years. There you go, Black John. Thank you. There is a gap that you can fill in if you wanted to introduce another game from there. Now, I don't know. That's just my anticipation for what they're going to end up doing. But I do think once they release E-Day, there's no point for you to have multiplayer for 2. For 1, there is a point, because you're introducing it to a new audience. You want people to be familiar with what this experience is. Hey, this is what you can expect. So then when E-Day drops and you see all the changes that they made and way over the top, how over the top that it can be. Now, okay, you finished E-Day, Here's maybe Gears 2 reloaded. Yeah. No multiplayer, straight story, all content, completely redone. Then boom, and then a couple years later after that, here's Gears 3. The reason I don't say that they won't have multiplayer is so they can make sure that they feed E-Day the way that it's intended.
Yeah, no, that makes most sense, Steele, and you're absolutely correct. But what they will do probably is they will drop 2 and they will drop 3, and they will have redone map packs from both of those drop into E-Day then.
Yes.
Right. That they'll have that'll be a part of that E-Day multiplayer.
That's what they've always done too. So
right. That's what I'm saying. That makes the most sense, like you said, because E-Day's multiplayer, I mean, it's gonna be basically just like Halo or just like Gear. It's a standalone thing when you do the multiplayer. It's not a tack on, it's a standalone product.
But Paul, the other thing too, because you were bring up the people can fly point. The other thing they can do too is maybe not. Maybe they don't do a Gears 2 Reloaded. Maybe they don't do a Gears 3 Reloaded. And People Can Fly do more of a Judgment kind of thing where they create, because there is story even before E-Day with like the Pendulum Wars as an example that you could use as additional story to dive into, right? No, they need to do 2 and 3 because you got to complete that story.
You got to complete that story and get PlayStation up to, especially if you're going to finish off 6. If you're going to do 4, 5, and 6 and Kate's story, you're going to bring those over to PlayStation as well. At some point, you're going to bring those everywhere, right? So it just makes sense that they're going to have 2 and 3. But I mean, sure, People Can Fly could work on anything. Like you said, we've always talked about this. Gears is a huge universe as well that people don't realize how much story there is to be told. Like we talk about Halo in the same kind of way, that it's always been focused on such a small portion of what is already built lore-wise into those worlds, that there's a lot of different things they could do. I just think it makes sense if they're going to go multi-plat, introduce this series, which is one of the biggest series that Xbox has as far as an IP goes, then you start with the basics and you get everybody up to speed and then work from there. So I think 1, 2, and 3 makes a lot of sense. 2 and 3 after E-Day, like you said, no multiplayer, of course, because again, E-Day is going to be the main multiplayer. Then you bring 4, 5, and 6. Coalition finishes off the trilogy, and you bring 4, 5, and 6 to PlayStation and everywhere else as well. And then you do where you want to go from there. Now that everybody's caught up, that's when you move Gears forward. Hopefully at that point, Gears is now at a new high as far as popularity goes because of the TV shows and because of the games. Then you move Gears into different directions. To me, that just makes the most sense. But again, common sense in this industry doesn't always hold up. So whatever. They might just do something completely opposite.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was 14 years before Gears 1. Either way, there's a lot that they have to play with. I would like for people to be able to experience that entire story. I know Shane G also mentioned that reports where People Can Fly were working on the multiplayer for E-Day. They could be working with the Coalition in tandem on the multiplayer because they know how important the multiplayer is. That's why when some people were like, "Oh, well, E-Day isn't going to have multiplayer then." You got to that is the most modern Gears that you're going to have. There's no way that they're not going to do multiplayer for that specific game, especially with it being as gritty as it's going to be. It's literally the Gears that everybody's going to be kind of asking for, especially with the type of story that they're going to be told. I think it's going to be so much more emotionally driven and everything. There's just a lot of things that you can bring into it. You can bring more visceral gameplay in it too, more hand-on, hand-to-hand combat type of things going on in the game as well. There's just so many different levels of gameplay mechanics that you can add on. So I mean,
reinvent Horde mode.
Yeah, Horde mode is one. Horde mode is definitely something that definitely for sure.
I love Horde mode. Dude.
I never spent time in Horde mode like that for real. But
I love Horde. It's so much fun.
Yeah,
I think they should reinvent because they're gonna bring something new. I wouldn't doubt there's a battle royale mode to some degree in it, something crazy like that.
I can see an extraction type mode though.
They had
something like that with the.
They're not going to just have core. They're just not going to have core, right?
I mean,
they're going to want more people to jump into Gears, and they're going to give people different options to try to jump. Because again, the multiplayer is going to be sweaty. So the core multiplayer is going to be back to sweaty.
That's what
Gears all over again. And again, the PlayStation people are going to drop out real quick. Most of them are going to drop out real quick. If any of the gameplay clips that we've been seeing this week posted by PlayStation players,
there you go. The escape mode in Gears 5. Yeah, I thought that was
the escape mode.
That was interesting. I can see them doing something like that.
They try stuff. That's what I'm saying. Coalition's tried a lot of stuff, and I hope Horde mode's I just really love Horde.
Horde mode's the easiest. I mean, again, they made it extremely popular.
Yes. Yeah, and it's just a blast. It's just a blast. I just love it, man. I just love it. So
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm highly anticipating what Gears is going to be able to bring to the table. I'm extremely interested in what the Coalition is going to bring. I do think next month we are going to get a gameplay of Gears E-Day. Yeah. Right? Where they're actually going to demonstrate what to expect. I think we may do a double take.
You made me do a double take. I'm like, next month. I'm like, oh
yeah,
shit.
For June. Yeah, June.
Yeah. I know. But I just totally forgot that it was already
May. Oh, we're already in June.
Oh, we're already in showcase season.
Oh yeah, Remake Station. Bulletstorm's a classic. That was essentially Gears before Gears. First person though. Well, it was more Unreal Tournament than anything, but yeah. A lot of those character designs kind of rolled in what you see as Gears now, especially for sure. But yeah, no, Bulletstorm was really fun. It was really good. There during when it came out. It said it's pretty much Gears, but more humorous and has epic boss battles. Yeah, it's good stuff. Jago says, I played escape mode for 1 year straight. Also, you can create your own maps in Gears escape mode. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's dope. Yeah, I only played escape mode for a couple times. Again, I'm more on the multiplayer side of things. That's where my foray is. That's where my gambit is going to be. And again, when you got people coming out of, bro, it's literally like the military type shit. You got people coming out of feel like they're coming out of retirement. Talking about, look, time to put the suit back on, get my Nasher out, Again, I got frustrated with fucking Gears Ultimate because again, first match I load into, of course, it's a team, and of course they fucking spawn trap us the fucking entire game. But Lantern pistoling us, I'm like, bruh. Yeah. This is not a good first day back. This isn't. The teammates weren't playing the greatest. I wasn't playing the greatest. You know what I'm saying? Like it was crazy. But I have a really good feeling for Gears this time. That's extremely exciting to me. Can't wait to experience more of it. So yeah, I mean, Ultimate Edition is going to be what I'll be jumping into as far as a multiplayer front goes until Reloaded comes out, and we'll see where things go from there, man. So. Been a really good time, but that's pretty much all I've been into this week. Nothing else really that has been on my my radar or on my ready to play list as of right now. So we'll see how things go, man. Still waiting some things behind the scenes. We'll see how that goes as well. There's some closed betas and things coming up for certain games. Where Winds Meet being one of those. So shout out to them. But yeah, other than that, it's been pretty much it for me, man. So yeah, shout out to everybody. But you want to do some chat shout outs here, Paul? Let everybody know how much
I can get into that, man. 2 hours of the show. We are rock and roll. We've talked a lot of game stuff already. I love coming here Saturday mornings with my brother. we just roll on in here and just start conversations. I love this, man. And chat, you guys have been amazing today. We got over 60 people in here on a Saturday, beautiful Saturday, hanging out with us. Love you all. So appreciate you giving us your time. Again, that's the most valuable commodity any of us have in this day and age, is our time. So the fact that you want to sit here and listen to these two guys, me and Steel just bullshit about Gears and about Xbox, and the future of the industry, and just join in the chat. Love you all. Love you all. Thanks for being here. Decado, the one and only Decado. He says, need to ask Avalanche about Contraband. That's coming. Again, they're still hiring. From that yeah, they're still hiring though. Timmer, I forget his tag on Xbox, but Timmer, who watches all the LinkedIn sites for, and he posts about who's hiring and what's going on. Contraband's still active. So I imagine we will see that this summer showcase as well. Showcase is going to be packed, bro. That's why we got the announcement of Gears. Think about this. We got the Oblivion Shadow Drop, and then we get an announcement, just a Xbox Wire announcement of, oh, by the way, Gears Reloaded is just coming out in August. Think about how loaded the showcase has to be if you just dropping that stuff, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's like to me, that was my biggest criticism of the Gears thing this week. I was like, what kind of announcement for Gears is this? I'm like, what are we doing? I'm like, holy shit, but this is all you're going to give us is it an Xbox Wire announcement coming in August? Really? For Gears? I was kind of like, okay, but that means the showcase has got to be loaded. And I'm sure we probably will see footage of E-Day and Gears War Reloaded there at the showcase. I think we're going to get both steals. So, Decato's in here. What's going on, Decato? Yeah, it's going to be nuts for sure, brother. We got the one and only Tim, the Sorcerer. What's going on, Tim? Great to see you. Tim, earlier I saw you chatting about Avowed that you
what did he say?
Actually had finished it.
Okay.
But you were also disappointed in the story. And so, yeah, man, glad I'm not alone. Again, I knew I wasn't alone because there are a lot of people that had some thoughts about Avowed, but I'm glad you finished it, brother. I couldn't finish it. Like I said, I uninstalled after 80 hours, but glad you finished it. But yeah, my thoughts were kind of the same as yours. So good to see you, Tim. Thanks for joining us today. We got Ray in here. What's going on? Ray, great to see you. We got Harry Balzac. What's going on, Harry? He says, anyone see August, Metal Gear, Mafia, and Gears Reloaded?
It's crazy.
And we've also got Borderlands 4 in there as well. So, right? Borderlands 4 is, or that's
September.
Is that
early September?
That's September. Yeah. Okay. But
September 12th.
It's early, right? 11th. Yeah, 11th. Yeah, never mind.
Whatever.
So, yeah, we're again, all these years are now stacked. But yeah, August is going to be ridiculous for sure, man. I think there's one other one in there that I did see too. Kept thinking Borderlands, but I think there's one other one in there. Anyways, good to see you, Harry. Ghost Fixture!
Marathon.
What's going on, Ghost Fixture? Great to see you. He said, I just rewatched the E-Day trailer. Still epic. Oh, bro. Gator tears. Goosebumps on live while we were obviously live streaming that whole show when that showed up, man. Like I said, I had to sit back away from the camera because that was damn
I thought it was going to be Gear 6, but even them doing E-Day was
when they showed
phenomenal.
Man, crazy stuff, man. Still gets me. Let's see here. Tim says, yeah, it didn't hit with me either. Love Obsidian, but not story on Avowed. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Tim. I agree with you. Ghost Wolf 3599. What's going on, Ghost Wolf? Great to see you. And yeah, Tim, I'm waiting for our rules too, for sure. Let's see here. Who else we got in here? We've got God Emperor Sofa King. What's going on, God Emperor? Thank you for joining the show. We got Jesse James in the house. So they better show Contraband this year. Gotta believe it's this year, bro. Gotta believe it's this year.
At least a couple weeks. I mean, fuck, not a couple weeks, a couple years.
It's been 3 years since we saw the first.
I was going to say, yeah, at least 2, but fuck.
Wasn't it?
22,
it was 2021, 2022.
Has it been it's been that long? Lord.
Yeah.
All we got was a tease and nothing since.
Yeah, we got Steely Dan playing through the trailer. That's all we had with them working on cars. Remember? That was it. Remake Station 5 in the house. What's going on, Remake? Great to see you. Says they're going to show Elder Scrolls 6 already. I'd be very surprised. That's the big question. Do we get a tease from Elder Scrolls 6 this year? I say no, because I think they're going to have a massive update to Starfield this year. They're having a massive update for Starfield, and they're going to announce it for PlayStation 5. So I think Starfield is going to be Bethesda's focus this year again, because I think they're going to redo a lot of systems and take into account a lot of what people had to say about the game. I think we could be, that's why I've been holding off going back to it, in fact, because I think there's going to be a massive update that's going to kind of change how the entire game plays, much like Cyberpunk and CDPR did with that game as well. But I think that's going to be the focus this year. And I think we get Elder Scrolls 6 next year. I think that's
the Wu-Tang game too. The Wu-Tang game they got.
Yeah, that's been in partnership for a long ass time too, man. Jeez. There's so many games. I mean, we got IO Interactive that's got a game. We might see Bond on the stage this year from IO Interactive. That'd be dope as hell because their Bond game's coming too. There's a lot. There's a lot, man. Who else we got here? We got Jago 6 in the house. What's going on, Jago 6? Great to see you joining the show. We got Froggy T. Right. What's going on, Froggy T? They should do a Gears collection. I agree wholeheartedly. I'm surprised this wasn't a Gears collection. Did you see? Oh no, it's Alex's post, by the way. Steel.
No, what happened?
It was after Reloaded was announced, right? Because everybody was talking about that's not the trilogy that was rumored.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Alex goes. Wouldn't it be something if Microsoft lost the code for 2 and 3, and that's why we don't get the remakes?
Lost the code for you?
Yeah, lost the code.
Well, I mean,
it's happened in the past, bro, and that's why certain games have not come back. It was just funny when he said it.
That would be funny. That would be. Do I think that's
would
likely?
Be funny.
No.
It'd be shitty,
I think it's more likely to milk the player, the side that has not played it yet more so than anything. But I do think that that's going to be extremely drawn out. I don't think you're going to get a Gears 2 Reloaded for at least another 3 to 4 years.
Back. All right, we're gonna see on that one. That's where we're
depending on what they're doing with it. If there's no multiplayer, then you can do whatever you however you want to.
We're getting back to back. We're getting back to back. It's gonna be Fast and Furious, man, because they got to get to 4, 5, and 6 as well.
I think there's going to at least be a year. I think there's going to be at least a year or two separation, probably.
We'll see. It's gonna be fun.
Also, I want them to do UE5. I want them to do UE5 versions of those games. I think it'll be easy to do it versus 1. I think it would be more reasonable to do with 2 and 3.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I'll take it. I want to go back and play them all, so I would love to see it happen. Can't get enough of it. Legendary Yobi, what's going on, brother? Thank you for joining us, sir. We got Game On Jesse. What's going on, Game On Jesse? Great to see you. He says, I have Game Pass. Microsoft can release as many remasters, remakes, and games as they want. I'm going to play them all. Yes. And again, these types of remakes and remasters aren't the complaints. That's what people always confuse. Again, remixing and remastering 15, 20-year-old games, I have zero problem with that. Do it all freaking day long. That's never been the complaint about that whatsoever. Plus, Xbox still has a bunch of brand new games that they're dropping on top of everything else as well. So again, different scenario. I saw people trying to go, when are we going to start hearing the complaints about remasters all the time? This ain't even comparable to what Sony was doing, so don't even start. Okay, don't even start. It's not even close. So totally different. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. JB 1521. What's going on, JB? Great to see you as well. He's got the Shane G. And what's going on, Shane G? Man, I got some. Excuse me. I don't know if they're hiccups or if they're actual just burps. Black John. What's going on, Black John? Great to see you in here as well. Thank you for joining the show. We got XBX Lord Chaos 78. Says, oh shit, I'm late. What's good, fellas? Hope all's well. Don't forget to stay blessed. Don't stress. Play Xbox everywhere. Let's go. Getting this Saturday popping with Living Split Screen. Yo, I like that message, XBX. Thanks for being here, brother. Appreciate you so much. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. Nixie, of course, is in here. What's going on, Nixie? Great to see you, sir. Thanks for being a part of the show. Who else we got in here?
Otto came in with the 5 bones and says, State of Decay 3 at the show or I riot.
I can't wait for State of Decay 3 too.
It looks good. That one looks good too. That might be the first one that gets me in.
Might get you in there, brother. A little third person zombie action. Let's go.
I mean, the other two are third person too. They don't look like 3 though.
That's what I'm saying. We're gonna get you in.
That's what we believe the gameplay is.
It's A+ because it's third person. So I already got an in with you to convince you, right? Once it's third person. So I can't wait to see more of that too. Let's see. Scrolling. God, you guys are having big conversations.
Oh, they're playing Stellar Blade on Steam Deck? Ew.
I saw that. We're a month away from the PC. Stellar Blade.
Can't wait. What if they announced that at their show? What if they announced it at the show too?
That'd be funny as hell. I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen because it's not coming.
PlayStation.
I don't think it's going to.
It's PlayStation.
That would be fun. That would be fun.
Stop, gamer dude. What's going on? Great to see you in here. We got the one and only Nam. Oh my! What's going on, Nam? We got Joe Dunmore joining us this morning. Thank you all for being here, brothers. Appreciate you. We got the BT Maverick 707 joining us. We got the King Webb in here. What's going on, King Webb? Great to see you. Love you guys dropping here. Andrew Cullinane. What's going on, Mr. Cullinane? Thanks for dropping on by, sir, and being a part of the show. We got the RPG Dummy in here. What's going on, RPG Dummy? Love to see you dropping on by. We got the Def Leopard. What's going on, Def? Great to see you in here. We got the MG. What's going on, MG? Great to see you, sir. We got the brother from another holding it down on the front lines, the one and only Psycho Knots, working out of that GameStop. What's going on, Psycho? Great to see you, sir. We did have the one and only brother from another Mav. Fun speculation. Jump in here. Hope all is well, brother. Miss you. Nothing but love, sir. Great to see you jumping in here, and thanks for joining the show this morning as well. That's as far back as I can go. Let's see if I missed anybody at the bottom. General Spartan 27. What's going on? Says I should be able to wrap up RoboCop Rogue City before Doom. I got it on PC, so I've downloaded and played it. Yeah, I got so many games, bro.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Doom, bro. Shout out to Doom. I'm probably not
Doom's gonna be something we're gonna talk about.
I'm probably not gonna jump into it, but
I'm jumping day one, bro. It looks so good. I'm not buying the early on this one, but it looks so damn good. And now the reviews, they're speaking my language, Steve. We're gonna talk about.
They definitely are. They definitely are for sure.
Wacko Games says, what if Microsoft bought Splinter Cell from Ubisoft and they reveal it at the summer showcase? Brother, Wacko, don't know how long you've been listening to our shows between here and the Fun Speculation crew. I said, what if Microsoft bought Splinter Cell from Ubisoft and announced it at the summer showcase?
It would make sense.
We have predicted Splinter Cell to be at every single Xbox showcase. Me and Mav especially, are Splinter Cell absolute stands. Okay, we have been waiting on a new Splinter Cell. We have hoped, prayed for the day that announcement comes. Now we know that they're officially working on, and there has been no cancellation notice, a Splinter Cell reboot within Ubisoft, and that started a two and a half years ago now, with a blog post. But if it shows up at the showcase any which way, shape, or form, I don't care if it's still owned by Ubisoft. Oh, the celebrations will be loud on the live stream during the showcase for that one. So, but I would love to see Microsoft partner with Ubisoft and get that Splinter Cell done some way, somehow. I don't care. Whatever they got to do. All right. Who else is in here? Anybody else that I missed? I did not miss anybody else. Oh, Dan the Man Cunningham. What's going on? He says, where are you at in Oblivion, Pong? What kind of Dan the Man Cunningham? Probably what kind of question is that?
But yeah, he adventuring, bro. That's what he does.
I don't do missions. I don't roll. Okay, let's put it this way. I am. God, I forget what level I am in Thieves Guild. I'm almost done with the Thieves Guild. Okay. So I'm almost done with the Thieves Guild. I'm gonna do the Mage Guild next. These are the things I focus on. I'll do the Mage Guild next. That's next in line. Otherwise, I am a Robin adventuring, stealing, lying fool in Oblivion yet again, doing my worst. And I am about to become a vampire as well. So I gotta get my vampire.
That's what I gotta get my vampirism back on.
Yeah, I gotta get my vampirism back on again. For a variety of reasons. It helps out when you are a thief in the night. It helps out for a lot of different things. So I gotta get my vampirism back on. So I'm about to do that as well. But that's where I'm at. I'm not doing any of the main missions. So I haven't even delivered the amulet yet. For those that know, it's the first quest that's given to you. When What's-His-Face gives you the amulet up front, tells you to go deliver it. I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
So it's just like Starfield. That's why I love Bethesda. Bethesda is the truest maker of RPGs in my lifetime. CDPR came very close to Cyberpunk. But as far as RPG, a game I can jump into, a world I can jump into, and just role play how I want to do something, they are the greatest to me. This is why. Because I don't have to play the game. I'm playing the game, but I don't have to play what they laid out for me. I can go do and make my own life within these worlds.
Yeah.
Again, very few games do it this well. Very few, if any. And that's why Oblivion now is back on top again over Starfield, because now it looks so pretty. And now that I'm playing Oblivion again, it's back on top over Starfield is my favorite Bethesda game. Yeah, man, that's where I'm at, Dan the Man Cunningham. I can't give you a specific response because I'm just living my best life in Oblivion. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. Way to do it.
Jesse, that's dope, man. Starfield was the only RPG that I actually enjoyed and finished. I hope Fable is the next one. That's really cool, man. I'm glad that Starfield caught your attention that way, man. I think it's good for everybody to find one of those for sure. So Dan says, good enough, Pong. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Dan. Absolutely, brother. I wish I had better specifics for you, but it's crazy. Yeah, God Emperor, I feel Oblivion is insane when it comes to side quests. Side quests are freaking incredible too. And again, that's stuff that you can really find on your own while you're out adventuring. Peak Bethesda for me. Again, Skyrim had some really good stuff as well. But when we're talking about some just wild, wacky shit that you come across in Oblivion, it's up there, man. It's up there. I love it. I love every minute. Yeah, Ghostwolf, I said F your story quests. You're right. I do. I don't need them. When you create a world like this, I don't need them. I'm creating my own life, my own world. Freaking amazing.
enjoying the game, man. That's what it's about.
Yep, the freedom.
Well, I think because we did mention a little bit about Doom, I do think that going into a little Doom here, I think it would be a good way for us to jump in. There's been some early, looks like that actually the embargo lifted early. I feel like than anticipated for some people. I didn't think we were going to get kind of information on it this soon, but apparently people
early access starts next week. That's why.
Oh, okay. So boom, there you go. But apparently Doom has come out and is doing pretty darn well. I think right now it's an 82 on Metacritic. I know I've seen
86 open critic.
An 86 open critic. I have seen a lot of up
all
and down
platforms, so that's good. Yeah.
I have seen a lot of up and down about Doom, right? As far as if you want to compare it to Eternal, that there was some things taken away, like the glory kills or whatever, that seemingly in this game do feel like they are missed, right? That was one of the things that kind of spoke to me in Doom Eternal. I've also heard things along the lines of, like, shout out to ACG as an example, kind of spoke to the dragon riding and the mech usage that we kind of were teased with isn't as meaningful as I was probably kind of hoping for. But overall, it does seem to be being received pretty well. It looks like people are enjoying the more straightforward approach to Doom, right? It being more central focused, more parry kind of, more so as they describe it, stand your ground kind of feel. Although, we're looking at reviews and hearing people talk about it, they say that's probably not the best moniker because you still got to move around and stuff like that. But it does seem like a very versatile title. Now, I'm not currently interested in playing Doom. I would have to eliminate because I didn't play the previous game, I wouldn't play this game. It's a prequel, so I can't apply that. But I got other things in my rotation right now that I want to jump into. And Doom will be there, and it'll only get better over time too, especially if they end up adding DLC and whatnot. Because I can anticipate that they probably did that. They seem to have done that with their previous Doom games. So I can see that also happen for Dark Ages. But seeing the reception, man, is super dope. Another high rated game, I would say 86 on OpenCritic is really dope. Again, another standout for Xbox, right? For their lineup, and another also multi-platform game that does well for Xbox's IPs. So other than that, I mean, I don't, just on the outside looking in for the game, I don't have much else to bring to the table as far as Doom going. But Chad, I mean, let me know on a scale of 1 to 10 from the how excited are you for Doom? And then also, Chad, let me know, out of all the reviews, if you check them out, if you're interested in Doom, what are you looking forward to the most in this new Doom iteration, right? So yeah, I'm not going to be jumping into it. It's super dope to see everybody else having a good time with it. Pong, dope that you have come back, because I just told everybody I'm not going to be jumping into Doom up front. And I also asked the chat to let me know how they're feeling about Doom, whether they're going to be jumping into it or not. But from the reviews that you've seen, right? I mentioned to everybody that, when I heard ACG talking about that the dragon riding and the mech use wasn't as impactful as maybe I was even hoping for, that was kind of like it was kind of like, damn, man, I thought it was going to be the way that they kind of pitched it. I thought there was going to be a little bit more there, but not saying that those moments probably aren't going to be fun, but it seems like they left a little bit to be desired there, and that's not the general focus. But also knowing that it does seem to be more of a grounded experience, that people are they are enjoying it for that aspect. Although, as I also mentioned to them, I did see plenty of people mention that the fact that there isn't the variety of glory kills that we had in Eternal going into this, it does in some ways, feel like a little bit of a downgrade. So I kind of want to get your thoughts on that. Have you seen any of that conversation? Hey, this is a good game, but I feel like there may be some steps that they took back. They just stepped backwards here, and then other areas where they kind of maybe moved forward and made it more accessible, or just made it more along the lines of, like, for an example, a game that you would like to jump into. What you thinking?
Oh yeah. No. From the day one trailer, I knew this Doom was going to be more in line with what I was that I love, right? Because again, I go back to classic Doom, right, and then all the way forward. And as everybody knows, Eternal was way too much platforming for me. Did not like the platforming. Some people loved it. I hated it.
I thought it was okay.
And I just don't like platforming. So again, the minute you put platforming, and I've seen some of the side missions in Clear Obscure where it's platforming, and I'm like, bro, I'm going to be pissed if I have to play those. Hopefully they're just for the outfits. You know what I'm talking about, Steel, where you got to climb the whole.
I think people, again,
bro, that's platforming.
I know it coming from me. I know it coming from me. Yeah. It may not always be the greatest part. Yeah. I don't think it was as hard as people were trying to make it seem. I really,
for me, it's going to be, and I think it sucks. I hate platforming I did that as a kid. That's all we got in our games was platforming. Okay. I've done enough platforming in my lifetime. I'm just done with it. So anyways, Doom Eternal didn't hit. It was great. It was beautiful, gorgeous. Of course, it was fun when I was zooming around and all that kind of, and like, it was great. But the minute I saw Dark Ages and they brought out the whole stand your ground motto for the game, I was like, oh, okay, are we done with the platforming? Like, is this going to be a little bit of a slow down Doom? Now, again, everybody who, if you haven't been paying attention to the reviews, they give you total control over the type of game you want this to be. Okay, it does. Okay, they allow you to go in and adjust everything, including game speed. Okay, so you want a faster Doom, you can increase the game speed. Now, you could say that's, accessibility, trying to get the modern audience, the stuff that we talk about. It sure is. That's what they're doing. But the fact is, if you're old school and you want to play a super fast Doom, go and adjust it, because you can. They give you a total control freedom, which is awesome. I think that's really dope. But yeah, for me, now seeing the reviews, seeing what everybody's had to say about it, again, the dragon and the mecha, I was never expecting to be some freaking the greatest thing ever. All I want it to be is fun as fuck and feel like that I'm in Doom Guy's world in a cinematic B flick where I'm just killing demons. That's all I care about. Like, I don't need it to be some astronomical experience. Like, oh, I've never seen anything flying like this on a dragon, or I've never experienced this incredible freedom of being in a mech. Like, I don't need that shit from Doom. Like, that's not it at all. If I feel like a badass on a dragon or a badass in a mech, I'm good. But the way that they have showed, and they're even talking about like, hey, parry in this game. But from what I've seen, the parrying is much more forgiving than in Expedition 33. I can parry. I just would like it to be more forgiving. It feels like this is more forgiving, but the weapons, the shields, what everybody's talking about, this is a slower version of Doom, that it is the grounded version of Doom, is music to my ears still. It's been one of my most anticipated games this year. All the faith in the world is in the developer, obviously. I knew they were going to deliver a freaking fantastic Doom game, and they have. Now, if some people who liked Eternal's movement and platforming and stuff aren't going to be happy, so be it. Again, we've had all sorts of types of Dooms, and they've changed things before, mechanics-wise. This one just feels right up my alley. I'm throwing top of the setting where you got kind of this dark fantasy setting for Doom Guy. I'm all about this Steel. So yeah, the reviews this week, the videos from people showing off their gameplay, told me that, yes, this is still one of my most anticipated games this year, and I can't wait to jump in. Again, I'm not going to buy early access. I'm not going to buy the upgrade. I'm not going to commit to it that way. I got too much to play as it is. I'm not sure about the DLC because I'm not sure. I got to get my hands on whether or not this will be a Doom that I want to invest that much into, or if this is just one of those Dooms where I pop in, pop out whenever I feel like getting my killing spree on. Then that might be the type of game it is. So I'm going to hold off on that. I'm not going to get early access. I'll wait for it. But I can't wait till it comes to normal release. It looks gorgeous, Steel. I am going to play it on PC as well to check it out on PC, because I can't wait to see what the bells and whistles look like. Again, it is so incredible. We know it's got great performance. We know it's going to be optimized because it optimizes. They optimize after the fact too, but we know their games come out and beautiful. That's why they can run on everything. So yeah, Doom the Dark Ages. I'm so happy to see the reviews and I can't wait to play it, man. Can't. It's gonna be massive. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, other than that, I don't have much else to add on to the Doom conversation. It's looking good. Seems like it's playing good. I think it's another good positive mark for Xbox. Again, everybody had always been speaking to the quality of games that they have been releasing, and they seem to be just hitting the marks. This, especially for 2025. The avalanche that Pong was hinting to, that even Phil Spencer was speaking to, seems to be truly happening. And there's only going to be, if this is how the beginning of the year, the first half of the year started, the second half of the year is about to be fucking bananas. Mm-hmm. So super dope. Let's see. I think where we lean from there is we had some good positive Xbox talk there. Maybe we get into something that was also given some clarification. And that's Xbox's multi-platform strategy, leaving some publishers and developers baffled, with some no longer seeing the need to develop Xbox versions of their games. This is going to be coming from WCCF Tech. Now, at first, they didn't have, and we still don't have any true clarification of where any of this information is coming from.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, Christopher Dring, but we don't know where Christopher Dring is getting the information from.
Well, no, it's on his. Well, yeah, but this is Dring's MO, right? This is
that's what I mean. So it's not like
he's got anonymous sources. Yeah. It's anonymous sources.
That's what I mean.
That's all it ever. Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's nothing like official. Like there's more news.
No, there's no names
news. There's more official news and names to Game Pass being a benefit of what Xbox is doing and being a benefit than there is for the opposing side of things that you can find. So that was interesting. But let's get into it, man. I think it's worth a conversation. Again, as you could tell from how we started the show, right? We were talking along those same lines and our ideas of what the future may hold. And again, yes, when I saw this headline from WCCF Tech, I was like, I don't quite think that's accurate, but it has started more interesting conversation this week. Nixie says he quoted the devs. I know he's a liar now. But what devs did he quote? Because I don't think he says what devs he quoted. Or who told him this information.
Yeah, no, he never puts names to his stuff. Nixie, if you know the names, please put them in the chat, because I looked everywhere. And again, he's done this in the past multiple times. So we're not saying it. I don't think I'm saying anything that's outrageous, Nixie. Dring doesn't put any names onto anything. A lot of people nowadays in the journalistic world don't put names on anything.
Which is fine. Like, don't get the
resources. Anonymous. Yeah, everything's anonymous. But again, that's why we've had, like Steele said, we've actually got people on the record in full names in support of what Xbox is doing versus the opposite, where we have a bunch of anonymous people. So again, not saying Dring's a liar at all, but I'm saying it is, again, his MO to do it this way, to drop stuff like this. And again, he did clarify as well that it wasn't that when he said the comments on the podcast that he was on, and again, I'm sure Steele will bring up that's
what I'm about to bring up right now.
Yeah. So Nixie, he clarified where it came from.
The main reason that I would push back on that is because of the clarification more so that he made afterwards. It's not like like he said that it stood in it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like the clarification that he made afterwards, which I'm going to go over as well, seems like a back down from what your original intention of what you were trying to say was. It kind of contradicts each other, and I'll get into it. So let me see if I can get that up on screen.
But Nixie, that argument falls apart because we've had publicly developers go on record talking about the Series S. So they weren't worried about bashing the Series S, right? Because again, we've had developers publicly blaming the Series S for problems in development, right? So why would they not have a problem doing that, but have a problem talking about Xbox's current situation being strategy, currently being, kind of confusing and leaving questions when that is a case, right? That's not something outrageous, right? That's not something crazy. It's not blasphemy, in any way, shape, or form, Xbox knows that it's made some decisions that are obviously going to confuse and have confused their own fan base. So if people are willing to speak out publicly about the Series S, why would they not just say, hey, we've got some questions on the record? Again, you don't have to. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm saying in this day of journalistic integrity, which is completely lacking, Nixie, if you think journalists aren't bullshitting sometimes, then I got a bridge to sell you in San Francisco that's really beautiful. It's actually got gold in the name, man. I'll sell it to you for a cheap price. Because journalists are using anonymous sources, quote unquote, to write bullshit articles across the board in all different industries these days. And it's been proven as a fact. So again, I'm not saying that that's what Dring did here. I'm just saying Dring does this quite frequently.
So it goes into, from WCCF Tech, Xbox's multi-platform strategy is leaving some publishers and developers baffled, with some no longer seeing the need to develop Xbox versions of their games. And again, they give an update towards the top, but let's get into the original story first. It says the current Xbox multi-platform strategy, and mind you, this article is written by Francisco de Mayo, which was done on the 9th of May of 2025. The current Xbox multi-platform strategy is leaving certain publishers and developers baffled, so much so they no longer see the need to develop Xbox versions of their games, considering the consolidated PlayStation dominance on the market. It is this is said with a lot of confidence. But anyway, speaking during a recent podcast, the game business's co-founder, Christopher Dring, commented on the current situation of the console market, highlighting how with Xbox's multi-platform strategy, PlayStation is the dominant player more than ever before in the console space. Almost every Xbox game launching this year is also coming to PlayStation 5 at launch, like Doom and Gears of War Reloaded. Only Avowed and South of Midnight did not launch on PlayStation 5 this year, but they could be the final Xbox console exclusives for the time being. While the Xbox multi-platform strategy could be paying off in some way, as Microsoft published games on PlayStation 5 are doing well, i.e. Forza Motorsport, which sold 2 million copies apparently, at least. And we know for sure it sold 1 million, but I think it was 2 million copies within its first week on PlayStation. From their point of view, they want the competition in the console space. And if Microsoft is releasing their games at launch on other systems, seemingly leaving their hardware behind, they don't see the need to create Xbox versions of games. As such, Christopher Dring highlighted Microsoft will have to strike a balance in the future. Though the current multi-platform strategy seems to suggest otherwise, the Series X and Xbox Series S consoles won't be the last gaming systems by Microsoft. The company is hard at work on its next generation plans, which includes an Xbox branded handheld in development together with ASUS, which we also got a sneak peek of, which was, that was interesting. Saying it's also supposed to have 64 gigs of RAM. I was like, oh shit, okay, we're trying to do some future proofing there. Anyway. And then they say, of which we saw the first images earlier this week, a full-fledged handheld system and a proper home console that would be the successor to the Xbox Series X and that would deliver the largest technical leap to date. At least that's what was quoted by Sarah Bond. But then Christopher Dring releases an update where he says, apparently a line said in my podcast has been picked up. It was the one around some publishers, developers being baffled by Xbox's strategy of putting games on PlayStation 5 and questioning why they support Xbox if they're not going to grow the console. 3 things to clarify. 1, Xbox's third-party support is stronger than ever. You can see that through Game Pass deals, relationships with Square, Sega, etc. There's no evidence at all of people walking away from Xbox. Quite the opposite. This number 1 completely contradicts what he said. Or at least the title that they ran with. This all Xbox multi-platform strategy is leaving some publishers and developers baffled, with some no longer seeing the need to develop Xbox versions of their game. Sure, if you want to lean on the word some, I hear you. Again, we don't have 100% proof one way or the other. But when you say there's no evidence at all of people walking away from Xbox, and then say in parentheses, quite the opposite, doesn't that, Paul, am I tripping? Doesn't that offer some contradiction there? Would that be a little bit too much of a reach saying that? Okay.
It's not a reach again,
Okay.
but that's why this stuff is written the way it is written.
I mean, sure, but it's just
the way it's talked
it's
about.
interesting.
It is what it is. Yeah, no, it's fine.
He
It's
then
fine.
says
Again. Yeah, go ahead.
He then says this part of the podcast is really to point out the transitional challenge Xbox has in keeping publishers happy with the new Xbox console, while pushing their multi-format strategy. I don't believe for a second we're going to see many companies, if any, move away from Xbox, despite what a few might be grumbling in private. The whole industry strategy is multi-platform. Again, I think that this gives additional credence to what you said with number one, which again, to me, feels like walking back. And again, that's why people were feeling like, hey, it feels like he's walking things back from, hey, this is how you kind of made it, how you kind of brought it across this time. And now it seems like you're saying something a little bit different. Again, he's not saying that, oh, it's completely wrong. He's just saying, hey, some people may be out there saying something like that. So ultimately, I believe Xbox strategy is great. It's just that there's a transitional challenge they need to manage, but they can do it. Xbox plus Game Pass is still one of the best value deals you can get in video games. 100%.
Yep.
And again, I think that does speak to what I was mentioning earlier with seeing how the Game Pass strategy is going. Why I don't see them necessarily getting rid of it, especially when you do acknowledge that more publishers are looking at that multi-platform strategy. Gaming has become more expensive for them to develop. And if you want more people to have access or be able to play your games, they do have to be accessible in more places than ever. I don't think that, especially if Microsoft, Xbox, whatever you want to consider them, because I know some people were off the Gears conversation. They're like, oh, well, there's no Xbox splash screen on the Gears of War Reloaded. So maybe that was Xbox kind of bending the knee to PlayStation a little bit. Shout out to the Lords. Iron Lords, bending the knee a little bit to PlayStation, meeting their demands because PlayStation said we don't want a splash screen on our console of where this game was made. It's like, oh, I don't know. I didn't look up any of that information, whether the splash screen stuff is there or not. It does say in the details that the game is under Microsoft, so Microsoft Games. So there's that. I wasn't necessarily anticipating to say, oh, it's made by Xbox. No, I could see why they would do it that way. But I have to look a little bit more. I would have to look a little bit more into that. But if things are truly going to end up becoming more PC-like, except you're going to have a console experience on a PC and you're not going to be able to tell the difference, if that is truly the direction that we're going, because I honestly, again, unless somebody in chat can tell me what you anticipate the next iteration of hardware to be from PlayStation or Xbox as far as what they're going to do to innovate, because I don't see there being these vast differences. And again, I've mentioned this here, where we saw like with the PlayStation 3 or the PlayStation 2, or again with Xbox, from OG Xbox to the Xbox One, or from the Xbox 360 to the Xbox One. You don't have those differences between both consoles now. Right now, you only have really an SSD difference, and then also some software-based differences with like Sony's PSSR, otherwise known as, and maybe some things being worked on as well on the AMD side of things for Xbox, because with FSR or whatever the case, that may be implemented with AI learning or ARM, whatever the Xbox ends up deciding to do, right? There is still a lot of ground to cover. We don't know what the general direction is, and that speaks to our points that we were making earlier. But Pong, I mean, knowing that, again, to this point, we have seen more of the positive for the strategy that Xbox is taking going into this, right? Now, not all of the consumer base, or I would say the hardcore for Xbox, likes this. You have spoken to, again, like you mentioned it earlier, you believe that they could have been more competitive with their strategy, and they would have really carved themselves out a space and really stood on their own, especially with the type of games highly rated as they have been, especially going into with 2025. But sticking with this though, like when you saw this conversation behind the multi-platform strategy leaving some of the publishers and developers baffled, with some no longer seeing the need to develop Xbox versions. And then you have Drain kind of come behind that and say, hey, with this 1 through 3, say, hey, well, I want to give some clarification. I'm not necessarily saying that, we're seeing more so the opposite. I was really trying to point out that it's going to be a challenge for Xbox and Microsoft to see how they do things. And ultimately it's going to be up to them on how they transition all of this. What were kind of your takeaways, and what else would you like to add on as far as that conversation goes?
Nixie, I was going to respond to you, but anyways, I don't know where you got, I didn't say that you said, you implied that content creators are also doing the same thing because they don't want to bite the hand that feeds them, but the media is all liars. And you were saying, right, but the media is all liars, indicating that you were being sarcastic, like only the media is the liars, but content creators do it too. That's what I was saying. Who's saying that they don't do that? I would never tell you that content creators are not lying. I mean, of course they are. Again, journalists are held to a higher standard, Nixie, because they're professionals, quote unquote professionals. This is their field. Content creators, I don't count as professionals unless they are actually getting paid as media personalities, right? Like Game Over, right? Like Greggy and those guys. Those are professionals. They are part of the media. So when I talk about professional media, but the random content creators out here, like us who just speculate and talk bullshit and talk all this kind of stuff, again, I don't hold them to the same standard. Like, again, I'm not saying that they don't lie for various reasons. Some of the bigger channels that do get sponsorships or do have connections within some of these companies, sure, there's a bunch of BS. I don't listen to a bunch of people because I know it's BS. Right? Of course, absolutely. But I hold journalists who put out these things, like Christopher Dring's been a journalist for a very long time, as a professional. So I do hold him to a higher standard. I'm just saying journalism has gone down across the board. And we've got proof of it across history. So there is, sure, Nixie, not everybody's a liar. Sure, there's context involved, but my point again, I wasn't even saying Dring is lying here. I'm just saying when it's anonymous sources, you can call into question and say, did it really happen? Because we have proof that journalists have in the past, in many, many unlimited type situations, used anonymous sources to lie about things happening. And again, not just in the games industry. So that's all I was saying, Nixie, but I wasn't saying that you were saying anything different. I was agreeing with you. Content creators do it too, for sure. Absolutely. Of course. A lot of people do it. Anyways, let's see. Oh yeah, of course, Nixie. Of course. And there's reasons, and we could talk about that all day long. Content creators replacing the media. Absolutely. Because again, propaganda sure can come from all sides,
right?
But content creators have shown and can be much more neutral when it comes to these things than the media, who has shown extreme bias. So yes, are some of the same problems going to follow right along no matter where the news comes from? Of course, it's human beings. That's what it comes down to. It's human beings, for sure, Nixie. I agree with you wholeheartedly, 1000%. But the mainstream media, the professionals, have proven themselves, a lot of them have burned down their entire industry. And that is not up for argument or debate. They have burned down their industry and spent any goodwill that people had when it comes to journalistic integrity over the past 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Now we're finding out that it goes back even further than that, of course. But again, they've done that to themselves. So yes, news is going to have to come from somewhere, but the mainstream media, nah, bro. No, we're good. We're good. Let them all start their own podcast. Let them all become content creators, like a lot of them are. And shout out to Destin and all those people that have jumped ship from the mainstream and have created their own podcasts. Let them all, let's all just fill up this void, and then let the best float to the top. Right? That's all it's going to become now. You don't need a degree to do a podcast. So anyways, as far as this goes, Steele, it doesn't, and again, why I say I don't even think Drink's lying, I don't have a problem with these. Like, if these comments are happening, I would imagine that they are. I would imagine that they possibly could be. Again, there is confusion. Microsoft itself has been confused at times about the messaging that they've been providing to us. There's been confusion internally. We've heard this multiple times about where they were going this generation and what was going to happen. Again, they did a complete 180 from the beginning of the generation to where they are now, as far as their business model goes. So, of course, there's going to be confusion, but this also plays in line with what we were talking about at the beginning of the show, behind the scenes, and what kind of our discussion that we came into with this deal is that my feeling is this falls right in line with why they are pushing for this one game version to play across all console, PC, cloud, mobile. That's why they're pushing this deal, is to break that problem that some developers and publishers may look at and go, why, if you're not pushing your own console, if you're not growing your own console market, why would we create a version for your console when we have Sony and Nintendo over here that own 90% of the market? Why would we cut in, or why would we take the time and resources to make our game for 10% of that market when chances are we're going to capture the vast majority off these two? I'm sure that's come up to play. And Xbox's response now is, again, if this is what they're pushing, okay, we're going to make it easy for you. Just create one version of the game, and you can throw it on ours. Yeah. You could throw it on Steam. You could throw it on Xbox. You could throw it everywhere except for PlayStation, Nintendo, probably. But you could throw it everywhere else, and you only need one version. You're going to make that version anyways. We're just going to make it easy for you for it to be compatible across the board. Like, I think that plays into this exact line of thinking that probably Xbox and Microsoft realize could be an issue down the road with their strategy. That, again, they're not pushing their console. They're telling you blatantly, openly, you don't need to buy a console. Xbox is everywhere. Xbox is whatever you're holding, right? Or Xbox is whatever you're playing on. Well, again, so they're trying to kind of alleviate that whole thing. So this didn't upset me. You know, again, I'd love people to stand on their names. I would love people to come out and actually talk. Again, this industry, it's not just this industry, but this industry has had a problem for a very long time. And I've talked about this, about being super ultra secretive, as if this is some, you know, again, nuclear codes that we're holding on to around here. I wish some people would come out and stand. If you honestly believe that another publisher is doing something wrong, come out and stand on it, man. Say something. Say it publicly, say it openly, say it with your name on it. Let people know. Again, I think some of these companies should be opening up about Palworld. I think they should be standing on business and calling out Nintendo, but we don't see anybody calling out Nintendo right now either. So, but I just think that this does make sense still. I think it's certainly a possibility that there are some devs and publishers. Look, it's 2025. We still have a group of devs and publishers who don't put their games on Xbox and never did. So if that doesn't, I mean, again, it's not like this is crazy out of left field kind of conversation to be having. Their strategy certainly could alienate some devs and publishers. It certainly could. But I think that they have some advantages. They have some things they're going to try to sell people on to kind of alleviate that. And I think that at the end of the day, like Dring said when he, you know, kind of cleared things up, he wasn't saying that this is like some mass movement within the dev community or publisher community, that this wasn't some like, oh, you're going to see instant impact. All of a sudden you're going to have a bunch of, you know, AAA games missing on not showing up on Xbox. That's not what he was saying. He just said grumblings are starting, right? Grumblings are starting to happen. Okay. A lot of people get upset about a lot of shit. I'm sure he heard some grumblings.
Yeah. I mean, Nixie says, Pong, I'm sure your own company you work at promote employees speaking anonymously if they need to. Happens everywhere. What do you say to that?
I don't know. I have no idea. I get Nixie, defend the media, defend whoever you want to out here. I really don't care at this point. Like it doesn't matter to me. Nobody needs to burn them down. Nobody needs to add gasoline. What happened to the mainstream journalism? And it happened across the board is proof in itself. So again, no one person lit that. No little podcasting community caused the downfall of mainstream journalism. They did it to themselves. So the proof's in the pudding. Again, Dring is a free agent. Dring is out there doing his own thing too, because he left that too, or got let go, whatever happened. So anyways, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll see how things are going. What ends up happening, we don't know what truth is behind the scenes and how people may feel. But I do think if Xbox, Microsoft end up giving developers a way to create one less version of a game, which would only end up benefiting Xbox anyway, maybe
everything's emotional, Nixon.
Maybe that would help them, give them some more credence for a lot of these developers, because then that's something that you could be thankful for. If I only had to make one version of a game, I got one person that's telling me, oh, I don't have to optimize for this. And I'm not saying that everybody, that console gamers need to be given every single option that a PC gamer is either. I still think that there has to be checks and balances there. I think there needs to be a little bit more options, right? But not quite to that extent. Like, you still got to do a little bit of optimization there. But if you give a good baseline and you create hardware that is above that baseline, then it's easily for that game or whatever that you put out to be scalable. And I think that that is more so the future of truly being able to make games scalable, depending on whatever your hardware is. You create one version, you're able to put that wherever you need to put it at, right? I see that being the way that things are going to go, because things are becoming more PC-like. Again, if Xbox is able to figure out a way to give you a console-like experience in a PC form factor, and you never know the difference, except you now have the additional option, I think that that's going to speak to a lot of people. And I think that it is going to be enticing for not only devs, but also for the consumer base. And maybe that's what it takes for them to sell more hardware. Or maybe them teaming up with a ROG, for as an example, and putting out a Xbox-like device. Maybe that's where they're going to test the OS at before they actually deliver their own version of that hardware. Who knows? But it's going to be interesting. They're still making hardware. We're going to see what the advancements are. The most telling thing to me that makes this entire 2025 interesting and moving forward is I can't call what's going to happen next. I couldn't have called that Game Pass would be as enticing that it is today, as an example. I would have never predicted that. So we're going to have all these second and third party devs who are willing to put their games in the game, who are speaking positively on it, who you have a potential game of the year or maybe even game of the generation in a game like Expedition 33 that is made by a smaller team who maybe wouldn't have got the reach otherwise. Who knows? And obviously they made something phenomenal, so they probably wouldn't get the reach regardless. But everything else on top, because people can still buy it. You still buy the game. It's not stopping you from anything. And that's the other crazy thing, is that devs can't be too negative on it, because not only do you cut a deal to get in the Game Pass, but it also depends. I don't think that Microsoft is cutting music industry type deals where it feels like a 360 to where when you do make a sale, although the game is in Game Pass, where they get an astronomically lower amount if they end up selling games. I don't see that as a thing on Xbox. I just think it's hey, we drop a bag. It's kind of like how people look at cutting deals for exclusives. Maybe it's in that same breath, but they're both both sides are able to benefit. I don't know. We don't have any additional information on how that backs down. We still have a lack of what actually goes into any of that, but we'll see what ends up happening. Nixon says people are putting Bad Light on their gaming PCs because of the disdain for Windows. Sure, and people can have all the disdain for Windows all they want, but what other operating system is going to be? Sure, I mean, Bad Light can be one, but you think the common consumer is going to use Bad Light over Windows? If they're able to strip down Windows, which they're already working on, that is something that is a known fact, that they're working on a version of Windows Lite. They're already implementing gaming features into Windows 11, as an example. You don't think they're going to do more of that in 12? You don't think that's something they're going to consider moving into the future? And yes, they do need to work on the PC app. And I'm one of those, like, when people talk about, they need to do all this. Again, I got the magical PC, or maybe I just got the magical Windows version. I haven't had all those issues. I have had some issues, but I have probably a 90% positive rating, at least for me, in my experience with the Windows Store. as far as the Game Pass PC store goes. For me, it's a 90% approval. The 10%, yeah, it made me feel away, but the other 90%, I can't overlook that. So just kind of my aspects on it. Harry Ballsack says, will Xbox sales stop declining and get stable? What do you mean, for consoles? If you mean consoles, I don't know. It's going to depend. It's really, truly going to depend. I think, they're already seeing, I'm not going to say, yeah, he's speaking to consoles. I'm not saying that it's become stable. I know off their recent financial report, they seem less of a negative than they saw before. You know, a negative is still a negative. I think it was before like over 30%. They were down 30% on hardware sales, and now they're like around 8 or 10 or so, like that, or something around those numbers. I can't think of exactly what it was. So there is some form of improvement, but of course that's not where they would like it to be. But it doesn't mean, like, if they don't figure out other ways, that couldn't change, right? Or at least, and again, I think that this entire pathway of what they're doing is alleviating themselves of having to be dependent on what a console sale is going to do. If we can go beyond what the console market is and still offer some hardware, whether it be mid to high tier hardware, we're still giving you an option, and you can still play your games wherever you have access to it, but you got to sign in to Xbox if you want to have cross-play and all the other benefits that we give you for being part of that ecosystem. There's just so many other layers that tie on top of it too. There's a lot riding on things going right before they go, before they go left, or before I start like dooming and glooming and feeling a certain way. Again, my start with dooming and glooming would be if they completely drop the Xbox name. If they completely drop the Xbox branding, that's when I'll start leaning more into, damn, okay, what is really happening? Like, I get Microsoft gaming, but that's not Xbox. That's not as appealing as Xbox would be as your brand. Again, we'll see, but that's when I would start looking kind of side-eye, like, I don't know. But again, we'll see. We'll see how things continue to move forward. I still have faith in what in the strategy they're doing. Again, I continue to iterate that here. That I can see the vision where they're going and why they're doing it this way. And I do think with games like what I spoke to with Gears Reloaded, that it is I think Microsoft is choosing the right way to go about things. Although there has been changes. But mainly, I think it's the right way because people are proving it doesn't matter what game you released. People weren't going to buy your hardware. How do you introduce a game that is over 16 years old to people, where people say, oh, well, there's Gears Reloaded doesn't have that many upgrades compared to what I had in Ultimate Edition. You know, I don't really see the point. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily for you, and I get that. Oh, you wanted all these other things, you wanted to be remade in UE5 and all. You got these guys working on E-Day right now, you know what I mean? But if Gears comes out and it sells 2 million copies, 1 million to 2 million copies in its first month, just the same way that Forza has, and that was again, Halo, Gears, and Forza. I was told for 20 years, well, technically it'd be 19 years because 2001. I was told for 19 years that people don't want to play Xbox games. That they aren't good games. Now, people have, you know, standouts, Halo 2, Halo 3, because there wasn't things like that. But even people complained about that. And like I always mention here, nobody liked shields. Everybody complained. That's why people moved to Call of Duty. Oh, we don't like all this armor and all this extra shit. And guess what you play with all the time now? In every game that you play, especially a multiplayer game, whether it's a battle royale or not, oh, we got armor, we got shields, you got all these other things that you guys complained about back then that are okay now. So there is, Scott, and there has to be some truth to why they have made this pivot. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. I'm excited about it, man, because it's, again, to be moving into an unprecedented space, it is so difficult for me to even fathom or imagine what the next 10 years are going to be. What are we looking at in 10 years? I don't know. I don't know what we're going to be looking at, what we're going to be playing on, how gaming is going to be.
You're going to be looking at a 60-year-old Pong, Steel.
I mean, that's a good point, but you're going to be playing, in 8K.
You're going to be looking at a balding, graying 60-year-old Pong in 10 years,
Bachelor Pong.
We're going to be sitting here talking the same shit, and we're going to have Nixie in our chat talking bullshit too. It's going to be great. It's going to be the same. We're gonna be talking about ultra ray tracing.
Yeah, still
and lifelike quality.
Well, hopefully we're still not debating whether 60
15 frames.
At 15. Hopefully we're not still debating whether we need 30 or 60 FPS games.
Yeah, we will be. We will be.
If we got 30 frame games in 2035, I think we got some other things. I think we got some things happening. The other thing that was important that ended up happening this week, I think it would be exciting to get into, is the GTA 6 trailer. Pong, I've been talking for a minute here. And
yeah.
I kind of just want to get your thoughts, because I haven't heard anything or your perspective off of what you've seen. I've seen other people's excitement and how other people can't necessarily believe. You even had Digital Foundry kind of come out and confirm that there was, and Rockstar did too, along with Rockstar, confirmed that there was a 50-50 mix of gameplay and cutscenes. Pong, I mean, we talked about it last week when I mentioned that, hey, look back at Rockstar's history. Typically how they show the game is pretty much how it looks. And when I saw this trailer, I can't lie to you to say that I wasn't impressed, right? It does look interesting. Again, it being my neck of the woods, being in Florida, that's an extremely exciting and interesting thing to me. I do like the dynamic. I mean, again, Paul, we talk about good looking characters, right? Both characters were appealing characters, right? It looked like, at least from what I can tell from the trailer, that maybe they're going to be bringing the workout sessions back, where you can kind of control how buff or unbuff your dude is, or buff or fat your dude is, right? It seems like it's going to be like the story is going to be extremely engaging. I'm really interested in that Bonnie and Clyde story that they got going on. It has even people kind of trying to predict that the main character, I believe his name is Jason, that he's a undercover cop of some sort, and there's all these other things going on. Got people already getting into speculation down about GTA 6, but people weren't expecting for this trailer to come out after they just announced that they were pushing the game back into 2026. So from what you have seen from the GTA trailer, how many times have you watched the trailer now to this point? And what were some of the things that you pulled out from it? And has there been any smoke that you've seen outside of the game is planning to release on console at 30 FPS, at least from what we know? I think Digital Foundry did a little bit of an analysis on it and say it's under 1200p currently. So I guess we'll end up seeing. But what did you pull from it? And did it get you a little bit more excited for what to expect out of this next Rockstar game?
I'm excited because it's Rockstar, and because of the level of detail they put in their games. Again, I'm not the biggest GTA fan. I stopped being the biggest GTA fan after San Andreas, right? Vice City is my favorite all time. So after that point, it's fine. It's got its moments, but I don't play them like other people play them. And I certainly don't get online. I could care less online. The meme going around this week with that I reposted, I thought it was absolutely hilarious though, when somebody posted a meme with my boys Crockett and Tubbs from Miami Vice in the car when Tubbs is loading his shotgun. It's the first season of Together. And they said, when me and the bro get on the new GTA Online for the first time, like that just cracked the hell out of me, because it is kind of got that whole vibe to the game. So for me, it's more about what Rockstar is going to do to push the limits. For me, it's more about holy shit, this game has been in development forever. Potentially the first billion dollar video. Now people are pushing $2 billion. Okay, let's
start with $1 billion.
Let's just say that they hit $1 billion. Let's say they're the first $1 billion game. We just talked about it. AAA devs and publishers have a problem. They're broken. Okay, these budgets are ridiculous.
Even for this game, like again, it's impressive. That's still fucking high.
that is ridiculous. And again, they're going to make it back, probably 20-fold by the time it's all said and done, maybe more at the end of the day. They're going to be making a profit from day one on pre-sales alone. Listen, I'm not here to talk about whether or not Rockstar knows what they're doing or financially, or whether Strauss and 2K is ridiculous for supporting this type of development. But the facts are they're going to push the bar, and Rockstar always does. That's why Red Dead 2 to this day, whatever you think about the game itself, when I fired it up on the PC, it's one of the prettiest games ever made still to this day. It's not even close. When I fired up on Series X, it's still one of the prettiest games ever freaking made. Okay. Rockstar pushes the boundaries. Their level of detail and people have already pointed out, people are breaking down this trailer nonstop. The bubbles in the beer, Steel. Okay, no game developer, or 99.9% of game developers don't think about the bubbles in the beer that is in the foreground
the cushions
in a trailer.
Of the couch.
Bro.
When they were sitting on
it.
Pointing that stuff out.
Mm-hmm. The way the guy's pedaling a bike with slides on. Like, you don't see that shit unless you are literally pausing and then zooming in. But this is Rockstar. This is what they've been known for. Again, you can go back to Red Dead 2 and watch as they're building the railroad tracks. This is one of my favorite videos. They are nailing it in. They are putting in the spikes in the railroad track, legitimately putting the spikes, and they move onto another one. They're legitimately building these tracks. Okay, that's something that's happening in the fucking background. That's like... They're not NPCs you're going to interact with ever, unless you decide to. This is the level that Rockstar brings.
Yeah.
And make no mistake, this is why this game is considered a unicorn. This is why the hype around it is legit, even if I'm already sick of people talking about the hype around it. Of course, GTA 6 has the most views in history. Of course, the GTA 6 trailer will bring 1 million new followers to some random site they decide to throw the trailer on. Of course, this is GTA 6. Nobody that knows anything about video games isn't aware of how big of a phenomenon GTA is, especially after GTA 5 and GTA Online. So of course GTA 6 is going to do this. Okay, so when I saw this trailer, Steel, I've talked from the beginning that even though I'm not the biggest GTA fan, obviously I'm not going to get online, but I will play through the story. I will play it. Again, I'm not going to play it day one. If it's 30 frames on console only,
yeah, I'm not
going to play it. I'm on board with you there. It's a day before my birthday. If they hold to this date, it'll be a great birthday. I could be streaming it because I should be settled in somewhere else at that point. I might be able to stream it. Like, it would be a big moment, but it's only going to happen if it's PC. If it's PC, I will be there day one. If it's PC just for that moment, I will allow my FOMO to get the better of me, because I will not probably wind up beating this game. I will not be winding up playing this game for hundreds of hours. I'm just not a GTA dude like that. But I will let it, because I want to experience what Rockstar does. This trailer showed you why they are considered one of the best developers in the world. This trailer showed you why so many people live and die through GTA, through Red Dead, why this is a thing, okay? They showed it off, I thought, exponentially with this trailer. I thought they gave you a great look at what they're going for. I said from the beginning, I love the Bonnie and Clyde. I knew that that's kind of what they were going to be doing. I really like that aspect. If you're going to do this whole thing.
Engagement with each other, it's super dope.
Well, it's and that's the other thing, but again, Rockstar, if you got $1 billion budget for a video game, you can go get movie studio quality actors to come in. That's what they do. They do that. They don't spare any expenses, right? This is Jurassic Park, right? We don't spare any expenses. They go out and get the best of the best, okay? And it shows. It shines through. But the level of graphic fidelity here, Steel, as far as the details and the CGI, unbelievable, bro. Like, I again, that whole opening, just with the dude with his shirt off, working or whatever else, and the other guy pulls up and starts talking. Like, you squint and it's movie, like it's real, like it's you know, it's that photorealism. Like, that's what we're getting to now. So they obviously put a ton of effort into this game. If what we are seeing, and like you said, it's been confirmed by Rockstar, been confirmed by Digital Foundry, 50-50 game. I didn't have any doubt, because again, this is the same thing we saw with Red Dead 2. They did the same thing with Red Dead 2. The transition steel between CGI or cinematics and then into gameplay is seamless, and it looks very similar even back on Red Dead 2. So what they're going to do now, yeah, I believe that some of this was gameplay. I did from the beginning in the trailer. I didn't think that was all CGI. I thought they definitely had some gameplay mixed in there, and the fact that it didn't look any different doesn't shock me. Now, is that in the optimum setting with the best of the best, of course, machinery running? Of course. That's not what it's going to happen on Series X and Series S or PlayStation 5. Like, that's not what it's going to look like per se, but it's going to become close because it's Rockstar. So, trailer impressed the shit out of me, Steel. I loved that we got reintroduced to Vice City. I said Vice City is my favorite. Is this going to be the same Vice City? No, because it's not set in that time frame. It's a modern day Vice City. It's modern day Florida. Does it appeal to me as much as the original Vice City? No. But do I love Florida? Yeah, my dad lives in Florida. Obviously, I love Florida. I love ocean. I love all of it. So does that appeal to me? Absolutely freaking it does. And so when they brought in to right in the middle of the trailer or partway through the trailer, as they were, you know, showing off new Vice City, as they were showing their relationship between the two, and then they bring in the Pointer Sisters. My mom was a huge Pointer Sisters fan. Again, I'm a huge music buff. Love it. They brought in a classic vibe, Steel, that I was not expecting.
They did.
Right?
They're really good with that.
They brought that in. They brought that in.
Those Vice City vibes you be talking about,
bro,
man,
that's what I'm talking about. Too. Hot together. And if they've got that, that gives me hope, Steel, that I've got at least one radio station that's going to play a lot of the original Vice City soundtrack, which is one of the greatest video game soundtracks ever put together. They had a whole CD collection. I got my original set stolen back in the day. I gotta go re-get those. I'm gonna get that box set at some point, but there a box set came out from the original Vice City. That the soundtrack that they put together of 80s music was second to none. Like, it was just phenomenal. There's something that made it even better in the game. Riding around on early crotch rocket with, you know, a flock of seagulls playing is just there's something. I'm sorry, you're just not going to match this. I love that game. Anyways, yeah. So I'm hoping, Steel, that they brought it to Pointer Sisters hot together. This is a song that we're going to get at least one radio station that plays that whole old vibe, and I can just rock out to that the entire time. But yeah, man, I love this trailer. I've watched it 3 times now. And again, there's just certain developers you never have, at least for me personally, a doubt in. I never doubt Rockstar, no matter how long it takes them, no matter what the budget was, no matter the leaks that everybody was freaking out about them. You think the game's going to come out and look like that? This is fucking Rockstar. They're going to push the limits.
Again,
look at their history, bro. Thing I still really have questions on, Steel, is the humor. Are we going for, because this trailer portrayed a much more serious tone. Not that there's never any serious. There is seriousness in Grand Theft Auto, okay? But there wasn't a whole lot of zaniness, right? The I forget the ammo shop's name. That commercial was great. They brought back the ammo shop.
There's supposedly some plays talking about the whole pride stuff. They like make fun of some of that stuff too, and we're gonna find out some hints. We're gonna find out. Concern. Yeah, I know that's the biggest concern for a lot of people.
That's the biggest concern
for me. Left who were doing it before. Right.
Oh, the vast majority did, right? And of course, the doctors did, and that's a big problem. But anyways, that's my last question: is how they're going to handle that stuff these days. If they are going to go South Park on it and say "F you" to everybody and do what they used to do and satire the shit out of everybody, then I will be like, okay, well, at least they fucking nailed that. I'll give them all the credit in the world if they do it. But I think overall, Steel, yeah, it grabbed my attention. The 2 main characters have my attention. Their stories have my attention. I like you brought it up as far as looks goes. Never had a doubt that Rockstar, of course, wasn't going to lean into the sexiness of their characters. Again, that's a main play.
I would probably say this is probably the best looking character that they've had in a mainline game.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it helps to have modern day.
I mean, it does for sure, but just
but yeah, characters. Overall, of course. I mean, again, they did their thing with her for sure, obviously, and they didn't shy away from it in the trailer. Again, how many times were we going to see them about the?
Yeah, a lot of booty in that trailer for sure.
I mean, she was in prison for a while. She came out horny, bro. That's all I was saying.
I mean,
okay, she's ready to rock. Let's go. But I think it's going to be a great time. I can't wait till May next year. Obviously, a lot of people are disappointed. We'll see if they hold. I wouldn't doubt that it gets delayed again.
I can see another delay into like September.
Yeah, one more.
I don't know because it could be a summer game. I can also see them maybe playing into summer
wherever they drop.
Just because
it don't matter where they drop it. It'd be fun.
It won't matter. I only say that because I think summer would be a really dope time. Again, you have a game based in Florida. Have it during the summer. All the kids are out of school. Hey, there's a lot of playtime that you can have that you can get in there. So a lot of things playing their favor. But again,
ammunition. Thank you guys. I appreciate the answer for that one. I wish Decado, that'd be dope if they had a Spotify plugin station.
That'd be dope.
That's what I'm also interested in seeing. You kind of said it a little bit there, Steel. There's been lots of speculation already. People breaking down the trailer of like the mini games that you're going to be able to do. It sounds.
Basketball, you're going to be able to play.
$3 billion game, Steel, and it's been a decade or more in production. I expect Rockstar to have this thing absolutely fully loaded with more shit than we ever thought they would. Yeah. And from what people are picking up as potentially like the secondary games, the mini games that you can go do, the stuff that you can go do, it looks like that's going to be the case. And some of that stuff I may get lost in, right? Like supposedly there's like mini golf and shit, and there's a bunch of shit. Like that's the stuff that I could certainly find myself getting lost into, again, as part of a role-playing game. People don't necessarily consider GTA like a role-playing game, but I think
it hasn't really. I think San Andreas was the closest we got,
had the most. They pulled away. But I'm saying you can kind of still. I mean, online. The online version,
online was definitely RPG like for sure.
It's RPG. Sure. You're playing. So it's just it's funny to have these discussions now because the genres have blended. But if they're gonna do that, and I can go live my life that way without being online, still, and I can go play mini games and shit like that. That's the shit where maybe this is like I'm gonna be lost in this open world going and doing that stuff. But that looks great to me. That also has me interested. Like all the stuff that we're gonna see there, because we've heard early. We haven't heard really updates on it, but we heard early, Steel, from the leaks and stuff that they were trying to implement a whole social media function. Do you remember that, Steel?
Yes. I mean, they did it in 5. They teased it a little bit in 5.
Right.
Auction and get online social media. It was real life.
Social media and that the game is going to feed you live things that are happening like on Twitter, and you could actually go to the location and find it happening.
I think that'd be
right.
Dope.
And that. Yeah, that would be wild too.
Okay.
Yes. And what if you get notifications of an app for your phone? You get notifications.
Oh, you could you can download an app. They have an app that you can connect. Yeah, I think that'd be dope.
It would be dope, man. Sharing in-game screenshots, like you're taking selfies of yourself and posting them to the online.
That would be dope too.
Game.
Yeah,
bro. People developing a whole social, like a whole alter ego within it, like on social media within it, like that. That's the kind of stuff where I see Rockstar moving into, and that's what because they have the unlimited budget, Steel, because they have the unicorn in the video game world where they can do that, and they have proven themselves to be a dev who does not shy away from trying to push the bar so far ahead that it causes others to spend years catching up. That's what I get excited about here, is because I know they're not going to play it safe per se with everything. And I think that they are going to try some new stuff that we've never seen, or at least to the degree that we're going to see within the Grand Theft Auto world this time around. And I think it's because they know this game is going to be probably another 10-year plus game, right? They know
easily.
Another decade.
Yeah, easily.
So this is going to be everything, and I think they're going to load it with as much stuff as possible to keep people engaged with this world for as long as possible. Like, so I'm excited from that standpoint. Again, not the biggest GTA fan, but I am excited just because of who the devs are and because I know what they can do. So
yeah, I do think that this time around, this is probably going to be for sure like a very impactful story from top to bottom. I mean, again, I think the story in GTA 5 I thought it was solid. You know, the different aspects of all the three main characters, the crazy side with Trevor, having the more hood side with Franklin, and having those engagements give you some of those older, you know, San Andreas vibes. And then when you have Michael, and again, the fact that I even know their names at the top of my fucking head should tell you that how impressive that it was. And I remember playing, you know, starting off the game in a heist. I can only imagine how they're going to start off 6, right? And the things that you're going to lead into, you know, maybe they give you some of those jail scenes and stuff like that. And again, that's why, again, you're talking about mini games. That's why I think that the whole weightlifting and all those mini games and stuff that we had back during like San Andreas and stuff like that, where it really impacted your character and certain changes that you can make is going to have an effect. And I think that's going to be super dope to experience in GTA, man. Yeah, I mean, again, I've spent a lot of time in GTA 5, right? More online than I did single player. I can see them potentially, because online originally was pushed back, and nobody knows for sure what the reason was. At the time, GTA 5 online got pushed back, per my understanding, due to some technical limitations, which it coming out in the 360, we could probably tell why, right? You had I think it was like, sometime afterwards, you had some other dude find out that there was a line of code that needed to be changed to help speed up the load times that you were in, that over the top looking in over the sky and everything, that loading screen that you always had, you know, always took fucking forever to like 10 minutes to fucking load into the game sometimes, even just in the single player, even. So I can see them, because I was going to say the other thing that was rumored during that time is that they wanted people to play the single player first before they jumped online. That's why they delayed it for almost a month, so that people can fully play it out, because they wanted people to really have that experience. I can see them possibly doing something similar to that. I don't see them charging separately for it. I saw some of those conversations happening this week. Now, if anybody would do it, I could see Rockstar being the ones, but I don't know if they're going to be that greedy, right? $100. Again, we had that conversation last week. I can see that, but charging 80, 70, whatever they charge for the main game, and then charging the additional dollars for online, I don't see them doing that. I think they are going to deliver a complete package. Whether they delay the online or not is going to be very telling, but I do think it's going to be right around the corner. Again, the recent trailer that we also got also said Xbox and PlayStation, right? It was no mention of PC. So it doesn't give a lot of hope that it's going to release on PC day and date. But I am going to stand strong, and I will continue to hold Rockstar to that standard, especially for GTA specifically. For the amount of money that they have made off of GTA 5, off of online, and how long that this game has been running for them, I just have to put it in expectation, especially with how games are being developed now. I have to put it in the scope of expectation that the game is going to release day and date on PC as well. And maybe that's part of, we talked about that last week a little bit too. Maybe that's part of the delay. I would love for it to be. Maybe it's not. We will see. But I do think that everybody should hold Rockstar to the standard that this game should release on all platforms no matter what. Because at least to me, that makes sense. And if people use they didn't do that previously. Well, they also didn't have a game that lasted a decade previously either. They also didn't have online the way GTA 5 was done. Because I know some people will say, well, they had Red Dead Online. That's not GTA 5 online. Like, let's stop. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. And El Nini, like, I get the whole double dip approach. I just don't think that you need to do that. I think I will always go back to how I feel about why I think games should go multi-platform, or why games should be delivered on as many places as you can. I would rather as a business, I would rather get as much money as I can up front so that people later on, if they don't have the money right now, you want to make a definitive choice, whatever the decision may be, because we don't even know if it's going to end up having crossplay, like console crossplay, as an example, right? For GTA Online. And I don't know if GTA 5 does. I haven't fucking played that game, and I haven't played the online for a very long time. So I don't know. I guess we'll end up seeing. But I just believe that there should be a version on all platforms day one to make the most amount of money. Now, again, there's games going to sell regardless, but if we can really hit top end numbers, if I can hit 100 million copies sold in my first month, why wouldn't I want to do that? That sounds enticing. And I think GTA 6 could be one of those games if it released on all platforms. That's me. I don't know. A lot of people think that that's crazy talk. Oh, they got to optimize it to make sure it runs good and all that. The game's already being made on a PC, but and being ported to different platforms. Sure, they may have, whatchamacallit, what's that fucking name? But they may have, what's the name when they have a prototype? Oh, fuck.
What are you talking about? Beta?
No, when they have a prototype, like when the consoles have a prototype, what is that called?
Prototype?
Yeah. No, there's a specific word. There's a specific word for it. Chad, help me out. What's the name for, why it's literally right there on the tip of my tongue. And I can't, dev kit. Thank you, God, Tim. Dev kit.
Dev kit is not a prototype.
Well,
okay,
I mean, okay, well, whatever. You know what I meant. The Tat knew what I meant.
No, I didn't. I didn't know what you meant.
God Emperor knew what I meant.
Okay, you would have said what they used to create games on.
Sorry, that's what I was trying to get across. Sorry, fucking
yeah, never mind.
Mind is cracking all over.
Yeah, I'm glad you could read his mind.
I appreciate you, Tim. Yes, dev kit. That's what I was trying to say. Fucking sorry. Dev kit, and they may have dev kits and everything to make sure that they optimize it the best they can for the separates for the consoles or whatever. I would definitely like to see it release on PC day one. Again, I mean, if it releases on console and it's only going to be 30 frames, I'm not playing the fucking game. I'm just not. Yeah. I have set my expectation due to Rockstar. I have set my expectation bar higher for them than I would anybody else in the industry. And I know me and Nixie were talking about a little bit because he was mentioning that it's going to be 60 on the PlayStation 5 Pro. And I was telling him if it's going to be 60 on the Pro, then it's going to be 60 on the Series X. Because just because they're going to have a new iteration of PSSR, FSR is software based. FSR, as we know, Xbox has a lot of more of those RDNA features that should allow for them to have more updated versions of FSR be able to be implemented in their games if they choose to do such. So we'll see how things play out. I think both systems will have performance mode for 60 FPS or whatever the case may be. Hopefully, maybe they won't, but we'll end up seeing. I am extremely excited for it, man. I really want to see how things play out. For sure.
I can't believe how big the world is too. That's going to be probably the most impressive thing is how big the world is. Because if you look at the draw distance, like the draw distance is massive.
It is.
There's hints that they could possibly have another separate island as well, but it sounds like this is going to be their biggest game by far yet. And that really does.
I think before it was predicted that it was supposed to be twice the size of GTA 5 at least.
Right, which looks nuts.
And GTA 5 was already a decently sized game.
Yeah. The other big thing too, I saw some people in the chat mention too as well that I'm looking forward to is to see how they've updated their AI, their NPC AI,
yes,
and the daily activities and the wild crazy. Because again, as you guys know, I love that about Bethesda. GTA Rockstar does the same thing. Random occurrences, random wildness, random craziness that happens in the world. That happens in GTA. I want to see how they've stepped up that game as well, because that is another part where you're just driving around and some shit really starts popping off and you're like, what the hell? It just, the immersiveness of their worlds is up there. And I want to see what this one brings. Can't wait from that standpoint.
Roadkill, Doom wants to speak to you. You know, the Doom, the Dark Ages, the game just came out and it's running better on the Series X than it is the Pro. right now? He says, how can you say that when games come out right now and they run better on the Pro than the X? Your statement makes no sense still. Sorry. That's not true. The Series X is dead and the PlayStation Pro is the powerhouse. I just don't think so. I don't think so. Don't believe so. And again, there's also hardware. There's actual hardware things that have been done. Like the difference isn't even that grandiose of a difference. What are we talking about?
I mean, yeah, no,
I've said since the PlayStation Pro came out, all that's going to do is we already knew that the Series X was capped. The Series X wasn't getting all the performance. We talked about tools all day long, and then the PlayStation 5 Pro comes out and all the tools. So now we got tools now. So where did the Pro implement more tools than what Xbox had implemented, knowing that we haven't been using all the tools in the first place? You really think that there's going to be that big of a difference? No, there's not. This isn't the Xbox One to Series X or the PlayStation 4 to the PlayStation 4 Pro. This isn't that. You're talking about a 10%, 15% uplift from the PlayStation 5 to the PlayStation 5 Pro. Again, I'm not trying to shit on the console. You find your own reasons to invest in it. But the same way people were talking about Series X and the PlayStation 5, quote unquote, outperforming the Series X because the tools not being there. What do you mean? And like Vandal, I won't go as far as saying the PlayStation 5 Pro is a scam. Like it's valuable to somebody, right? I wouldn't invest in it if I had a PlayStation 5. I wouldn't see the point. But I also have a different understanding of hardware, and I don't see that upgrade as necessary to me. I can see Series X and PlayStation 5 Pro into the future having more of a being on par with each other than to be expected. And again, if the difference ends up being 200 to 300 pixels, as I was mentioning in the Nixian chat when we were talking about a little bit, that's not that big of a fucking difference. If you're talking about 1200p upscale to 13 or 1400p upscale, you're not going to really be able to tell the difference unless you have somebody like Digital Foundry break it down to you and zoom in 100 times so you can see what the actual differences are. And at that point, it becomes fucking irrelevant. So I don't see that. Now, Nixie does bring up a point. I can see Rockstar prioritizing larger console base, though. Maybe.
Oh, of course. Yes.
But I do think, again, these consoles don't have such vast differences between each other that it's going to be that big of a difference. At least not in my eyes. This isn't previous generations. So saying that one console is going to get more attention than the other console, again, whatever they're going to end up doing for PlayStation, Xbox is instantly going to have more room to breathe. Because again, that's been the entire problem this entire generation. It's been the number one thing people complained about. Because that's what Xbox sold the generation on. Tools. Oh, because of all these things we implemented, because we waited for all this RDNA BS. That's what happened in the first 2 years of the console coming out. How upset people were that all the tools aren't coming into play. And now we're 5 going into 6 years into generation, and there's going to be more ways and more optimization than we have ever seen before. I think they're going to be more on par, as you can see with a game like Doom, that guys, like, the difference isn't that staggering. And it shouldn't have to take, we implemented the brand new version of PSSR and all this other stuff for it to play the way that it should. So that's all I'm saying. Roadkill, he adds on, he says, yeah, they stopped me from buying it on PlayStation Pro because it ran better on the X, so I'm just going to play it on Game Pass. You are correct, sir. But when you see that, it's crazy. Roadkill says, how much of an upgrade is the 4090 to the 5090? How much of a percentage? I think it's about 10. I think they said it's about 10 to 15% as well of a difference. I mean, even at that, I don't think that's a worthy upgrade. If you have a 4090,
it's always going to be eye of the beholder.
It is. We do get into, and then we go into that. We do get into a more particular conversation, right? Depending on what you're looking for, depending on what you're trying to play, depending on, whatever your standard is, right? Like, again, when Pong said he wanted to get a computer, he set a standard. I said, okay, Pong. Well, I told Pong he needs to set a standard. And what are you trying to meet? Okay, this is what it's probably going to cost for you to meet that standard for X amount of time. Now, we'll see how things continue to play out. It's just, and like Decado says, why upgrade the 4090 to 5090? That's a damn waste of money. And to me, yes, I think there's other things that you can invest in that will be more worth your ducats than doing something like that, right? If you had a 4090, you might as well just wait to the 6090 as an example. That makes more sense, especially from what we've seen from the 5000 series so far, but that's neither here or there. Sci-Fi Sky says, yeah, I'm a PC gamer. I only play on console for exclusives and timed exclusives. Oh, that's what's up, man. Remix Station says PS5 Pro is like buying a 5090. I don't agree with that. I think it's like going from a 2080 Super to from like a 2070 Super, to I think they estimated it to be like maybe a 4070, and even that would be inaccurate because it doesn't have all the features that a 4070 does. But if we're just talking about like raw performance, maybe just because of some of the new implementations that they're able to put in, again, the tools that they're able to implement, right? That's the only reason why they're making those comparisons. And even then, I see people more so saying it's more like a 4060 in some ways. See, Sci-Fi said, like, I just said it. That's funny. Sci-Fi says it was more like a 4060 Ti. Yeah, and again, that's more so how I look at it, right? Nixie says Pro is like a 6030 Ti. You out? I'm out. He's stupid. So we'll definitely see what ends up happening, man. A lot is on the horizon. Some people were assuming that PlayStation had the marketing rights for GTA because of, some of the things that they were showing in the trailer. I know. Oh no, it's Alex was like, just because they had a Temu PlayStation in there doesn't mean that PlayStation got the marketing rights. And I don't think,
but all the footage was taken on a PlayStation, so
it was. But I think that's going to be. I think that's more. I think it's the reverse, right? You know how traditionally they go to, where these companies go to the console manufacturers to cut a deal with them. I think that this is reverse. Maybe PlayStation went to them and said, "Hey, we'll pay you a little bit of this if you say that, if it's running on a PlayStation
mutual,
5.
Bro. They know what the value is going to be. It's mutual. It's a done deal.
I also don't think that I don't think they're going to cut a marketing deal at all.
Okay,
this time around.
I said they didn't need to, but I think Strauss will still take it and run.
If PlayStation comes, if they're
not doing a PC version, if they're not going to do a PC version still out the gate, right? If they're not going to do a PC version, it's going to show best on the PlayStation 5 Pro for all the reasons that people talked about. Again, they're going to focus on that console. That's what they were doing in this trailer. They will show best on that console. They will it's a mutually beneficial deal for them both to cut that deal, because PlayStation knows they're going to get a bunch of the PlayStation 4 people and even some of the Xbox One people that have not gone to current gen are going to come over to PlayStation to play this game, right? We knew that. This is going to be the big mover of that nearly 50% of last gen players who are still on the old consoles. This game right here is going to be the big mover. So I think it is going to be mutually beneficial for everybody involved.
And it could be. But we'll see. I know Xbox just put GTA 5 back in the Game Pass, right? Yeah. So there's some deals cut in there as well. Oh, yeah. It could just be on all. That's why I'm saying I don't think that it's going to be one side or the other, because I think both sides are probably going to pitch in and say, hey, we'll give you a little bit of a bag just to, to have marketing on both. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how things play out. We'll see how serious that both sides want to take it. And Nick, again, Exactly. He says it's semantics, like you said about the potential of GTA 6 performance on Xbox Series X. At the end of the day, it is semantics. That's why that's why it's always interesting to me when people have the conversation when you have a game that's at 55 frames, 58 frames, and then a game that's at 60 frames, and people are like, oh, it performs better at here because it's 60. It's like, really? And then you start getting information behind the scenes. It's like, oh, well, this one is running at a higher resolution. Like typically we've seen with Series X as an example. It was running at a higher resolution, although it maybe was losing by a couple frames. And it's like at that point, you are playing semantic games. I don't play in that conversation. I think those conversations are dumb. Until you get to a point where you'll see a dramatic difference. I'm talking about 10, 15 frames of a difference as an example between the consoles. I think that's something more to discuss and talk about. But if we're talking about minimum lows of like 2 to 5 frames, is there really a big enough of a difference? I don't think so, but that's just me. Roadkill says, I don't think so. I think Rockstar will search out the highest console platform so they can sell on it. It's just smart business. For me, in the way that I'm looking at, I don't think it matters this time because they know it's going to sell on whatever console it needs to sell on. The game's going to sell itself no matter what. So it's like, you don't need to search out for anybody because people are going to search out you. Xbox and PlayStation are going to knock on your door and say, hey, what can we do to get this marketed along with our console or whatever the case? Even as much as people may feel like the Xbox doesn't care, they're probably going to play a little semantic game when that game drops. Again, you're talking about, this is the golden egg of the industry, right? I can't think of another game that has the type of impact that GTA has had since GTA 5. No other GTA has had this kind of impact. No, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to downplay it, but this time around, it is definitely different. So Nixie says, yep, 58 frames. Oh, that version is trash. People have no clue what they're even saying. That's what happens when you don't have a mind of your own. Yeah, like and then Decado adds up and says, yeah, there was a 0.5 frame drop of Pro. Series X is clear superior. Yeah, it's just when people, that's when you know people are just way too invested into their piece of plastic or wanting their console to win. And it's like, that shouldn't be with the conversation. It is such a pointless semantic conversation to have at that point. But hey, neither here nor there, man. Wins are wins and losses are losses, I guess, if that's all that matters to you. So, hey, people are taking it for what they are right now. The other thing that I had on this, on my list here, coming off of GTA, was there was some information that went out with this week comparing the Switch 2 to the Steam Deck and how that console measures up to each other. And apparently come to find out, let me see if I can get this up here. I believe they said that the Switch 2 was about half the performance of a Steam Deck docked. I'm trying to see if I can find my bookmarks for that again. I mentioned it earlier, but I just find it extremely interesting. The more information that we're getting about Switch 2, I feel like it's revealing some things about the industry. I know we got information this week that Hogwarts Legacy was going to be 1440p docked on the Switch 2, and people were complaining about the Series S and its performance with Hogwarts Legacy, right? So it's interesting to see how people have complained and said that the Series S was such a problem to optimize for, and then you turn around, there you go, Punk. Thank you for that. Fucking, I don't know why I couldn't find it. But apparently, let me see if I can get this up on screen for you guys. Boom. This was done by Gary Golcom. Golem, sorry, hopefully I'm saying your name right. I'm probably not. He's more so known for doing these types of tests, really breaking down handheld devices and other devices as well, kind of comparing them to each other, what the performance is going to be like, even predicting some of these things. He's done videos, kind of speaking to what his expectations were going to be for Switch 2. He's essentially been he's been kind of on par as far as that goes. But yeah, so it wasn't half the performance. I was thinking about the Series S where the Switch 2 was half the performance. But as you can see here, the Switch 2 is less performant than even the Steam Deck is. So we're seeing that we're setting the precedent at. And then when you see Series S at the top, there's 3786. Again, you got to take these numbers for what they are. When you put them into reality and actually put games behind them, that tells a different story than just looking at these numbers. But these numbers do essentially kind of give you a baseline idea, right? People were expecting, again, Switch 2 to be along the lines of a PlayStation 4 Pro, or like the Xbox One X as an example. And seemingly it's coming down a little bit even less than that. And it's less performant than the Series S is, right? Looking at this 3786 number, comparative to like the Switch 2 is not even half, right? So it's just interesting to me seeing how we've had these studios come out and say that they're going to be releasing their games on Switch 2. Seems like second and third party are opening up their doors more to Switch 2, while people have been complaining and saying that the Series S just has not been enough this entire generation, and calling it a potato, all these other things. But miraculously, these games can work on this other hardware. So I just thought that was an interesting thing to at least bring to the table, as far as setting expectation with people. I do think that people could still invest in a Steam Deck today, and you will still see a benefit to owning one, right? So we'll end up seeing what ends up happening out of that. Nixie says the GPU in the Switch 2 doesn't have to be on par with anything. It's so customized. Only two companies truly know its capabilities, NVIDIA and Nintendo. The other thing that Nintendo has working for them as well, which I know is going to alleviate some headroom, is that they're using the LSS, right? That is going to be a benefit to them versus the PlayStation and Xbox using AMD. Nintendo does have the benefit of using NVIDIA, right? That is going to carry a lot for them. And Jasper just mentioned that in the chat too. That's fucking crazy how y'all been doing that. He said DLSS is going to carry third-party games on the Switch. Yeah, I think it will. And DLSS is only getting better and better, right? There may be some frame gen in there that they end up using or whatever the case, right, to make those games look and play even better. And in handheld mode, you're not going to really notice some of those difference. Nixie mentions 2077 looks better on the Switch 2 than on the Steam Deck, so take that for data. I mean, and sure, there's going to be some of those differences because, again, implementing DLSS versus I don't know what you're able to do on the Steam Deck. I haven't used the Steam Deck personally, but it also just depends on how familiar you are with either device. So we'll end up seeing what plays out, man. But based off of what I'm showing here, Pong, and some of the things that you've seen, again, I think it's lifting up a bit of a veil for the industry, and reveal some behind the scene things that we have even discussed on here, and even with the Fun Spec fam, about Nintendo's power and how people look at them and what people are going to make sure is possible on one device versus maybe some others. So it seems like people are willing to break their backs and not complain for stuff like this. What did you get from this? I don't know if you this was even something that was like, oh man, like, damn, I knew it kind of thing. But what does this tell you? How are you feeling about it? And yeah.
Leave it up to the tech guys, bro. I'll leave it up to the tech guys, all you guys, to break it down and tell me what this is going to mean. But obviously, just from satellite view, we kind of knew this was the way the Switch was going to go. That the Switch 2 was not going to wind up being as powerful as everybody thought it was going to be. That obviously they were implementing DLSS for that reason. And it is going to be a crutch or a benefit, however you want to look at it. That's going to allow third parties to put their games over there a lot. And it's going to work. But to me, it is laughable. Something that we did bring up when we're getting closer and closer to the Switch 2 launch and knew that the power would probably be less than that. eventually, again, we're going to stop hearing devs complain about the lack of power that we've heard some devs complain about the Switch, or about the Series S, excuse me, being, a burden to them to work on. Whereas a cool kid comes along like Nintendo and makes the most popular or the most sold console, makes a updated version to that, they're going to be more than happy to bend over backwards to put themselves into pretzels to make the games work on the Switch 2 without any type of peep from them or complaint that the Switch 2 is underpowered. So we knew this from the beginning. It was going to happen this way. Just got to laugh at it. It is what it is. It'll probably help other versions of these games as well, potentially, that they have to try to fit this into the Switch, right? Just like we saw when devs did work on the Series S versions, and we saw plenty of games get updated across the board that actually helped optimize, like Baldur's Gate 3 being a very prominent one, or Dying Light 2. Both of those games got updates across the board because of all the work they had to do on the Series S, and it helped everybody. So I think the same thing is going to potentially happen here as well, but it is what it is. We knew that we already knew that they're not going to ever compete. Yeah, it's just funny. It is funny. But that's the benefit of being the cool kid in the club, bro. This is like, people will make excuses for you. People will bend over backwards. People will not complain about you. People will put up with your bullshit, and Nintendo's got the free pass all the way around, brother. Again, all the way around. So, it'll be interesting to see how these third-party games show up. It's amazing that CDPR somehow found a way to fit all of Cyberpunk onto a 64 gig card, bro.
Yeah.
When they couldn't get a PlayStation 4 to run it, when they couldn't get an Xbox One to run it in any way, shape, or form of any type of quality. But all of a sudden, that game shows up on the Switch 2, and they fit it all into the cart, and it actually looks halfway freaking decent.
Yeah,
it actually does. Like, it really does.
It's impressive.
It's wild, man. It's because man, they got a nice base they want to sell to, brother. It is crazy though, but it is going to be fun to watch. And the Switch 2, I think that's what I said this time around for me. With Nintendo, is going to be interesting experiment to see if their core Nintendo base actually does buy third-party titles, or if it is just first party and that's all they care about.
Yeah, I think that's going to be
some examples where they don't buy a whole lot of third party. So this time around, they're going to get some of the big games. They're going to get some of the big boys, and I want to see how that audience responds, if they pick those games up, or if they say, nah, we're good, just waiting on the next Mario, just waiting on the next Zelda, just waiting on whatever. So we'll see.
Yeah, like Nixon brings up, he says, imagine the number of PC exclusive games land on Switch 2 with mouse support now, the possibilities. I mean, again, I think it's just going to be, it's going to be a funny generation, man. Yeah, and shout out to the person that came here, made me cry, coming in saying Xbox sucks, man. Appreciate you. Much love. Hey, nothing wrong with that. That's how you feel.
Hey, man. Hey, Shazmal Jeffrey, retro nerd. Good to see you in here. Says it's been a while. Been super busy with my business, and it's had to take up a large amount of time. Hey,
bro, real life.
That real life business going, man. Priorities first. Appreciate you showing up and hanging out, retro, for sure. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, man. Much love to you. But yeah, Mimi, if you didn't figure out, I'm not giving you like toxic positivity. It's just, I could tell that you probably haven't been here before. I mean, hey, if that's just how you feel, then great, but that shit ain't gonna work here. So I'm not gonna ban you or anything. You can say more hateful stuff. So I don't bother me, as long as you're not attacking anybody directly in chat, saying that they're fucking stupid or whatever. I don't fucking care. Right. Maybe some other channel would, but yeah, that shit don't bother me. Feel how you feel, man. If you don't see a point, again, it's the time to do it. Speak with your wallet. I keep trying to tell people, you don't like the direction things are going, speak. Don't buy their games. It seems like it's very difficult for people not to buy their games. So, guess we'll see.
I can't even see them.
He was a little over. He just said one thing. It's right above Ron Slusher. He says nobody in California owns a PS5 Pro. which I also thought was funny. Shout out to you, Ron.
Oh, I see.
Mimicry, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, Mimicry.
Okay,
got
to you, man. Tim says everybody going to buy Xbox games once they also come to Switch too.
We're going to see. Yeah. We're going to see because they're going to bring as many as they can. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Again, I mean, to Paul's point, it's going to be interesting to also see how second and third party to end up supporting that, and if those people and the people who were invested in that platform buy those. So
right,
we'll see. But chat, I mean, that's pretty much all I had on my list. Pong, I mean, if there's anything else that you want to throw in there that you want to dive into, I'm not going to get into this day or upcoming games. I don't have none of that set up. It's just been again wild week, as I mentioned in the beginning of the show. But chat, I mean, is there anything else that you guys would like us to touch on? Any other topics or hot button things that maybe you heard on other shows? Maybe nobody else really dove into it. Go ahead and let us know in chat. If there's anything else that you would like for us to dive into, and we can maybe touch on things, maybe give some hot button topics and kind of go from there. And Ham, what's going on? TSWS Gaming Ham Solo himself.
Oh, Ham,
what's going on?
What's going on, Ham? Good to see you, brother. Appreciate you dropping by. Yeah. Battlefield's for sure coming by March next year. Steel, by the way.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They said that their plan is to release it before March.
Now, especially now that GTA is where it's at, they feel better about it, right? Because they're going to have some.
We'll have to get it at the end of the year.
November. At the end of the year or right at the beginning of 2026 and give themselves some. I think they're going to try to push November, it, especially with how
a Christmas Battlefield.
That might be a little tight, but they could do it because I said from the beginning I could care. If you don't
seen
come
that
with
gameplay though. I don't know.
If you don't come with 20 maps, what?
You saw the gameplay? No, I'm talking about.
Oh yeah,
it looked good.
Yeah, it looks good. It needed some polishing on some of the stuff, but like I said, if you come out with a smaller experience and it doesn't have, like 20 maps, like if you just come out with smaller, I'd be okay with you expanding it over time if that's what you want to do and get it in everybody's hands. But yeah, I think end of this year might be pushing it, but I think January, February, they might be able to push this thing out right away, Steel, at the beginning.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because yes, it is looking that good. I'm in. I mean,
I'm sold. I like what I'm
saying. I think Zappella's nailed it. So I think we're back. I think Battlefield's back, and it's going to be interesting. But yeah, with the Grand Theft Auto 6 announcement, that's the kind of a ripple effect, Steel, we've had now. We're going to start seeing some more devs and publishers come out with dates for this year because now everybody's can kind of take a breath and a sigh of relief, and they don't have to worry about GTA 6 this year. So I think we're going to see a lot of games at the second half of this year, Steel. I think Xbox not going to be the only one that's loaded up at the end of this year. I think we're going to see a lot of people loaded up at the end of this year. It's going to be interesting.
Some people want us to kind of touch on what we think about the Microsoft handheld or the Xbox Ally, quote unquote, the next one that they're putting out. If we had, because BT asked as well, did you guys get into the ASUS Xbox handheld? We touched on it very lightly. We didn't get into anything much about it. I can bring it up on the screen for you guys as well, just so you guys can see it. What it's anticipated to look like or whichever the case. I don't have much else to add on to it other than like what everybody else has mentioned, whoever fucking took the photos. Either they were trying to take photos really quick so they didn't get fucking noticed.
Clean that shit.
That's what it looks like. It looks like somebody, it's been handed from person to person. This looks like a proto, like one of those like your first versions that everybody has touched.
Like somebody took baby oil.
That too. Yeah, people got some greasy ass fingers. I ain't gonna lie to you. Either way, definitely a dirty looking picture. But I do like the aesthetic of it. It looks like it's gonna be a comfortable handheld to hold. Hated it. Right?
I'm glad to hear you.
Really? I didn't. Again, maybe I just haven't been paying attention. I like the way that the console looks. Yeah, it does give me a little bit of the PlayStation Portal vibe for sure. Cutting the controller in half. I think this has a little bit more of a personality to it for sure. But I like the way that it looks. I think it's going to end up being comfortable in hand. I mean, again, I don't know what a good looking one would look like. I don't know.
Some people had problems with the back buttons and placement and shit. So
The back button placement.
I don't know.
Show some of that. Okay, like this one right here, I think.
Yeah, there was. I did see.
It's just going to depend on play. It's just going to depend on how it actually feels in hand, right? I'm digging the ergonomics of it because again, that's what I want. If you're going to give me a handheld device, controllers have already proven that they are good to hold in hand. It makes it more natural. If you're going to go from this to me holding a thing, I would prefer this. You know what I'm saying? With a screen in the middle. Again, I'm using I'm holding up two controllers and trying to imagine how that would feel. I would prefer this versus a flat surface. That's part of the reason I don't like the current ones right now is because I don't even like playing on the Switch undocked because it just feels nasty in the hands. Mind you, I mean, I have decently sized hands as well, but I would rather this.
Right.
For me. As far as put two controllers together, that'll give you a better perspective, especially two Xbox controllers together. That'll give you a little bit of a better perspective on what it's going to feel like. As far as price wise goes, if it is accurate that this is going to have 64 gigs of RAM, I don't know if they ended up including that in the information. Let's see. 91 Mobiles found the listing for the ROG Ally 2 and the Indonesian certificate and video cards linked those to an FCC listing for the Wi-Fi module included in the two devices, which includes photos of the hardware. That listing also reveals some limited specs, which includes a 7-inch 120 hertz LCD display. I will say that is one negative for me. I wish the screen was like a 9-inch screen. I know some people don't like a 10-inch screen. I probably would have leaned more into like a 10-inch screen. But I like bigger screens like that. But again, I haven't been playing on handhelds, so I don't know what this is going to end up looking like. I know that there's a lot more room to play with something like this as far as when you're upscaling and things like that. So that may be there. It's about the same as the first generation with an 8-core 36-watt AMD Ryzen Z2 Extreme CPU, included in the Xbox edition, and a less powerful 4-core 20-watt chip in the white version. But yeah, apparently this is going to have 64 gigs of RAM in it. And apparently people were saying that's, I don't know if it was Kay Asante who was talking about that. Shout out to our Gamer Circle brothers. But if it has 64 gigs of RAM, apparently how these handheld devices work is that the video memory pulls from the onboard RAM, or however it is. I'm not super technical as far as that side goes. Haven't done enough research as far as how those things work. So that's going to be interesting because if it does have 64 gigs of RAM, that at least would make me interested in investing because that tells me that there's going to be some longevity in it, right? Again, it may be hot. It is giving me a little Game Gear vibes. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It sounds like something I'm gonna have fucking plugged in all the goddamn time. For sure. Because that's the other problem with me and handheld devices. Because it's like, I'm the dude who's still gonna want to get something out of it. And if I can only get fucking 15 minutes out of the device, like Nikado says, because I'm playing at a fucking certain level, and hopefully it has different performance modes that you can choose depending on what you're doing. Again, you still got to set your expectation, right? The thumbsticks are in the right place. I automatically like it over Steam Deck because of that. I never got it. I never was interested in Steam Deck off the simple principle of stick placement. I just don't care for it. I think it's dumb. But I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's terrible. I'm interested to see what we're going to get out of it. I mean, Pong, was this something that speaks to you? Oh, before I pass to you, Pong, I do want to say, I do think that the device is going to be $1,000. 1,000%. Because it's being made by ROG and it's teamed up with Xbox, if it does have if it is as performant as it's rumored to be, I think it's going to be $1,000, especially with tariffs and everything else that's being put into play, and then raising the price of hardware. I think it's easily going to be $1,000, and I only based off of I think because the ROG Ally X right now. We can do a search together. ROG Ally X. ROG Ally X right now you could buy from Best Buy for $799. That's why I say it's $1,000. Easily. And this is 24 gigs of RAM with a 1 terabyte SSD. And this thing is predicted to have 2 terabytes at least with 64 gigs of RAM. You think it's going to be less than $800? I don't think so.
$999.
Hey, now Tim, I can see them doing stuff like that. He says $1,000, it better come with 3 years of Game Pass. I can see them doing a year of Game Pass, maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't think $1,000 is necessarily, because again, this is not meant for the baseline consumer.
$899. No, they're going for the enthusiast. Obviously, this is not. I mean, this is what we talked about that they could potentially be doing with all their hardware, anyways. I don't know.
Xbox Ally won't be cloud only, Ron. They're going for more of the native approach. They've already talked about that.
Yeah, which is dope. Which is what it should be, and again, anything that they make should be native.
Excuse me, the 2 terabyte ROG Ally X Pong 7-inch screen and all that is $899. So yeah.
I wonder if they could subsidize a little bit and get it down to $899.
I don't think they can subsidize because it's done through ROG. Now, if it was just Xbox, like I think Xbox's version, they'll be able to come down on that price. I think Xbox can get it down to $700.
Yeah, I don't know, because I really don't care about handhelds right now. It's not my forte, so I don't mind the look of it. I think it looks fine. Again, I wouldn't be interested until Xbox does something first party wise. I want to see what their hardware team comes up, especially with the Surface team. Since I'm somebody who did own a Surface Pro, I know that team knows how to design hardware very well, and I think that even though the Surface didn't take off or anything like that, they're still got a division, but it didn't really take off. Again, just from using it, they really know what they're doing. So I'm looking forward to their first party handheld to see what they do there. But I think it's fine as a guinea pig, as an entry point for them into the handheld market to partner with ROG and have this come out like this. And I'm glad they're not going to skimp on it. Like I that's been my point all along, is don't skimp, because if you're going to go this route, Steele, you got to kind of lean into what you're becoming here with your hardware, which is an enthusiast-based hardware. Like, this is what you tried with the Series S, that mass appeal. You tried that cheap entry point. It worked to a certain degree, but at the same time, I want you to lean into being an enthusiast. I want you to lean into being the upper end, be able to perform well against the top-tier devices. Yeah. Like, I think that's where they should place themselves at this point. And I'm cool with this. Like, I want to see what comes out of it. But I really want to see their first party stuff. And I know we're not going to see it for a while, but I do want to see what their first party does with this. But I think this is an okay starting point for them to try. And obviously, having it mocked up in an Xbox way with the buttons and all that kind of stuff, that's always cool to me. I mean, that's fine. Do that shit, man.
Now, I have seen people mention like they wish it had a little bit more Xbox-ish nature to it. I would have liked to see some green on there for sure. Mm-hmm. On the back, whatever accents.
Maybe they'll have a special edition. It might have a special edition too.
Maybe they'll do it with that. I mean, I think they should do it by default. I think the main thing that I'm looking for out of this device is if they're going to apply their new OS that they're trying to implement. Whether this is going to be a true testing ground for that. That's more so what I really want to see out of this. That the Xbox version has a Xbox OS on it. Windows Lite, whatever it is. Again, if you're going to go this direction, you cannot have people feel like it's a PC. It has to be easily accessible, easy to flow through. Again, you've been constantly making changes to Game Bar, right? Seeming like you're trying to make something more accessible. You're working on Windows Lite. Windows Lite they have been working on this for so goddamn long. It is hard for me not to believe that this wouldn't be a first testing bed out to mass market to see how it's received. So we'll see. Yeah, Nixie, that's exactly what I'm expecting. He says the X button takes you to their store and OS, just like the Armory Crate button. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to see a Windows button. No, it needs to be X. You take me to the Xbox system settings. You give me Xbox performance menus, whatever the case may be. And it's not for me because, again, like I would be willing to do some of the tweaking and twerk shot to the Iron Lords. It's so fucking funny when they say that shit. I would be willing to do so. I would be willing to do the tweaking and stuff like that, personally. But I am more so concerned about what the consumer is going to, how the consumer is going to look at this product, especially since these types of devices have become more of a known factor for people. So that's why. So I'm interested to see how it's going to end up playing out. BT says earlier, he says, they say the current boxing handhelds hurt after a while because of the sharp edges. I could see that. Again, you got to lean into the gaming nature. If you're doing it for gaming purposes, you have to lean into the gaming nature of it. And I think that's why PlayStation Portal works so well for people, because it's like, hey, broke two controllers in half, and you broke a controller in half, put a screen in the middle. You still get the ergonomics, feels decently in hand. And I think that's why a lot of people are like kind of feeling good about it. So. Decado says Borderlands.
Yeah.
In September. We didn't mention that.
Yeah.
I know Pong.
Randy was online last night. Randy was online last night, just kind of, as Randy's want to do when he's skiing, just start answering random questions online to people. I mean, this is Randy. Take it or leave him. It's Randy. But yeah, no, he was online last night, and he was answering a bunch of questions from people, just randomly throwing stuff at him about the game. And again, talk about being open and transparent. I mean, Randy goes up and beyond sometimes. His PR department doesn't like when he does this, but he does it anyways. So he said that they are targeting 60 frames because there had been no mention of frames, and somebody asked him about the frames. So he said targeting 60 frames. All I asked for. Thank you, Randy. And then somebody asked about balance, and I'll read this quote directly if I can find it here real quick. Steele, I don't know if you've got it there real quick, but here we go. Somebody asked about balance, and Randy goes, also F balance. Make a sick build with some good, with some god drop loot and melt bosses. Be a legend. I love it. So. Broken builds are going to be at play, at least in the beginning. Now, Borderlands has had this, to be fair, in the past.
Yeah.
Borderlands has had broken builds before.
And it's kind of the point, right?
And they kind of had that same attitude, and then all of a sudden a patch comes out and nerfs everything. So, take it for what it is, because Randy will say a bunch of stuff, and his devs will do a bunch of different things, okay? So, Randy does get over the top with it, but... he also did confirm last night's Steele, which looter shooter fans will love, that bosses will have dedicated loot drops, so you can farm dedicated specific things, which hasn't always been the case in Borderlands, right? It used to be random, all completely random, but he said there will be dedicated loot drops for bosses. So that's dope. And he also claims no loading. Now, again, it's Randy. So take it with salt, but he said no loading. This is one big open world. So if that's the case, because if you guys play Borderlands, you know how they section off and cordon off, the world, right? And you're going through loading as you go into the next section. It says none of that this time around. Okay. Again, he's speaking fire. So I was cool with it. I said, let's fucking go. Like I'm day one on this. Like I'm all set for Borderlands. This is going to be awesome, man. The way they're doing the loot. There was also another interview with him and the team. I can't remember who did it. It was kind of a big production. I don't remember. It was just, anyways. Randy purposely, but his team was like, Randy, shut up. Purposely let loose that there is going to be, they're bringing back pink. So pearlescent loot drops as well, which some people were wondering because somebody asked a question in the audience what the loot drops are going to look like. And his main dev, I forget the guy's name, his main dev said, well, common to legendary, and then went through the colors. And then Randy started listing off the colors and he goes, and pink. And then they're all yelled at him, but it was obvious that he was trying to do it. So anyways, so that's cool. We're going to have pearlescent back again. So yeah, lots of good stuff about Borderlands 4. again, I don't even care if it's not the greatest Borderlands ever. It still will be fun for me because I love what they do there. Again, the thing with this is going to be the humor, whether or not they can get the story back. Borderlands 3 did not have a great story. They lost people with the humor. It wasn't up to par. We will see what they do this time around, but it looks great. The skill trees too, Steel, by the way. The max skills in any one tree for Borderlands prior to this was 11. This game, I think somebody went through and found the screenshot, is going to be 25.
Oh, damn.
So over double for each character. So yeah.
It's going to be good. I mean, again, I'm definitely interested in jumping in. Tiny Tina gave me some good vibes off of. I mean, I didn't really like the end game. Hearing Randy say what he says, kind of makes me feel away because again, I'm not always the one that's interested in. I just want to find out if my dick is bigger than yours, kind of thing. I just in PvE games, it doesn't always pull me in, right? But I did have a fucking fantastic time playing Tiny Tina with Pong, playing through the story. Yeah. Maybe that's another thing that we'll end up getting again. We get sessions in, and it's another one that we end up completing on Live Split Screen. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. It does come out a month after Gears Reloaded, so we'll see how that fucking plays out.
I know. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to be playing Reloaded more for the multiplayer. Well, for the multiplayer. So again, having a game that I can kind of go to be my relax, right? But offshoot versus my.
Oh, here we go. Steel. I found the tweet, by the way, on the skills. So I was kind of correct, but kind of wrong as well.
Okay.
On average, BL2 had around 11 skills per tree. BL3 had around 13 skills per tree.
Okay.
Borderlands 4 has a whopping 29 skills.
Oh shit! You said there's even more.
So they've expanded
per tree
immensely. Yes, on average. So that's a big update too. Dakota, you jump back into Borderlands 3. I was just thinking about re-downloading it again too. I'm playing so much though right now, but I was thinking about re-downloading it. Dakota, if you don't know that there's a new code out too for 25 diamond keys in Borderlands 3 if you want it. So there's a new code out.
Nixie says, question of 2025 Arc Raiders release date. Please let it be this year. It is supposed to be this year, Nixie. Yeah. I think they even came out and said that. I'm anticipating with GTA moving out, right? I think it is. I don't think that would have necessarily mattered. With how well the game performed and how well it was received, I think they're definitely going to do some more tweaking or whatever. I would anticipate it being out in the fall, for sure. I would probably say November time. Yeah, probably October, November time, for sure. I think that'll be a good time to release it. Maybe it comes out even sooner than that, depending on if they end up wanting to do another beta or another test or whatever. But I do think of how well this was received, especially in comparison to Marathon as an example, that this one has the potential to release a lot sooner. And that's another one that's really high on my radar because I actually want to get good at that one too because I really liked what I played of it, and then we played of it together when I we had
a lot of fun. I made that post too. I mean, again, we didn't really talk about what we've been playing, but we didn't get Sunday time in, but we did get Saturday time in with it, and had some more great runs. Had some bad runs too, and of course I'm always lacking because I always hold things up. But we had some great runs too, and it was fun. And but we had a lot of different interactions than we had on Friday.
Yeah.
On Saturday night, where we got a good mix of PvE, but we also got into some PvP where it was 3 teams involved, and it got freaking nuts. Like, it wound up bad for us, but that one where we held off one team and we were actually taking them down one by one, but we attracted another team and they came from behind and flanked us while we were finishing up the other team and mopping up the other team. And they took us down, and we lost everything. But it was a fun, intense fight. It was a
good feeling.
It was a good feeling because
it was hard to be mad about it.
You can't just run and gun. You can't run and gun. You're using corners. You're like being strategic with the weapon. I mean, there's a lot to that game, and it's really dope. I think it's got a really unique experience. And like I said, you always wonder, how many of the influencers that get games early, we've seen them overhype games, or, again, it's a part of that thing that, Nixie and I were talking about earlier. Again, the content creators will lie, and content creators will overdo things and cap for things that they don't honestly believe are good just because they get access. And we've seen it time and time again. But for this one, when we saw all kind of the talk around it, after hopping into it, I think everybody's being legit that they believe that this could be a really, really, really good extraction shooter and could find its hold in this space. So I'm really excited to see what they finish.
And people were saying there's supposed to be like 10 maps or more, apparently, too. Yeah. Like, it's like there's actually like a flushed out experience here, apparently. So, which is very telling. Again, that's another Embark coming out of nowhere with this, something they've been working on for quite some time. And Nixie, I'm right on board. Yeah, that too. But Nixie, I'm right on board. I'm not interested in playing COD this year. I honestly want COD to skip this year. I really do. Yeah. They need to delay it and they need to give it some time. Especially with how things are going right now, off the heels of Black Ops 6, and they're trying to go back into Black Ops. Like, bro, just give yourself some time. You're not short on games. I'm sure Call of Duty can use a little bit more love. You got other games that are coming out, especially if Battlefield is able to make it out. What if Battlefield says, you know what? We think things are going well. We're going to release in November as well. You know what I mean? Like, do you really want to compete with Battlefield?
The same people will buy this shit. So it's
for sure.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine no matter what. It'll be fine. But again, am I excited for COD this year? No, I'm not.
Nah. I'd rather play Arc Raiders for sure.
You got too much.
If I had to pick.
Got too much. Yeah. And even as a non-extraction shooter guy, again, just experiencing, I wouldn't jump into that game by myself solo. Like that would not be it. But if you were legitimately playing that game, I would legit jump in with you and play that game. Like, I think that's one of those really good experiences if you've got a buddy or two to play with. And I think that's but I just love the atmosphere of that game. That the atmosphere in that game is really dope. It's really dope.
Yeah, remake. I still think, he says Marathon is coming. I still think Marathon is going to end up being delayed, especially when you compare it to what Arc Raiders has done. I know Bungie keeps saying that they have a lot that they're going to announce, that is still on the table for them that they haven't shown. I don't know how true that is. Bungie likes to say that, and then it ends up being very melodramatic coming from them. I'm still interested and excited about Marathon. I want to play Marathon. But the difference is I've played Arc Raiders. I haven't played Marathon, so I can't give my opinion on either. I like what I've seen from Marathon, but I need to get it in hand. I like what I've seen from Arc Raiders, and I've put hands on, and it's like, especially when you're talking about the content and everything, I don't know if they're going to be able to rock and roll in September. And I would like Embark to be bold. If Marathon is going to hold its release date, I say you release on top of Marathon.
Oh, jeez.
Competition. Let them stand on it. Let them stand. You can't run away from it forever.
Oh no, I mean, obviously
you know what I mean?
So they're going to be up against each other at some point. So, for sure. So, but
El Nini says, "Let's squat up in gears." Hey man, if you can handle the pressure. Again, I'm not quite there yet, so I can't even talk like that. But I'm be working on it. I'm getting in the gym. Better get your shots up.
How different was it trying to get used to no cancel?
Oh, bro, it's fucking night and day. It's dramatic. It's almost.
I personally don't like the cancel. I personally like the non-cancel version better.
I hear both sides. I definitely hear both sides.
When I watch videos of people and again, I was never like that level, but I could do it. Like I played enough where I learned how to do it, and I could do it to some degree. But watching people just ice skate, it's so dumb, bro. I like the first one where you got the
optimal way. So
I like the first one where you got to commit still. If you're going in, you're committing, right? You could still wall bounce, but you're committing to that move, that aggressive move, and you're not getting out of it. And so you got to go. Like, that's it. I like that.
It does feel mad stiff and extremely heavy in comparison to what we've been experiencing over the last. It is difficult to go back to when they've moved forward, right? Because they moved it forward with Gears 2, right? So and ever since Gears 2, it's always been it's been a certain way. So then when you go back, especially and we've played other games that also feel modern, and you played a Division 2, and you got all these other games that are like cover-based shooters, and you feel that fluidity, and you go back to UE, it is quite jarring. And I think that's the hardest thing that I'm trying to get back used to is that, because there's a lot of movement that I have adapted to, and because I haven't been as consistent in Gears, again, after Gears 3, I just kind of fell off of it. I mean, I was still catching bodies and everything in 4 and 5, but it just didn't keep me the way 1 through 3 did. Going back to UE, it's jarring, but it's just something to get used to. Again, I'm seeing other people get back in their bag with it. That means I could easily get back in my bag with it too. So it's a timing thing. It's going to take more than just me one session for me to get my groove, to get anywhere close to my groove back in it. So, but it is, it's jarring. It's jarring, but we'll see. Because I mean, again, there's also rumors that Reloaded may speed up the gameplay a little bit. Maybe not change anything on a mechanical game point. They're still going to have the commitment and everything, but they may speed up the game a little bit.
Right.
Game speed. And I think Gears Reloaded could use that. I think that'd be cool for a modern iteration of the game. I think that'd be cool. Maybe for an example, if the game speed is at 100% right now.
Yeah.
I think bumping it up to like 110, 115 would make it feel good.
Right.
Even and still having the commitment there. I think it still feel good. So, Decado says, so what do you think about Destiny 2 Star Wars Edition? I think Bungie's fucking desperate. That's what I think.
That's so stupid.
I think Bungie's desperate as fuck. And it's,
I
hey, do what you do. It looks cool. Whatever. I just don't care. Yeah. I'm just so out of Destiny, bro. Like, I just don't care. There's nothing that they could do. Star Wars is not going to bring me back to Destiny. I know other people got excited about it. I know they teased their new year of content. Again, another $100 fucking season. What the fuck ever, Destiny. I'm not playing your goddamn game. I'm tired of it. And I really hope that Marathon isn't like that either. I'm not doing this. Every year I need to spend $100 on your game. I'm so fucking good, bro. That's just me. Nixie says Star Wars and Destiny equals COD Ninja Turtles. See, I won't quite say that, because Star Wars and Destiny is that's more understandable than Ninja Turtles and COD. I don't care about either, right? I don't think it's terrible. But it's just, I feel like you're reaching for attention now. You're doing literally everything you can to try to hold your base. It just, to me, it comes across desperate. And that's just not the Bungie that I'm used to. Right. But again, Ham says Marathon looks terrible. I won't say that. I need to get hands on with it for sure. I need to get hands on with it to really give an opinion. Because I don't think it looks bad. Even when people are like, oh, the outside of stuff, it doesn't look great and needs more work. Yeah, I mean, sure, it could look a little bit better. I agree with people that the interiors look phenomenal for the most part, right? But until I get it in hand, I can't really because I'm interested in it, right? As somebody who likes Destiny PvP, I am interested in it. I want to see what it feels like. I don't like the heat system, though. I think that's dumb as fuck. But we'll see how that plays out. Some people just don't like all the extra stuff. Splint says, who got a problem with Turtles and COD? Some people just don't. A lot of people do, man. A lot of people don't like Cheech and Chong being in there. A lot of people don't like Seth Rogen being in there. A lot of people don't like a lot of shit fucking in.
We jumped that a long time ago, though. I don't know why people still get upset. Like, we're long past it. Like I said, that's why I just wish they implement the filter so the people that don't like it can just turn off those skins so they don't see them. Like, I think that's be the easiest fix to all that shit, Steel. And I just don't know why that's not something. Again, like you talked about last week. You don't know how much work would go into doing that, but I can't imagine it's got to be a huge amount. I mean, what do I know? But I just wish they would find a way to implement a filter so that people could just play normal COD without all the bullshit if they wanted to. Again, I don't mind the skins, like whatever. That's cool. I bought the dragon skin right away.
Be a dragon,
Jack
the Ripper, skin. Whatever. Huh?
Again, we're long past Call of Duty being any type of military shooter at this point.
I don't think it's really been that for real since, I would even say, Black Ops 2, maybe. Because once they started doing the futuristic shit, they did some weird stuff with World at War 2, from what I remember.
We're just past that. People can't get upset anymore. It's just dumb. It's dumb. Like I said, I understand you don't want to see it, but come on, you're not playing COD because you're going for a realistic military sim. Like that's not what you're playing COD for. Not even arcadey, not even an arcadey military sim. Are you playing COD? No, that's not what it is anymore. It's Fortnite, but COD, right? That's all it is now. That's again, they make their money. But yeah, no, that's what Battlefield. That's why Battlefield still has a chance to fill that role. That's why people have already told. I don't know if you saw it, Steele, because 2042 they started introducing some. I mean, they're not outrageous
some more colorful
skins,
stuff, but I didn't
colorful skins like paintball type looking skins.
I did
like,
see
you know what I'm saying.
Some of it.
And there's a whole group of people that are, tweeting at all the Battlefield devs and everything and saying, "Don't do that. Stick to straight up military like you used to be." It's crazy
because there's so many military looks that you can make look cool.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like
there is. And some of their futuristic stuff in 2042 is really cool. It's still based like in reality, but they projected what it
some of the hooded characters with the mask. Okay, that's fine. I like that.
Yeah, really yeah, there's some dope shit. But I think that it is a good idea for Battlefield to do that because I do think they need to stay in that spot as the alternative to Call of Duty because, again, they will set themselves apart as a more, military, and I'm not going to say sim like in sim, like, you guys know what I'm saying, but a more military-esque straight up shooter versus Call of Duty. And I think even more so now than it was even back in the day. And I think they really can find, if Zed Pella can save this and bring it back,
don't fuck it up this time, please. You literally, I don't give a fuck about Call of Duty being under Xbox or not, being under Microsoft or not. Yeah. You literally have an opportunity. Battlefield will always have my heart over COD. You literally have the opportunity to really make a stand this time, especially with bringing all the destruction back. You giving me heavy Bad Company 2 vibes. I really need to see, and especially if they nail it with the campaign too, because they're going to be coming with campaign this time around as well for those people who are looking for that. Mm-hmm. There's a lot that is I don't know, leaning in the right direction for them. So, let's see. All right, well, if you guys got anything else in there, let us know. We're gonna go ahead and start winding things down here. I want to thank everybody for coming out and checking us out on episode 186 of Living Split Screen, man. Splin says must be a young guy thing. Battlefield have your heart. As far as first person shooters go, yeah, because that was, I mean, of course, you go back, you got GoldenEye and stuff like that back in the day. But as far as like the first person shooter that really made me look at things differently, especially because I was playing it on PC. Bro, Bad Company, Battlefield 2, 1942, 2042 or 2142, excuse me. I don't know, bro. There was a lot. Again, these were multiplayer only games that they were asking full price for during that time, 40, $50. It was no experience like it. I could spend that's what I did as a kid, all day long. And Halo was up there too, but that was like, that's the thing, man. Like when I tell people PC has always been a part of it, and so has console. Like I've just never had that separation. My pops had a PC. When he wasn't on the PC, I jumped on Battlefield. He even ended up, we even ended up, I built my first PC so me and my pops can play Battlefield together. Play Battlefield 2 together. That's what's, again, that was the whole purpose. So it's like, that's always going to have a thing for me. waiting for those jets, for that jet to spawn in, getting in there before everybody else, being a superior air support for everybody, pushing those objectives. It goes to Battlefield, man. Battlefield will always have a stronger place in my heart than COD will, for sure. For me, Halo is different. I just consider that different. It's in a different stratosphere. Ham says, did y'all complete Expedition 33? I mean, well, Ham, on one end, Pong is the grazer here. So I would imagine you're speaking more so to me. I am in Act 3 of Expedition 33. I've been playing on an expert the entire time, being a parry god. I have no points in health or defense. And I turned it down to story after I beat Act 2. So I'm in the beginning of Act 3 and playing story now. So I'm going to get through it and I'm going to call it that. I'm not going to finish all the content in the game. I'm not going to fight every single fucking boss. No, I'm just going to beat the game and I'm going to leave it at that. Because at the end of the day, it's not the type of game that I want to throw all that into. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to struggle, I'd rather play like a Souls game. You know what I mean? I'd rather go play something else. So yeah, that's kind of how I looked at it. John says, I completed Expedition during the stream.
Hey, congratulations. It's freaking amazing. Good job. Yeah.
You doing the side bosses? Yeah, shout out to that.
Yeah, Ham, I'm still in Act 1 and just having a good time. And I'm, again, like Steele said, I'm the grazer, so I'm playing a bunch of different stuff and I don't have the time during the week that I normally do right now. So it's been a slow go for me, but yeah, I think I'm going to kick it down to story mode. And one of the rare times I go to an easy mode, I already talked about this in the beginning of the show, but you weren't here. So I'm going to kick it down to the easy mode. I don't normally do that, but I love the story and the characters in the world so much that I'm going to probably do it for this one to get through it, because I'm not a parry god and I'm not a dodge god. And I don't personally, that's the only thing about this game that really isn't appealing to me. Everything else is super appealing to me. I love every other aspect about this game. It's a game of the year quality game, and it should win. But yeah, I'm probably going to finish it that way because I do actually want to finish this game, which is also a very rare feat for me as well. So.
Yeah, he says, Ham says he did it on normal. Yeah, bro. Play that shit on expert from the very fucking beginning and finish Act 2 on expert and see how you feel about that, about the fucking game after that.
What's with the one boss that I see how somebody jumps on you like 15 times? He's like a rock. What the hell was that?
That is a rock boss. Yes, there is
that.
That is a boss that you can come back to as well. You can just kill him. You don't have to do that.
I saw that and I'm like, oh, hell no.
You have to, you can dodge him the entire time if you'd like.
Oh, I'm like, how much longer is he going to go? Like, I was like, bro, that is crazy.
He gets up to a point. I think he does 24 total bounces one time. Tim says, nope, 100% it. I'm done. Nah, I get it. Yeah. I get it. I'm just giving you my perspective on it. When you play on the hardest difficulty, dealing with some of the things that I felt like I dealt with, some inconsistencies as well. There was some times where it's just like, bruh, I didn't change anything to the rhythm of my parry, and it didn't work this time. Why? And then not being able to have like a quick restart on your fights. It wears on you, bro. It wears on you. And it's just, again, I'm not typically the turn-based dude. So we didn't touch on the Nintendo Palworld fiasco. Pong touched on it a little bit earlier. I do think, again, real quick, I think it sets a really bad precedent, and I think it's terrible for the industry. There are other games who have similar mechanics that Nintendo has not gone after. There's literally Pokemon ripoffs that Nintendo has not gone after, and to go after Palworld because they have been successful and are still doing something differently, or even doing things that your consumer base has been asking of you, is fucked up. And the fact that nobody is recognizing this and that nobody is really speaking, like nobody's having podcasts talking about how shitty that perspective is, right? It just makes no sense. Again, exactly. That was the game that I was thinking about earlier, Temtem. It is literally a Pokemon ripoff, and they have existed for X amount of time with no problems. Palworld did become successful with the numbers, and now very minimal few amount of people. No, I did not hear you, Ham. You said y'all did talk about it, but it's very minimal people discussing this.
Yeah. No, we've actually talked. We can go all the way back. We talked about this a long time ago when this first started happening, and I've been on the same hill, and I will die on this hill. I don't care what anybody thinks. I think that PlayStation, Xbox, and all the big publishers and devs should be speaking up. They should be going on record against Nintendo. And I don't care if this is some,
I agree, Chaos.
You know, good old boys club. I don't care what, we got to work with Nintendo. I don't care about any of that shit. What they're doing sets a massively bad precedent. Now they've got an American judge to start to agree to some of the things that they're looking for, and they're going to pursue them in America as well, which was probably the hardest court system to get something like this going for some of these patents that they're trying to claim that Palworld is breaking. So if they're going to get through to the American courts and they're going to process this, listen,
this is terrible.
I'm telling you all, this is a terrible precedent.
Like,
you have to think. You have to think. Well, it's beyond.
It was way beyond that.
Because the Nemesis system was very much
I get it's
original creation. But this is basic gameplay mechanics that Nintendo is trying to patent. Right? This is what they are creating, and I know some of the stuff is specific to their form of it, obviously in Pokemon. But what I'm saying is when you get down to the core of what they're patenting basic core gameplay mechanics. Again, I will bring up the example. This is like a game patenting fishing in their game, using a rod and a lure to catch fish in a game. If they did that, if a game developer decides to go do that, then you F all the other developers out there. This is not some Nemesis system that Nintendo specifically created for a very specific game, and it's very complex. It's a new kind of AI system that nobody else has come up with before. Again, I still don't agree with that either, Stu. You know how I feel about that. But again, it's not like they did. We're talking about basic mechanical stuff. Go look at the patents that they're especially the ones that they brought up in Japan. Bro, come on, man. Throwing a ball and catching a monster. Come
now
on,
you can't
man.
ride on the Mons.
Yeah, you can't ride on the Mons. What are we doing? The industry as a whole should be standing up and telling Nintendo to go F themselves. They should be telling Nintendo to withdraw this stuff and let Palworld be. This is ridiculous. If you don't have some very, very specific, right, rip off, and again, don't get me wrong. It's obviously that Palworld came from Pokemon. Like, I get that, but that's art. That's any type of creation. This is a creative industry. You're going to have influence that shows up everywhere. We have an entire 4 decades of history of influencing other things. Okay. And nobody has ever tried to pull this bullshit before to this extent that Nintendo is now doing against Palworld. And because the only reason why they're doing it is because of exactly what Steele said, is because they've been so successful, because they went out and did what Nintendo wouldn't freaking do. It is an ego-based driven, money greedy ass bastard company who wants to piecemeal out little improvements in their games to their customers so that after a decade they could say, oh, see, we've been improving Pokemon this whole fucking time, when you haven't done shit. Your customers have been asking for what Palworld brought to them for years, and you guys have refused to do it because, again, this is the concept the AAA market now has. We know better than our consumers in everything. They don't know anything. And again, I will be the first to say, if you put us all together in a room and gave us $500 million and told us to make a game, it'd probably come out like shit. Okay, I'm the first to admit that as a gamer.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I also think gamers do call for some really common sense, cool things to happen in video games, and developers and publishers go, nah, F you. Because it came from you guys, we're not going to do it. We're not going to put that in our games. We know better. Like, there is some of that happens, and I think Nintendo is the perfect example of it, and this is the perfect example here. Because Palworld went outside of that and said, you know what, we're going to give everybody what they wanted, now Nintendo's fucking upset. Go make a better freaking Pokemon game. You've got the name, you've got the IP, you've got billions of dollars of revenue from Pokemon, you still have one of the world's largest IP and popularity in Pokemon. Go beat Palworld. Go make a better game than Palworld with the Pokemon IP, and you will have millions of people upon millions of people come buy your freaking game. This is the stupidest shit ever. And again, all the big players in this industry should be calling Nintendo out for what this is, because it does open up the gates. And I'm sorry to say, once you open the gates and you say, oh, nobody else is ever going to fucking do that. Once you open the gates, somebody else will come along and think that they deserve it as well. And they will try to pull this patent bullshit as well. And it'll affect more games. Again, I don't want a world where every single fucking game is full of patents. Okay, that's not what I want. I think it sucks. And I think you're going to ruin a lot of the creativity in this industry if we start to go down that road. So I'll end it there. But I've been passionate about this since the beginning. I just think Nintendo is way overstepping themselves here. And I think it's just nothing but a greedy, egotistical company who, again, people like to claim is this cute little game maker, this cute little toy company, the little engine that could, Nintendo. They're not. They're a big fucking greedy ass corporation, just like all the rest. And they bully other devs and publishers into doing what they want. They bully their creators more than any other devs and publishers do. And nobody calls them out for that bullshit either. They bully everybody in the industry. Nintendo is nothing but one of those big corpos. That's all they are at the end of the day. Done.
Yeah. I mean, I can't do nothing but agree with that on every level. It doesn't make sense. It makes sense for Nintendo, I guess. But I don't think that it's right, because you're eliminating the things that were making Palworld unique. They were making it special, and now you're dumbing the game down. You know, I thought it was dope to be able to ride some of those mons that you were able to ride. You know, the way that you're able to go about the world and everything. You set the bad precedent. People allowed to be set. I mean, again, you have the complete other side, Pokemon fans who are loving seeing this happening. So, I mean, their fan base, Nintendo's fan base, is standing behind it. If they're not the ones that are complaining, Nintendo's not going to change. They're going to say, "Oh, look at what we're doing." So, just like somebody made a comment that Expedition 33 should probably sue Nintendo as well, because they're gonna, Nintendo's in the next Pokemon game is taking the where you could be active in combat.
No, Square Enix
or
Square should sue. Square should sue Sandfall into the ground, claim that turn base is theirs.
Oh, that too.
They're
even better.
Yeah. That they're the original creators of turn-based combat. They should go with that. You should be able to cast spells. Shouldn't be able to select from skills and cast spells.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro.
The only thing we can do is continue to speak out against it, man. Let's continue to speak out against it. Say that you don't like it. Don't accept it. Again, I'm not going to play another Pokemon game. I'm not doing it. Not unless you make that giant. Not unless you're going to get closer to what Palworld was doing. I guess I'd have to say now. Not unless you're going to get closer to that, and the closer you were was Arceus. ZX is not going to be enough for me. So. Chaos says if I was Palworld, remove gliding and have the players create hoverboards. Pocket Pair can find workarounds if they really want. Might look silly, but Nintendo then couldn't do anything. But kick them instead. It's a different mechanic. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, there's other creative things that you can do, but Pocket Pair also isn't a huge dev team. Like. They have definitely grown since the success of Palworld, but it's also costing them money to do what they're doing in court. They still have to have representatives. Going to court is not cheap, especially for these level of companies. And they have to make these concessions. I truly feel like if Pocket Pair had deeper pockets, or if they had somebody else behind them, that they could fight Nintendo. But you can't go toe-to-toe with somebody who has more fucking money than you. You can't. They're going to pull out all the stops, hire the best lawyers, and they're not going to, and they're both based in Japan. That's the other crazy thing. So it's like they got to pick and choose. If they want to continue to develop games, they're going to have to make sacrifices. So, but I definitely agree. They could probably do some more creative stuff. Creative gliders, whichever the case. And again, Chaos. So that's why I say I don't disagree. There's definitely a workaround that could be done for it, but that does take time. So, and maybe, again, them spending time having to fight this Accord doesn't necessarily give them the time to work on these other things. Although, they have been consistent with updates and trying to revitalize the game. Well, not revitalize it, but continue to make sure that the game is healthy. Maybe that's something that they do consider for Palworld too, right? Making sure that they don't run across some of these issues. They do design it a little bit differently, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. All right. Let's go ahead and wind things down, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I am hungry, and mine's going a million miles a minute now, meaning I got to start winding down here. But I want to thank everybody for joining us on this episode of 186 of Living Split Screen, one step closer to the end of season 5. Our seasons typically end when E3 time comes, which is that June time around the Xbox showcase. So sometime after that's usually when our seasons end. We'll be moving into season 5. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're getting closer and closer to our speculation about what we're going to end up seeing at the showcase. We gave a little bit of teasers here. I do think, again, we are going to see Gears E-Day, see some gameplay, get an official launch date, because I do think that's going to be ready for 2026. And I think that's going to be really dope to experience as well. Again, you're talking about that's going to be the 20-year anniversary for Gears as well. So I think that's going to be the perfect time to release E-Day, because OG Gears came out in 2006. So that's going to be super fucking dope. So that's part of my anticipation. And I'm also anticipating something from Halo. Again, Extraction, Battle Royale, whatever it is, Certain Affinity's been working on something for a while that isn't their main IP, right? So what are they working on? Is it a spinoff? Whatever the case may be, it is time for Halo to get some additional content of some form, new game, whatever the case may be. So it's gonna be interesting to see how those things play out. But yeah, man, getting to a real fun time of the year. We usually have to wait to this time to start really getting excited for things, and games have been proving themselves all this year, coming off the heels of last year as well. It seems to be only getting better and better, ladies and gentlemen. So can't wait to have those discussions with you all. But with that said, if you want to check me out, whether you're in the streets of Gears of War Ultimate Edition before Reloaded comes out, whether it's on PC or console, I'm going to be trying to play on, I'm going to be mostly playing on console if I can, because I know, again, I heard it's a little bit more popping on there than it is anywhere else. But other than that, Xbox ecosystem is the easiest place to find me. That's Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. So definitely check me out there. Send me a friend request. We can get some gaming at some point if I am on. But I do plan on starting my playthrough of Skyrim, man, seeing if I could possibly work that in. I think that's the other reason why I kind of wanted to end my Expedition 33 playthrough. I got a 500 gig game that I got waiting for me that I do want to play. Maybe even do some streams of to help me get out of some of my funk that I've been in here as of late, along with getting some Gears of War Ultimate in. So that's going to be some fun. Maybe I'll do some streams of that as well. Maybe I do it for subscribers only. We'll see. I made it stream friendly, no nakedness in the build that I got. So that might be a fun time. So stay on the lookout for that, or anything else additional that we bring to the channel right here on Living Split Screen. But Pong, let the beautiful people know where they can find you, brother man. Fantastic episode for us to get into today. Started it off live, raw, and uncut, as we tend to do more and more on a week-to-week basis. Yobi May was making a business call. He's like, maybe the behind-the-scenes talk is something that you do for subscribers. Give people a reason to jump on in. What are these dudes talking about behind the scenes? I like the way that we do it. Maybe that's something we look at down the road. I want to continue to grow this thing out. Road to 3K subscribers, can continue to hold that road. We got to deliver more content. Hopefully we get some more shorts lined up. But life is life and behind the scenes, man. I'm still trying to make some moves as myself as far as career progression goes. So yeah, man, just a lot going on. Along with getting these games, raising kids. It's always interesting on a day-to-day basis. But Pong, anyway, let these beautiful people know where they can find you, and greatly appreciate you, bro.
Oh, Lordy.
What a great day. What a great start to my Saturday, man. Again, not the biggest week of content at all as far as news goes, but here's Steele and I. Again, like he said, just starting off the show like we always are wont to do in grand fashion, rolling right on into it, and 5 hours later, what do you got? You got a complete living split screen show. That's how we do it on Saturday mornings. Thank you all for joining us. Again, it was great. Steele, again, thank you, brother. I know you've had one of those weeks. And you still showed up here, and you still got the show together. You do all the stuff behind the scenes. And again, I can't thank you enough, brother. I can't send you enough love for all that you do, and for being one of my best friends in the whole entire world. So thank you, brother, for another great Saturday, man. And good talking to you. And chat, all of you showing up here again. We had a nice big audience today. A lot of people fired up. I'm glad we could have some good conversations that start other conversations in the chat as well. You guys bring your own to the table, which we love. Again, some of the most active chats. I mean, I've watched shows for a long ass time now, and I've been in shows, with supposedly 1,000 people in chat that don't move anywhere as near what we get going here in our chat, man, and with 40, 50, 60 people. So thank you all for being a part of this again, giving us your most precious commodity, which is time. Nothing but love and respect to each and every single one of you, whether you listen live or you're listening to us in the future, whether you lurk, whether you're active. It don't matter to me and Steele. 5 minutes or all 5 hours, whatever you give us, you're giving us that time, and so we appreciate you for everything. So thank you all for another great day here as well. You know how to find me, Pong Soul, everywhere. Follow me, I will follow you back. Obviously, I'm down to this show right now. So Fun Spec Fam is on hiatus. Again, shout out to Mav, miss you, brother, and sending him love. And PTK Blam and the Shop Podcast is still on hiatus. So it's Living Split Screen, which man, glad I still got this one because this is my therapy, brother. So you can find me there next week. Double Barrel Gaming. Check out Mr. Boomstick 5 days a week. All Good Things Green on Tuesdays. Xbox Factor Podcast. I'm not there, but he's still got a great show. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then next Saturday, right back here with my brother for another episode of Living Split Screen. Getting ramped up for showcase season. Wild that, like you said, Steele, normally this year already feels like we've had so much, and I think a lot of it is because of how many great games have come out, and how much news has already been everywhere. That showcase season, that's why I was like, when you said next month, I was like, what are we talking? Oh, that's right, it's showcase season. We don't really even have like a lead up. It's been nonstop going, but crazy. Showcase season is going to just add to it. Expecting big things this year now that Grand Theft Auto is out of the way. I think we're going to see a lot of announcements, even more announcements than we thought. It's going to be fun, man. So hope you all have a great rest of your weekend, a great start to your week. It is the golden age of gaming, so please, obviously, enjoy your time with family and friends and whatever else you like to do, but I hope you get to play some games too. Play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, I want to say thank you for joining us on this episode. Hopefully you really enjoyed it, and we had some enthralling conversations in there. And if anything, listen to it on the back end, on the audio side of things. We always keep it live or on the cut there as well. Y'all be safe out there, and much love. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
And I can't let go.